Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto Izuno with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. I blinked for a bit, before thinking. That actually makes sense. If I recall, Ozma and Salem did use magic, which was the product they bought from the shop. After realizing that, I didn't ask anymore, as it's only logical for a customer to try the product after purchasing them. I looked at Gilgamesh, who didn't even hesitate to swing the nameless sword at her other arm, not knowing whether the immortal works or not. Just by this action alone, speak of the strength of her character. It takes a lot of courage to do something like this without hesitation, even though I would hesitate to do something like this. I may be crazy, but I'm not mad. The nameless blade hit her skin. Instead of blood and severed limb, the nameless sword broke due to the force that Gilgamesh put into it. But the fact that nothing happened to her arm made Gilgamesh grin widely, as confirming the immortality she bought. I wasn't sure of that overpriced immortality details, since it couldn't see its description. However, from what I saw, it's quite obvious that this type of immortality is complete immunity toward any physical damage. The reason for that is I saw it before the nameless sword could hit her skin. An invisible power or force blocked the sword from harming its host. Honestly, this kind of reminds me of Gojo's Infinity, but more superior than Gojo's Infinity, because why not? It's expensive, and I take it for granted. I wouldn't be surprised if this immortality is immune to concepts. I mean, it would be more shocking if it didn't. Seemingly satisfied with the results, Gilgamesh looked at my direction with a smile, not an arrogant or prideful one, but a genuine smile that honestly made my heart skip a beat for a moment. God, she looks absolutely beautiful. Her beauty was not like Dee, who is otherworldly, but more of a touch of divine immortality. It was hard to describe it, but it has a unique charm that I couldn't quite point out. Without that arrogant or prideful expression, she looks more attractive in my eyes. A second later, I managed to snap out of it and became embarrassed later on. I can't believe I was stunned at her smile. It made me look like a brain-dead idiot, a simp. But still, to think a simple smile from her could affect me this much. It would be a lie to deny that I don't feel any attraction to her. It's just surprising that she managed to get such a reaction from me, from all people. Not to brag, but I have seen countless beauties across the worlds, classics, traditional, national and even world-class, and only a handful of them make me feel like this. The first few times was understandable, however later on I became more immune to beauties, but not completely, or why else would a complete bitch like Dee would attract me? Either way, Gilgamesh quickly reverted from her usual self, which was good to me. Personally, if she acts like a normal person, that would probably be the end of me. It looks like your shop is the real deal. If it wasn't, I wouldn't know what to do with you, but since you satisfied me with your service, I will grant you a wish. Name it and I shall grant it with all my ability. Gilgamesh suddenly made a decree and looked absolutely serious. This was totally unexpected, that I was stunned in silence once again. Not only me, Archer was surprised. He also didn't expect Gilgamesh to declare something like this. Seriously, this woman. How many times has she surprised me? She's too unpredictable, but honestly it isn't too bad. Encountering someone unpredictable once in a while isn't too bad, I suppose. Snapping out of it, I thought. This is technically tipping her right. Even though I didn't really do anything aside from scamming her to buying expensive stuff, aside from that, does it really matter? Since she's pleased with what she acquired from my shop and wanted to grant me a wish, it would be rude to refuse such a valuable thing, since who knows when I will receive such a favor again. I need to think about what I want her to grant me, something that would benefit me. I want sex. Wait, no. I mean, I wouldn't be against tasting that. Okay, what the fuck? Calm down. Taste that pussy. What is wrong with my mind right now? I ain't Denji, I'm not that horny, especially since I got bitches, where he ain't got no one. After fighting the horny devil, that is my own mind. I decided. I would like to think more about what I want, if that's okay with you. This was the best answer that I could come up with at the moment, as clearly right now my mind is too corrupted to think of anything decent aside from sex. I know she's beautiful and all, but do I really have to be such a horn dog? I know hormones could be embarrassing, but this is something else entirely. Even with D didn't experience something like this. Gilgamesh saw nothing wrong with my decision and nodded. Of course, but the next time I come back here you better make your decision by then, or else this king will be displeased. Of course. Who knows when she will come back, but regardless it would be enough to sort of thoughts by then. And after that, Gilgamesh left the shop with that perfect booty behind her, that even Emiya himself, aka the bone of my sword, couldn't resist looking. Incarnation or not, a man is a man. Reality marble user or not, a flawless booty is something to stare at. That's why no one told us about staring, because if we did, we'd be a hypocrite. Archer has enough of being a hypocrite though. Listen, we did what we did and there's no denying about it. I tried sounding like a wise sage, but Archer gave me a deadpan look. I'm tired, can I take a break? You barely did anything, why would you even take a break? Dealing with that golden bastard drained most of my energy. Not bastard, but bitch, there's a difference. Whatever. You didn't look whatever to me when you stared at that sinful booty of hers. I stared at him for a bit, and realized that the man, the legend, the myth and the bone of his sword himself is flustered. I couldn't help but be surprised once more. I didn't think Gilgamesh could surprise me, but I was wrong. She surprised me again, but showing a flustered Emiya. That day, I realized one of the few weaknesses of Emiya. It was a female Gilgamesh sinful ass. I'm now back on Earth, thus back to dealing with the girls. I didn't immediately step into the living room where the girls were staying, as I wanted to know what they would do when I wasn't in the picture. Just them three, and the first thing I noticed is that the air between them was intense, like it could cut anyone, not to mention awkward as hell. And Hitori, who has the lowest social level amongst the two, couldn't help but melt at the pressure the two of them let out. Hitori might as well not exist. Even though my children were affected by the atmosphere, it was impossible not to notice the tension. After seeing nothing changed, I was about to interfere. However, suddenly I started with a smile, a fake one that she uses every time. So, Mitsuo-san, isn't it? If you're okay with me calling you that. Of course, I don't mind. Mitsuo replied with an equal fake smile of her own, although more unrefined compared to I. But that's to be expected, after all I is a professional while Mitsuo isn't, but the fact that she could make a convincing smile while not being a professional is an impressive thing. Do you mind me asking, what's your relationship with Alex? Oh, about that. I wasn't sure what's going on, but I have a feeling that there's something deeper going on behind ordinary questions, like politics, but in this case, only women are the participants. Which as a man, couldn't understand the deeper meaning of their conversation. Listening to their conversation was like watching a professional ping pong match live. It's quite interesting to watch but hard to understand. And that's why, it was pointless listening and I decided to step in. I'm back. With his presence, the atmosphere immediately changed and wasn't as overbearing as before. So, what did I miss? Oh, nothing, just I-san asking normal questions. Mitsuo smiles a bit. I also did the same. Indeed, I wanted to know more about her, that's why I asked. Even though I was there listening, I still couldn't understand. I couldn't help but scratch the back of my head. If you say so. Maybe as a man, I would never understand their woman ways. Chapter 80, Mitsuo's problem. The issue about I and the twins wasn't mostly resolved. However, there was still a tension between the girls. After all, a new party came out of nowhere with an important artifact, which was the twins, making her at the top of the competition. But of course, Alexander doesn't know about this competition. A man can't understand a woman's inner politics. It was already night and unfortunately for the girls, they had to go back to their respective households. Outside the mansion, Mitsuo paused her step, before looking at the other girl besides her. So, you and Alex, huh? I didn't expect it to happen so soon. She muttered the last part, which was expected as knowing Hitori wasn't the type of person who could actually act toward her feelings without serious help. But to know that this introverted girl was already in a relationship with Alex without her realizing it filled her with bitterness, as someone who is good socially was beaten by someone who barely interacts with society. Congratulations. Goto-san. Although she did compliment her, the compliment itself felt dry and bitter. After all, how could she not? She liked Alexander and was the only man that she would want to be in a relationship with. Not to mention, he did take her virginity. While it was her who catalyzed the act, still she couldn't help but be bitter at the result. Suddenly she started thinking of what if. Like, should she have been more direct and blunt with her feelings? Or maybe, she should have told him that she likes him after doing the deed? So many what ifs were crossing her mind. However, despite that, it was quite too late for regrets, as Goto and Alexander are already dating, not to mention there's also I, who is the mother of Alexander twins, and would most likely get married to him, if Goto's relationship with Alexander doesn't work, as I has the best card, which was the twins, and a clear leverage toward Alexander himself. Thinking of those implications, Mitsuo couldn't help but sigh. Goto-san, who is very unaware of her thoughts, smiled sheepishly at her compliment as if she didn't notice the bitterness of her tone, which she probably didn't consider. It's Bocce we're talking about. She's that naive. Either way, she did her best not to show her bitterness outside, because it would be unsightly, and if this gonna be the end of it, then she better move on. Although it would be hard to, after all, she really likes him. Thank you. B, but I am nothing compared to his other girlfriend. Goto-san replied with a nervous smile. Oh. I see, that makes sense. Whoa, wait, what? Other girlfriend? Mitsuo immediately snapped out of it as she realized something. Goto flinched at the unexpected outburst of Mitsuo, to which she did notice but too shocked to care right now. Did you just say that he has another girlfriend? Mitsuo couldn't hide her disbelief. Why, yes. Goto-san blinked, albeit a bit confused at Mitsuo's reaction. You do realize that you're technically sharing your boyfriend with another woman, right? Goto paused for a couple of times, before nodding. I am aware of that. It may sound strange to you, but I'm fine with him dating other women, as long as I have a place on his side. Mitsuo was speechless as she heard her words. There's so many wrong with what she said, and it would take some time to point it all out. However, despite its wrongness, a bit of hope appeared in her chest and thought. If that's the case, then he wouldn't mind an additional girl, right? Wait, no. What was she thinking just now? To think she entertained the idea of becoming part of a harem. Blushing a bit of the thought, she can't believe that she even thought of it. But still, it doesn't sound too bad. Mitsuo, no. Stop thinking about it. Her face was visibly becoming red at her increasingly corrupted thoughts. Are you alright, Yamano-san? It seems that Goto-san noticed her blush, and she quickly tried to hide it. And she did by pretending to cough in her hand, she replied. Of course, but still, don't you find it weird to be part of that kind of relationship? I mean, polygamous relationships aren't well received in Japan. Although it is a well-accepted practice in some countries like Arab. But this was Japanese. Having this kind of relationship in this society, people will judge you. I am aware of that. Even though I'm not the most socially active person. But it doesn't matter to me what other people think of this relationship, because to me what really matters is that I'm happy with my relationship status. Goto-san showed a smile as she said those words. Which honestly made her feel jealous, because unlike her, she doesn't have the will, not caring about what society thinks of you, no more like. It shows that Goto Hitori is willing to be in a polygamous relationship just to be with the person she loves, which she can't say the same for herself. It speaks for itself that she lacks conviction to be with the person she likes, and it filled her with bitterness realizing that her feelings toward Alex was nowhere near like Hitori. To ease some of this bitterness, she couldn't help but ask. Goto-san, do you mind me asking who Alexander's other girlfriend of Alexander? It's Wakabe Airo. As soon as Mitsuo heard the answer, her body froze in the spot and couldn't contain her shock with that revelation. Who did you just say? His other girlfriend is. Mitsuo tried again, maybe hoping that she misheard Goto. But sadly, she did not, and this was reality. Wakabe Airo. Goto couldn't help but look at Mitsuo with concern, as her obvious fear was showing. She what? Mitsuo couldn't believe what she heard. From all of the people from Earth, why her? That abomination of a goddess. Her fear of D didn't lessen at all, instead or got worse as days passed. Is there something wrong with Wakabe-san? Goto-san asked with curiosity. Mitsuo blinked a couple times, before answering. Why, you don't know? She whispered when mentioning those words. Regardless, Goto seemed to hear it and asked a bit worriedly. Don't know about what? Mitsuo realized despite being in a relationship with Alex, Goto doesn't seem to know about the moonlit world or Dee's true nature. Right now, she was torn about what to do. Should she tell her the truth or should she remain silent? But remaining silent felt wrong. Like Goto-san at least deserved to know what she was participating in. After she decided that it's probably a good idea to tell her the truth, however, before she could say so, suddenly someone said something behind her. "Oh, Mitsuo-san and Hitori, what coincidence meeting you both here." Hearing that very familiar voice, Mitsuo froze on her feet and later forced herself to look at the person behind her. And like she guessed, it was Dee, who was smiling cheerful at her, possibly both of them. But I feel like her smile is aimed specifically at Mitsuo. "Mitsuo-san, what's with that look? My, you should calm down a bit, you look like someone who saw something terrifying." Dee smiles innocently as she mentioned that. And, like Dee's words, Mitsuo did in fact see something terrifying at its woman or whatever this thing is in front of her. Mitsuo knew that this was going to be a long night. And she desperately prays that she might survive for another night. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, right now it's better for me to talk about my relationship status with I, so as to avoid misunderstanding in the future. Do you have any questions regarding my relationship status? I'd answer you as truthfully as I could. I was silent for a moment before asking. So, is it true that you're dating Goto-san? I nodded and replied. Yes, I do. Oh. I see. I became thoughtful of my answer, and then continued. Did you start a relationship before you found out about our children or just recently? I answered truthfully. It's before I found out about my children. With that I let out a sigh and smiled, which was probably a good thing. I mean, what could she possibly be happy about? Even though my relationship with Dee and Bocce started before I found out about the twins, it doesn't change the fact that I'm still in a relationship. I don't know why, if it's any different if I started my relationship before I knew about my children's existence. Point is, women are confusing and better not think more about it. That's a relief. How exactly? I wasn't sure why it's a relief to her, but good for her. Is there more you want me to know about? I asked a bit expectantly. I did say I will be truthful about my relationship status, before it could become an issue in the future, so I decided to say. Yes, I'm not just dating a Hitori, but also another woman. Chapter 81, Normal Breakfast. I wasn't sure how she would react at the news. Would she be disgusted? Shocked? Or even confused at the news I told her? And to my surprise, she neither did all of that. Instead I tilted her head and asked. Is polygamous relationships normal in a moonlit world? I paused at the question, and started thinking about it and recalled quite a handful of magus that have that kind of relationship. And now, that I think about it, while it may not be a common practice in the moonlit world, it wasn't rare either. The reason why it isn't common in the first place is because of the fact that family marriage is a political tool, which most magus families participate in for better political power in the clock tower and a better heir. That's why, magus that has a few generations worth of existence, does political marriage for the betterment of their future generations. Now, as for those families who existed hundreds of years ago, it is quite different. They don't need political powers or a better heir unless they're part of a political faction of the clock tower. Either way, it wasn't unheard of for such members of magus families to have a polygamous relationship with other lower-class magus or even a non-magus kind. Realizing that it is a common practice of my kind to have a polygamous relationship, I answered. Yeah, they're not rare nor are they common either, but you'll see quite a handful of them. So, it's not strange for a magus to have a polygamous relationship with multiple women? I said as if making sure that she understood that correctly. Indeed, that's correct. It didn't take me to realize that she somehow reached a conclusion. I see, thank you for that information, and I have a lot to think about. Good night. I then left the living, leaving me alone, thinking what her word implies. Honestly, it could be anything. Honestly, from leaving this house with the twins, which was unlikely but there's still a possibility, and to joining my polygamous relationship with Dee and Bocce. Which is quite unlike too. I mean, I'm not that lucky, aren't I? Honestly, I could have easily solved this issue with Path to Victory, but using it for normal things like this is degrading for such power ability. Either way, it's time for me to sleep too. Morning arrived, despite being the last person to sleep. I was the first one who woke up, which was surprising. Because Shiru is here and I lived with him back in the clock tower, and that guy is an earlier raiser, at this time he would have already raided the kitchen and started cooking for breakfast. But it seems that he's up late. I honestly have an inkling of suspicion of what happened last night, but thinking about it makes me cringe. And not long after, Shiru was finally up, and when I saw his condition, I realized that suspicion of mine was real as it could be. I mean, looking at the state my brother-in-law is in. Lorelei no doubt devoured this poor bastard as whole. Eye bags? Check. Scratches and bite marks? Check. Low energy? Check. Damn, Like they said, it's always the high-class girls who are freaky in bed. Hey, brother, are you okay? I asked in half concerned and half amusement. Shiro gave me a strange smile and replied. Yeah. I can manage. Yeah, bull and shit. I stared at his legs and saw that it was trembling. I gave him a look of pity and said, my condolences. Hearing that, his smile became more strained, knowing what exactly I was implying. Can we not talk about it? I shrugged and replied. Whatever. Do you need help preparing breakfast? Shiro would normally refuse help, but looking at his own body, he answered. Yeah, I need help. Alright, I'll prepare the ingredients and you do your thing. And that's how our morning started. The next person to wake up in the mansion was Lorelai. No surprise here, while she may not be as early riser as my brother-in-law, she still keeps her schedule, to set an example for our family. Which was mostly pointed at me. As you see, I have a terrible habit of staying late when this body was younger, but Lorelai managed to force some sort of discipline toward my body. Like, at a certain point of time in the morning, my body would automatically wake itself no matter what, even if I'm mentally and physically tired. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought my dearest sister cursed me or something. Either way, compared to Shiro, Lorelai's entire body was literally sparkling, like she had the best sleep since forever. Her face is so shiny, despite looking stoic outside. I know for sure that my sister is pleased inside. I've lived with her long enough to notice the difference between her mood. Lorelai stares at her fiancé, before looking into me. You woke up early, good. It seems that you still remember the training I've installed into your body. Hearing those words made me shiver at the spot. Remembering those times is traumatic. And I didn't want to recall the Spartan-like training ever again. While it made me who I am today, frankly it wasn't worth it. Breakfast is ready. Shiro finished cooking, and like always his dishes are appetizing as always. Honestly, I'm completely baffled by the fact that this guy could make such a luxurious dish with such common ingredients. Not that I was complaining with the result. Later on, I arrived with the twin in her arms. She stared at the food and couldn't help but say, I didn't know there's a restaurant open this early. You're right, there isn't. This guy who cooked it. I pointed at my brother-in-law. I was surprised, and said, really? I didn't think he was the type to cook. Oh, I could definitely understand that statement if I didn't know Shiro. Like, his body is built like a bodybuilder, and I'm quite jealous of it, but I know better than anyone what kind of tears, sweat and blood did Shiro experience to get that kind of body. It wasn't worth it, the experience itself is. Imagine going war to war, without a rest. This heroic fool only stopped because he was on the leash, thanks to my stubborn sister. Either way, it wasn't worth talking about it. Now that I think about this is the first time I and the twins will experience tasting Emiya's dish. I wondered what their reaction was going to be. Curiously I stared at them, as they chose to eat the traditional Japanese egg rolls. And as they ate one of it, their eyes widened. What is this? How could a single egg taste so heavenly? I stares at the rest of the egg in disbelief. Yep, that's a natural reaction. Then my eyes went to my twins, and their reaction was quite adorable, and I couldn't help but be amused at the ecstasy on their faces when they tasted the egg rolls. I took a picture out of it with my phone, and saved it into my favorite gallery. Hey, they're my kids. What sort of father am I, if I don't adore my kids? Either way, I noticed that there's a particular message on my phone. It wasn't from the girls, but from the school itself. I read it out loud. Greetings students, I'm afraid to inform you that our prestigious school will not be rebuilt for a while. That's why to all students of our school, you will temporarily transfer in another school that we choose. For a semester you'll be studying there with its local students. Be sure to attend there in Monday for attendance, and the school location will be sent after this message. And after I read the entire message, I look beneath the prior message and there's the location of the school, which honestly quite surprising. Wait. Isn't his school? Chapter 82, Little Conversation. It's been a few hours since I've read the location of the school, which I won't think about for the next few days, until I actually see it personally. I wouldn't conclude if that was actually the same school as I remembered. I could be wrong though, maybe it has the same name but isn't the same school I remembered in my previous life. Either way, right now, aside from my children, I was currently in the studio for rehearsal. And for my sister and my brother-in-law, they were back at Clock Tower for business, as someone who held a very high position in the Mage Association. My sister rarely has free time, as she's busy most of the time, from either attending meetings with other lords, or hunting dead apostles with her faction. The fact that she has time to visit me, speaks to the fact that I matter to her, an important person. If I were just anyone else there's no way she'd visit me, as soon as she heard the news of gaining an heir. And as for Shiro, while he may not hold any political powers in the Clock Tower, even if he did I doubt he'd hold the position for a long time, either way despite not having any importance in the political side of the Mage Association. He followed Lorelei like a loyal dog. No offense to him, but I doubt Lorelei needed protection, as she's the greatest modern mage after all. No one is stronger than her in magecraft in the modern era. Even my magecraft isn't comparable with her. However, if we add magic to our overall status, then that's a different story. Lorelei may be the greatest mage in the current era, but the strongest she is not. Those who held that title are the magicians. Magic and magecraft are completely different levels, that's just a hard fact. You can't beat logic against the illogical. Like a smart person tries to argue with an idiot, who simply isn't capable of understanding what the smart person is trying to explain. Anyway, now's the perfect chance to talk with my son about his previous body. I couldn't talk to him because of the events that happened after informed him about his corpse. Aqua right now, he was listening to his sister who was scrolling through Twitter, arguing with those who badmouth I. While he understood that she's annoyed at the people badmouthing I, she's making this more dramatic and complicated. He's a fan of I. Naturally he'd feel irritated by a person who dared to badmouth his idol, but aside from that he wouldn't do a thing, unless of course it would affect I. That's why he felt like his sister was overreacting. As someone who knows one or two things in life, it is inevitable that there's someone who would hate I for what she is, as there's truly nothing perfect in this world. Humans are, after all, a being of hate and envy. Even if that particular person did nothing to warrant that hate and dislike, a human would eventually find their own reasoning to hate them. That's just how it is. Humans are a creature filled with flaws, an imperfect being. Either way, he wasn't going to start something just because he thought of them as imperfect beings. He wasn't going to become a cliché villain in some anime or something. He wasn't that edgy. Grrr. How dare they say that to mom? If I only have the ability to curse someone through internet I would have already done it so. Ruby looked angry, as much as a toddler could. Seeing this angry look of his sister, he couldn't help but think of a fierce kitten trying to intimidate someone. Later his sister gained some sort of enlightenment and looked at him. Wait, maybe Papa could teach us how to curse someone through the internet. Aqua suddenly sweat dropped at that. Well. If he did there's no way you'd do that, right? Cursing someone just because you badmouth I. However, the answer he got was Ruby's unflinching stare. You seriously won't curse someone just because of that, right? Stare. Right? Aqua suddenly broke a cold sweat as she realized his sister was dead serious about cursing someone. He knew she could be petty but this is on another level. Ruby finally said. Maybe. With that, he could sigh in relief, for a bit. Just a little bit. After that, Aqua noticed something particular about Ruby's previous words. Wait, did you just say Papa? I thought you disliked him? What? No, I never claimed I dislike him though. Ruby looked at him like he was speaking nonsense. Aqua was speechless at his sister's words. After that he shook his head. There's no point arguing something pointless. Whatever, so you accept that he's our father now? He replied in a low tone. Ruby just shrugged and answered. Not really, but it's not like he's going anywhere anytime soon. It is most likely that he'd become our father eventually, so there's nothing wrong with me calling him Papa in advance, plus he's rich, also a mage and a reincarnator like us. Aqua blinked at his female counterparts, and quite surprised to hear something logical from her own mouth. However, is being rich really essential? Aqua said wearily. Of course duh. If ever Mama and Papa get divorced in the future, Mama could at least take half of Papa's assets. Ruby smiles at him like it was nothing. Hearing that reasoning, Aqua shivered. What is this terrifying creature? Either, who filled her head with this kind of nonsense? Maybe it was a mistake for him to allow her to watch the Western media. Damn their culture, it's a mess. I don't think that would be possible considering he's part of the moonlit world and also I and Alex aren't married. Yet. Ruby replied. Damn, when did this girl learn to be smart? A while ago, she got the intelligence of a chimpanzee fighting those twittards, now she's like a decent educated person. Nothing makes sense anymore. My point still stands, also stop being literal. Besides I don't think I will be the only person he'd be in a relationship with. Aqua said as he listened to the conversation last night. Ah, that. Ruby's face darkens a bit, recalling that particular memory. Indeed, to think he's been in a relationship with 2 other women, even though it's a common practice in the moonlit world, according to him. It's still out of norm to me. I still can't quite grasp that kind of relationship, to think that there's a society that accepts that kind of thing. I thought it was limited through lane or anime, but to think he's starting a harem. He's frustrated because their mother won't be the only woman in their father's relationship. But at the same time, he couldn't help but admire the achievement that his father achieved, to be in a relationship with multiple women. That kind of thing was a man's dream, well most men. And he's part of them, not that he'd say that out loud. That womanizer. Why can't he be satisfied with Mama? Ruby complained. Aqua sweat drops, but honestly, a part of him agreed with her. But it is what it is, there's little he could do about it with his current body situation. Not that he could win against his supposedly father in a physical fight. Anyway, he can't believe the adults left time alone. While he may not be a real toddler, isn't it quite irresponsible for them to be left alone? But either way, they can take care of themselves. It's not like this is the first time that they've been neglected. Don't get him wrong, neglected is a strong word, more like I or the other caretakers are busy with work. Aqua could also recall Miyako sleeping on many occasions when she was supposed to take care of them. That's why they often change their diapers by themselves. Weird, but it's not like they can complain about it. They're toddlers and they often can't control their urges. Not to mention, as people with an adult mentally, there's no way they would want to smell like shit or piss just because they wait for someone to clean them. That's disgusting. And when he was about to start a conversation, suddenly someone entered their room. To his and her sister's surprise, it was their biological father. Honestly, Aqua thought he left home or something, but it seemed that he left behind. Which makes a bit of sense, considering Miyako isn't here. Aqua, Ruby, get ready. I'm going to take you to where Aqua's old corpse is. Their biological father suddenly announced. Oh, that's something that he could get ready all day. After all, it's not every day someone could see their previous life corpse. Chapter 83, Secret Underground. I carried both my children toward the house garage. At first they were against, saying things like, they would be able to walk by themselves or something like that, but I wasn't having it. Yeah, but I'm faster. Which was logical, considering I'm in an adult body, while they're still toddlers. That shut them and I carried them downstairs, although they were reluctant to be carried by me, who was very much aware that they're no ordinary toddlers. I couldn't care less about their reasons. As for me, I couldn't care less if they're some thousands or billions of years old monsters. The fact that they are my biological children makes them important to me. Mentally aside, their very body is at least 50% of my DNA. Who cares about the old souls that reside there? The reason why I don't, is because their situation is exactly the same as mine, at least in the soul part. If I were to deny them, then it would make me a hypocrite, like I technically did the same with this body. We arrived at the garage, and it was empty. For the most part, there isn't a single vehicle in this place, which made Aqua confused. Why are we here? I looked at her through the eyes while carrying him and his sister. To get a ride. But it's empty. Aqua pointed out the obvious, while his sister nodded. I gave him a mysterious smile and replied. We'll see about that. I went toward the back of the garage, and there's an electrical lever stuck at the wall. From the outsider's perspective, there was nothing special about the lever, but they couldn't be more wrong. Like in action movies, things that specifically look normal, but stuck in the wrong place have a high chance of something behind that seemingly normal item. I didn't hesitate to pull the lever and suddenly the ground shook, and a mechanical sound was heard, and suddenly the ground moved below. Like it was some sort of elevator, and that description couldn't be more accurate. Aqua and Ruby's shock couldn't be more obvious. As I watched their reaction in amusement, they're pretty surprised by this unexpected mechanism. Suddenly snapping out of it, Aqua exclaimed. Why, you have a secret underground in your garage? With a smirk. That's right, isn't it cool? Aqua didn't reply, but his face said exactly what he thought of this place. It was the look of unadulterated fascination and awe. You think this seemingly normal-looking house doesn't hide anything? It does, very much so. Amigas has a secret or two after all. Honestly, I went to all trouble to get this underground install, and it cost me millions, which was worth it. As this place is technically my Magus workshop and part garage where I put the cars I've collected when I arrived at Japan. I went to the hassle of hypnotizing anyone who participated in this project. If they knew about this place, then it wouldn't be called secret, so basically I'm the only one who knew this. Until now, that's it. Upon arriving at the secret underground, lights started to open by themselves, revealing rows of supercars. Lamborghini, Ferrari, BMW, Tesla and Rolls-Royce. Whoever says that money can't buy happiness, they're clearly wrong. Who wouldn't be happy with these kinds of cars ready to use? As Peter Parker once said, with great power comes great entertainment. I'm sure that's why he said. You see this, my children, once you're old enough, you can get any of these, just pick. That's why grow up and go crazy. I smiled at them. Aqua smiled wryly. I don't think it's good advice for children. But you aren't children. I answered back, which made him pause and replied. I see your point. As for Ruby, she couldn't stop herself from exclaiming. What the hell? Are you secretly a spy? Only spies in movies have this kind of thing. Or perhaps you're secretly a hero at night. Ha. No, my dearest daughter. I'm not a spy or a hero of the night. Do you know why? Because I'm not some traumatized rich kid that wears some edgy bat costume at night and attacks random people at night. I jabbed at Ruby's comment. Ruby looked confused for a moment before saying. Is that some sort of reference for something? Oh, Yeah, right. There's no DC here, so Batman might as well not exist. While most things from his Earth here exist, some things don't, like DC or Marvel Comics. With a reference that only I could understand, I was a bit disappointed with no reaction from my audience. That was really a clever joke, but either way. Never mind, so I'll let you children pick. Which one should we ride? I smiled at them. Ruby's eyes widened and excitedly started looking for the best car in her opinion, to have a ride with. Aqua has another concern. Do you even have a car license? I look at him with a mocked hurt expression. Is that even a question? Do you really think I'd buy these supercars just to put them on display? Well, not to offend you, but you look like the type to do so. Aqua says in a matter of fact. I tried to counter his words, but later realized that he's correct about me. I'm someone who buys things and puts them on display. If I were to refuse to acknowledge that, then that would make me a liar, but as for your question, yes, I do have a license. I admitted. After that he didn't ask any other question, and finally Ruby chose what car she wanted to ride. It was a purple Lamborghini, which honestly wasn't surprising that she picked this particular one, and no, I wasn't talking about the car brand, but because it's the only purple car in the secret underground garage. And I wasn't a fool. It's very obvious at this point that Ruby idolized she's probably a fan back in her previous life. It was hard not to notice honestly. Despite the limited time I've interacted with my children, I already knew a thing or two about them based on my observation. And because I's hair color is purple, she picked this one. How obvious she is. Despite being Lamborghini, many may dislike it for this basic color scheme that is painted on this supercar. Which doesn't really matter to me, and I would shut them up by saying, "Oh yeah? What color is your Lamborghini?" And that would shut them up. Since Aqua didn't say anything about Ruby's car choice, we end up riding that one. When we entered a crowded place while riding the Lamborghini, it wasn't a surprise that a lot of people would peek at my Lamborghini. After all, it isn't common for a car like this to be seen in Japan. Few even took pictures at it, which was honestly fine, since they don't do anything harmful. To my regret, I can't drive this supercar more than 20 kph, since Tokyo is crowded as hell. However, thanks to small mercies, there isn't any traffic. After a half-hour of journey, eventually we arrived at our destination. The place was a warehouse, where in movies, sketchy people gather and do illegal things, but this isn't a movie and I should stop referencing anything regarding cliché movie scenes right now. This place is kind of sketchy, like in the movies. Ruby commented. Right, even if I stopped this girl won't, anyway. I went inside holding the twins using both of my arms. If this was before, I would have felt the weight of the toddlers in my arms, but since I've bought Goldie Rogers' template, they're light as feathers in my arms. Aqua looked at the warehouse suspiciously, which I can't really blame him for doing that. If I were in his situation I would, but I'm not. That's why I can confidently walk toward this seemingly suspicious place without fear. Unless there's a type hiding there, I don't fear anything. Because I'm confident of defending myself and my children. As I got closer to the warehouse, there's some security guards that were stationed outside the place. Normally they would stop whoever tried to enter, but I had the foresight to contact the people I hired to investigate the murder my children's previous body. And these people knew that I'm the person they've been waiting for, and they let me and my children go inside without a hassle. Compared to the suspicious-looking warehouse outside, the inside was more pleasant-looking. It kind of looks like a science lab actually. Then I was greeted by a man in his late 40s and said, "You must be Mr. Bartom Eloy?" "Indeed I am. You mentioned from the call that you want to see the body." "That's right." I nodded, however I saw his hesitation. I was confused at first but understood when I saw him looking at the children rather than me. "Are you sure you want the children to see?" he asked while still looking at the children. I nodded at him and replied, "Yes, it's fine, they can take it." With my final say, reluctantly he allowed us to go see what is left of the body of my son's past life body. Lo and behold. Amamiya-guru, or at least what is left of his corpse. Chapter 84, Preserving the Bloodline. Seeing his old body up close, barely recognizable as it is nothing but bones, made him feel very complicated. After all, it's not every day you see yourself as a dead corpse, a skeleton. The only thing that he really recognizes is his lab coat. Although it's filled with holes, it's still recognizable to him, not to mention there's still a name tag in the lab coat. Amamiya-guru. There was no denying it, this was him. A lifetime ago, he didn't know what to feel at the moment. Was he going to cry? Nope, he wasn't. While he was getting sentimental, due to the fact that his corpse lay in front of him, it wasn't enough to make him weep or something. How strange normal people would do such. But he figured he wasn't, so no, he wasn't gonna cry, because thanks to the fact that he died, he received another chance at life, and as much as he cared to admit, he likes this life more than his life as Amamiya-guru. Frankly, his life as the doctor was plain simple as that. His life as guru was ordinary, and nothing sort of special significance. However, his sister was different. As soon as she recognized that it was her sensei, she started becoming emotional and started weeping at the sight of his corpse. The detective misunderstood the cause of Ruby's crying, and looked at his biological father. Sir, I think it scared your daughter. Perhaps you should. No, it's fine, let her cry. Also, could you give us a few minutes of privacy if that's too much to ask? His father politely answered, perhaps afraid to be misunderstood as uncaring about his sister's predicament. The detective hesitated as he was looking at Ruby, then to his father, and ultimately he relented with a deep sigh. Oh, of course, please call me when you're done. But before leaving, Aqua swore he heard the detective mutter, "What a cold-hearted bastard. Such a sight shouldn't be seen by toddlers." And left, leaving them in private. Aqua shook his head and thought, that would have been the case if we were ordinary toddlers, but we aren't. He was sure that his biological father heard those comments as well, but didn't pay it any heed, and so he will do the same, as it isn't important. So, he continued observing her sister weeping at his corpse and made him realize that he's that important to her to the point he could cause extreme emotional distress from his sister, no Serena. Which means, her crush on his old body was probably genuine, and suddenly a random thought appeared in his mind. If I recalled, I promised to give her a chance to date, if she were 16, her old body didn't last that long. However, this body will surely reach that age. Maybe I could. Aqua thought, suddenly paused, and the next second his face burned, as he realized what the hell he was thinking. What am I thinking? Did I just entertain the idea of dating my OWN sister? Amami Guru. Wake up. She's your biological sister. It made his own face even become redder. His biological father noticed this and said, Oi, Aqua, are you alright? Your face is so red that it resembles a tomato. Are you sick perhaps? Then a massive hand reached his forehead, and after a few seconds, he continued. You're not sick. Strange, what's the reason why you're so damn red? Perhaps you're thinking of something lewd, did you? Shut it. Let's not talk about it. Aqua snapped at his biological father. Alex frowned at his strong reaction, however decided not to persuade it, which made Aqua sigh in relief. Either he should stop thinking such things, like forever is possible. I don't know what Aqua thought about, for him to have such a strong reaction. While I'm curious, it's probably best not to think about it. In my left arm, Ruby continued to weep at the corpse of her sensei, although I don't know what's their relationship in their past life is. However, I do know that it's probably more than acquaintance. For her to weep at his corpse, there's no mere acquaintance would react strongly like this. Perhaps, both were friends, or maybe lovers. But I have a feeling that it wasn't the case, a crush. Yeah, that's more like it. Wait a minute, I looked at Ruby and then to Aqua. I did it a few more times and a light bulb appeared above my head. Is this a start of an incest story? That revelation caused my jaw to drop. I know this seems like a crazy theory, but the more I think about it, the more plausible it becomes. I stared at both the children and cried inside. I know there's a saying, keep the royal bloodline pure, but damn, they don't have to make it literal. Honestly, if that were to happen, I wasn't really sure what to do. Should I be against it or not? And to be honest, I'm leaning at the latter choice. To be honest, incest isn't that rare in the moonlit world, because some families wanted to keep their bloodline pure, and it's not an exaggeration that it is a common practice. Still incest. Imagine Lorelai and I. A second later, I felt like puking. Thinking about that scenario terrified me. Don't get me wrong, I love my sister, she's beautiful, kind, mostly, and generous. But thinking anything sexual about her is wrong. Not to mention, thinking about that and thinking she made me do, as a child, for that sake of advancement makes my trauma of that time activate. You don't underestimate trauma, trust me, they are hard to deal with. You'll never know what it feels until you experience it yourself. Forcing myself to calm down, and thinking, you can do this, Alex, that was before, you're stronger than her now. And just like that, I stopped trembling. It was quite a pathetic display, but somehow it didn't feel bad, because I managed to overcome my childhood trauma against my dearest sister, even if it wasn't a complete victory. That's why I will always respect Shiru for gaining the affection of a disaster equivalent to a dragon. That is my sister. Either way, it seemed that my daughter stopped weeping. Quickly I materialized a handkerchief using my magic and started wiping her tears and snot. And she looked annoyed, but didn't say to stop, otherwise I would. Actually, I won't. Even if she did, there's no way I'd let her look like a mess. You okay? I asked. Sniff. Yeah, I'm fine. Ruby replied. I smiled and replied. Good, you don't have to worry, it's not like you can't see again, he's literally your twin brother. Your emotional outburst is quite unnecessary. Like a deer caught in headlights, her little cheeks became flustered. What's wrong with being emotional? There's nothing wrong with being emotional, it's just you really went and cried, knowing that the person who previously lived in this corpse is literally beside you. I wonder what he would feel that you cried for him. Is he pleased or perhaps weirded out? After pointing that point, Ruby becomes more flustered and quickly towards them, or specifically toward Aqua. Sensei. That was nothing. Please forget what you saw. You saw nothing. Hearing that unreasonable request, Aqua stuttered and replied. What, there's no way I could forget about. Don't be unreasonable, besides it's you who started crying. Ruby, before, more embarrassed and more desperate to conceal her earlier actions to her crush, she looked at me and said. You magic that can erase memories, right? I do. Then erase his memories about me crying. Ruby pleaded at me. Then Aqua looked at her and me, in horror and said. Why, you wouldn't do that, right? Amused by both of them, I let out a chuckle. No, I won't. Listen, Ruby, you must face the consequences of your actions, because sometimes you must accept the fact that you can't change the past. My answer caused Aqua's relief and Ruby despair, however she wasn't done just yet. Her last attempt was something I didn't anticipate. With a cute pout, tears-filled eyes, she said. Papa, please. My parental instinct flared up at my daughter's expression, like a cannon head in my heart. I almost got charmed. With great difficulty, I replied. No. And after that, her earlier expression disappeared, completely replaced by a scowl and pout. HMP. With a strained smile, I thought. Holy shit, that was so close. It is no wonder fathers are usually trapped within the thumb of their daughter's finger, too strong. I should consider buying immunity to charm at this point. That also made me realize that Ruby is naturally talented in acting, or else, she wouldn't be able to make a very convincing act like that. And that moment, I've learned that daughters are dangerous. Chapter 85, A Lifetime Worth of Determination. After they finished looking at what's left toward Amamiyagoru, there was no point lingering in this place, as the entire purpose of this trip is to see the corpse and nothing more. So, what do you think after seeing your corpse? I couldn't help but ask my son curiously, because a chance to see your own corpse isn't something everyone could do. It is a privilege that exists only in myths and legends. I honestly don't know, it's complicated. Aqua shrugged at the question. I see. Another question, what would you do to the person who murdered you if he ever got caught? I asked a question that made Aqua pause for a long time and answer with uncertainty. I don't know. To be honest, I didn't have any thoughts of getting revenge. This might sound weird, but I'm kind of glad that I was killed. Sensei? Ruby was shocked at his confession. I raised my brow for a bit, and checked at my son's expression, and ultimately I understood. I sort of understand that. Eh? Ruby was stunned at my reply. Don't get me wrong, dying is unpleasant, but unlike you didn't have to bear the pain of slowly dying, but it was thanks to death. I managed to get a new lease of life that I'm very much happy to have despite facing some problems. My last life was normal, in fact too normal. I'm average in almost everything and probably below average in some things. That's why me living in this new life makes up for the things that I couldn't in my last life, and I'm content with it. I couldn't help but smile a bit as I mentioned what I truly felt about my reincarnation. Hearing my words, Aqua didn't say anything, but I could tell that he sympathized with my story, for he is the same. Not exactly the same, but similar. As Ruby heard her biological father words, she also could sympathize. After all, for all her life, before this, she was born with a weak body, one that is filled with sickness and destined to live a short life. That sometimes, she would always think, why was she even born in this world? What was the purpose of her being born? If she is too sick to do anything and try, what is this world going to offer? She couldn't even move normally without some external help. She couldn't experience the same freedom the people of her age can. While they go school and play, she stays at her hospital bed, watching at the window, waiting for her inevitable death that awaits her. It was a painful, yet lonely life she experienced. For so long, she felt like her life had no meaning, that is until the fateful day. One is when she discovered I, who later became her idol, the light of her life along with a certain someone. And it's the second one, her assigned doctor, which she usually calls Sensei. At first her impression of him wasn't exactly great, his was rude, not to mention plain. She didn't really like him, but had no choice but to keep up with him, since he was her assigned doctor, which would later be replaced when she moved into another hospital like always. But she was wrong, the rude doctor turned out to be a good man, hiding beneath that seemingly bitter exterior. And that made her smile at the fond memories that she made with him. It started with a bad one, and ended with a bittersweet one. Honestly, she didn't know when she started crushing on him, she just did. To fall in love with her sensei was the greatest and the scariest thing that happened in her life. It is the happiest because she felt love that she never thought she would have, but fate has proven her wrong, and it made her happy. and scared because, deep inside she knew that she could never be with him, because her days are coming short. She loves him and often teases him about being together with him. A mere fantasy of a deeply ill girl, hopelessly in love with the person that she could never be with, because of her sickness. And her sensei often humor her fantasy, by saying he'll think about it when she turns 16. Which made it even harder and painful for her, because she knew, no they both know that she wouldn't last that long. She tried to hide it in the facade of a cheerful smile, yet she can't and ends up making a sad, yet bitter smile. That's cruel sensei. Despite all of that, it's like fate decided something more than just that. She thought death was the end of all, but she couldn't be more wrong. All of her suffering of her previous life was now being paid back full into this life. This was her reward. This was the life that she deserved for putting up with the pain in her last life. A child of her favorite idol, a magician, she is blessed, and as an additional bonus, her sensei was with her, although as her twin brother. She did always want to become more than just a patient and a doctor with him, and it was granted, therefore they became twins. Either way, she will take as she can get, looking at her twin brother, despite being siblings, the fact that he is, and will be her sensei. She still loves him regardless. Her crush did not stop, not even once it was revealed that they are siblings. Such things won't stop her. So what if they have the same blood? It just means she has better chances than any girl who would later chase after her sensei. Now that she finally has a body that won't die so suddenly, it was finally time for her to fulfill her past life wish, her dream that she thought was unreachable. There's no stopping her now, perhaps only age that is. Looking at her brother, she smiled and thought, just wait until I'm 16, I will fulfill that promise a lifetime ago, I swear. For some reason felt a chill behind his little back for no reason, staring at no one in particular with confusion. Aqua thought. What was that? Never mind, it's probably just nothing. I noticed my daughter looked oddly determined about something, but I'll never know what she's thinking, unless I read her mind. Not that I could do something like that yet. But I won't read her mind, or anyone who is important to me for this matter, and as for anyone else? I will, and I would do it any time to get an advantage toward them. Anyway, we finished this earlier than I expected. Honestly I thought we'd take hours, but that was just my guess, so I decided to ask. So, where do you want to go next? Do you want to go back home or maybe visit your mom or something? Wait, we can visit mom at the studio? Ruby's eyes sparkled at that suggestion. Ruby, I think it will be a bad idea. I cut him off before he could finish the sentence. Aqua, you don't need to worry about whether your relationship with I will be exposed or not. With me here there's nothing to be afraid of. With my power there's little I couldn't do, like I could easily sway the public opinion if ever they made a negative comment about your mother. I grinned at him and Ruby. Shall we? Both toddlers had different reactions. One was excited because they don't have to hide what they are anymore, and the other one was resigned, overthinking what could go wrong with this trip. He isn't wrong, but he also lacks faith toward me. Either way I'll show them what it's like to be under my protection. Thus, they went to the strawberry production. Chapter 86. Truth today was quite the same as the other days of practice, nothing out of norm, except maybe for one thing, is that the diligent and talented Hoshinoi is checking out her phone. And it wasn't even break time yet. So naturally, the members of Bikomaki got curious, because their most hard-working member and its lead was slacking off, and that's simply out of character for her. Take it from someone who worked for years with her, to see her lazing and like this nothing sort of miracle. Say, what do you think she is doing on that phone? I asked the rest of the Bikomaki curiously. I don't know, I never saw I-san slack off like this. I wonder what it could be. Ari asked, a bit concerned. Ho. I know what this is all about. Akan suddenly declared. Then all eyes were in her, and curiously one of them asked. Tell us. With a smirk she then pointed at I, who was unaware of this, and said. There's only one thing that could make her do something like this. It's obviously a man. It means that I has a boyfriend. The Bikomaki exclaimed in different ways, but most of them were excited. As girls they like to gossip, whether this is true or not. The possibility of their lead being in a relationship with a guy makes them really excited because it breaks the sense of normalcy of this place. But before they could get any further with their conversation, suddenly a voice interrupted them. What nonsense are you speaking? There's no way she would have a boyfriend. There's no way the president would allow his golden goose to have a scandal later on. Think about. Maybe it's just her finally being bored and wanting to try slacking off for the first time. You don't have to make such a big deal about trivial things. The voice finished. And the Bikomaki group stared at the person who was responsible for saying those words. This person was Nino, a person who is also part of Bikomaki, however unlike other members who is at the very least friendly or neutral toward Dai. Nino hates I very much. It wasn't a secret to the group that she hated her, even though the target isn't aware of such hate. Her reason for this hate runs deeper than anyone aside from her. It wasn't like she always hated Ai. At first she tried to befriend her, but was completely ignored. And that was the time her dislike turned into hate started. Nino dislikes Ai because it was obvious that the president, the company itself, favors her, unlike any of them, which were pretty replaceable. It was as if she's the protagonist and they were just side characters. She also felt inferior to Ai's talent, which was true even though she tried denying it. Anyway, she hates Ai because she's always in the spotlight, as it was always her that was being remembered, her that was popular, yet she never seemed to care about any of it, like she's from a completely different world from them. Nino, isn't that a bit? I wasn't sure what to say. I mean, it could probably be true, you know. Okan defended her theory, to which Nino scoffed and replied. And then what? Gossips about it? Then President Stu finds out about it and takes it as some sort of bullying? You do know what happened to the other members who tried to ruin her reputation, right? Gone, fired by President Stu, and probably wandering somewhere jobless. Nino said bitterly and made the rest of the Bikamaki dawn by the reality of their situation. Most of them don't really have an alternative way of earning money, as this job was the only thing that kept them out of the streets or being homeless. At least half of them were financially unstable, that's why they need this job, even though they've experienced unsavory things as idols. Silence dominated for an entire minute, until they heard a commotion outside the building. Usually they wouldn't pay any attention towards that kind of thing, since it's quite a common occurrence in this company, since lately they've been popular thanks to Ai. And some of those times outside the building, newscaster from different TV channels would ask questions about Ai and the company, but never toward the backup idols like them, as they were never really the main focus. Curious, the girls looked outside and saw a purple Lamborghini. Nino hates the color, but was interested in who owned such an expensive car. A second later, she receives her answer. As the person went out, it's like someone took her breath away, her cheeks flared up, as she saw the man who came out of the Lamborghini. And gods, he's so handsome. It was obvious from his face structure, height and hair color that he's a foreigner, possibly a British. Nino never really believed in love at first sight, but right now, she might as well believe in it, because she was instantly captivated by the man's appearance. It wasn't just her, most of the Bikamaki were feeling the same, as it was very rare to find a hottie of this caliber. Then he takes out children. Wait, those children look familiar, and after revealing themselves fully to the Bikamaki, they realize who these children were. Isn't these children the president's? They all fought similarly. As this wasn't really the first time they saw these children coming in this place, but they didn't linger for more than a few minutes in the practice hall, and that's why they never really get to know the children or have a single conversation with them. In fact, while it wasn't really confirmed whether these children are really the president's, it wouldn't make sense for them not to be his, especially since no children are allowed in this place. So it is most likely their president's children. After taking out the children, the handsome foreigner takes out a banquet of flowers, making the girls question who these flowers are for. And soon enough they got their answer, as the man ignored them and went directly to Ai, who didn't realize he was there. PSST, hey Ai, guess who's here? Hearing his voice made Ai snap out of it and finally saw him, making her eyes widened and exclaimed. Hey Alex? What are you doing here? Wait, the kids are here too? Everyone could see Ai's panicked expression. It was hard not to, when it felt genuine that she's really panicking and not just an act. Haha, about that. Yes, I bought them. He smiles at her, but that answer only made her panic even more. But no, you don't have to be afraid. You don't have to hide it anymore, you will be safe, this company will not fall, and there will be no scandal. I'm here to protect you, do you understand? His voice was firm, and filled with reassurance that even the audience could trust his words. Ai hesitates, but ultimately she chooses to believe him. Alright. But if this somehow goes wrong, you will be taking responsibility. To everyone from Bikamaki, Ai acting felt different somehow. It didn't feel fake, but instead it felt genuine. The man smirked. You don't need to tell me that, in fact I'm already taking responsibility, for now take this. He gave Ai the banquet of flowers in her hands, making Ai genuinely smile for the first time in the eyes of the Bikamaki. Nino didn't understand what's happening, nor her co-idols, but she was burned by curiosity and couldn't take it anymore and directly confront the foreigner for answers, because if she doesn't receive one, she might not get any sleep for days to come. Excuse me, sir, may I ask what's your relationship with Ai? Nino asked. The man smiles, before staring at Ai, who seemed to look resigned, and smiles back. Now his attention was back to her and answered her question. My relationship with her is that she's the mother of my children. As if her brain circuited at that answer, she couldn't say anything for a while, but after digesting that piece of information, she shouted. What? Like a domino, After her shout, the rest, who also listened and finished digesting the information they heard, also shouted. Shouts were heard across the place, making it very noisy. Then Stu arrived. From his appearance, anyone could tell he went there as soon as he could. He was confused as to why his talents were screaming as if they saw something terrifying, but when he saw the twins and Alexander, piece by piece, he understood what happened. You bastard! You really went and did it. Oh, hi Stu-san, do you mind if we talk privately for a bit? I have a business proposal to make. He smiles at the end of it. Chapter 87, New Owner. It took every fiber of his being not to shout at this man, who impregnated his precious talent, which is I. This man did something that could very well ruin, not only I but also his company, but personally he cared about I more than his company. To him, I Hoshino wasn't just his precious talent but also considered her as his daughter. But honestly, he couldn't really understand the child, either way. He will keep this anger until this arrived at a private location and tell this kid that he fucked him over, by that revelation. It didn't take long for them to arrive at his office, and after sitting down, they glared at the kid. Do you just understand what you just did? The kid, Alexander, sat down calmly with a smile, like he did nothing that he ruined, potentially ruining the lives of his children and their mother. I do. The brat answered. No, clearly you don't. Stu gritted his teeth in frustration. Alexander let out a sigh, and replied. Believe me, you might think I don't, but I do. Don't judge my age for being incapable of understanding what I did. This kid. Veins appeared in his forehead, then said. If you did, then why did you do that? You understand that revealing your relationship with I and the existence of the children could very well ruin I's life. Yes, but don't misunderstand. I did it for their sake, because I don't want my children to hide their heritage. I don't want them to hide what they are for the rest of their lives. He replied. For their sake? Are you even listening to yourself? If you really cared about them, then you wouldn't do something so irresponsible like this. This will cause a scandal. I will be hated, mocked and degraded for the rest of her life, and so will the children. Stu couldn't stop himself from screaming. No, that won't happen. A trace of irritation appeared in his face. Huh? Stu was confused at his answer. That scandal will never happen. I've already made countermeasures of such. If there's ever any related to this happening, instead of hate, the public will sympathize with us. Alexander smiles as he looks at him. What do you mean? What I meant is that, with enough money you can control the media. Simple as that. Now, like I said before, are you interested in my business proposal? Alexander said. His earlier anger was forgotten, as he was still absorbing the words that this kid just said. Thinking about it, he realized this kid may not be some ordinary rich kid after all. After I explained my reason to him, he calmed down, which is good. It means I don't have to resort to hypnotizing him. Stu is a smart man. He understood the implications of what I said. No matter what form of scandal about the twins and it would immediately be disregarded. As I can control the media, simple as that. With enough money, you can solve most problems, and that's a fact. An unwritten golden rule in this modern era. I held the power that politicians would kill for, well, at least politicians that aren't part of the moonlit world. I don't think money is as effective in the moonlit world. Anyway, about the business proposal, it's about me becoming this company's sole shareholder. Basically, I bought Strawberry Production. It's mine now. However, despite all of this, Stu is still the president. I won't bother taking that tiresome position. If I were to accept it, that would be like me accepting being part of a political faction in Mage Association. Which is one of the major reasons why I choose to leave the clock tower, because politics is tiresome. Lorelai could have it, she's good at it. But despite my best, I'm still inclined to go back to the Mage Association once in a while, so I'm not completely free. But if I were to reveal my status as one of the magicians, well, perhaps that would change, but I don't plan on revealing about it for now. After all, I've learned from my days in Clock Tower that information is important. To reveal your card is simply a bad move, so I will only reveal it if it's necessary. Since even without my magic, I'm still one of the strongest magus in the Mage Association. Either way, now that I've bought this company as my own, Stu and the rest of the staff who worked here, including the idols, are working for me now. I'm in complete command of this place, at least within a reason. Now I'm the sole shareholder of this place, which means I and the rest of the idol won't be joining third-rate shows or performing in relatively unknown stages. With my support, I will be performing in big leagues, and I'm completely confident of her abilities as an idol. Honestly, the only reason why she's still not as popular as she was supposed to be is because she doesn't have a good background. No offense to Strawberry Production, but this company is small compared to those entertainment giants. If she was contracted with other big companies, at this point she would have become the most popular idol in her generation, because she had the complete package, talent, looks and charisma to draw people in her presence. But now that she got me, As her support, the only weakness she had is completely gone and nothing could stop her becoming a legendary idol. I in the practice room, where all idols, including the staff, were told to gather around in this place for an important announcement. I naturally was curious about what this announcement was going to be, although she was pretty sure whatever this announcement was going to be has to do with Alexander, as she saw him go to the president's office for a conversation. Still though, ever since Alexander revealed about her relationship with him and the twins, her fellow idols were giving her a stare, and honestly they were uncomfortable, like she was being judged. But thankfully her children were helping distracted from those intense judging gaze. Hopefully whatever Alexander was planning, it would be a success, because she can't bear her children to face the same judging eyes like her. Finally, the president arrived at the practice room, alongside with the father of her children, who saw her and waved at her with a smile. Naturally she waved back out of instinct, and that made those judging eyes of her co-idols more intense, making her feel awkward. Then President Saito? Anyway, the president spoke. "I'm sure you're all wondering why I called you here at a short notice?" Some nodded, while others remained silent as they continued to listen. "It's because I'm here to announce something important to the future of our company. This gentleman right here just bought the entire company by himself, as he is the sole shareholder of this company." That announcement not only shocked I, but also everyone who was working in this very building, as it's not every day someone buys a company like it was nothing. Now that the president was done with his speech, it was Alexander's turn to speak. "As you all heard, I'm now the owner of this very building, but I'm sure you have questions. Please feel free to ask and I'll answer it as best I can." One of the idols asked. "What's going to happen to us? Are we still going to keep our jobs?" Alexander smiled and replied. "Relax, nothing is going to happen to your job. It's going to be the same as always, but let me ask you what your minimum wage is?" "It's 200,000 yen. The idol answered. "Well, good news, you will all get an additional 1 million yen each month, including the staff, as long as you work in this company." Alex suddenly dropped a bomb that no one expected. No one said anything at first as everyone was digesting the information, but a few moments later, voices of excitement and happiness were all over the place. Naturally everyone was happy with his new change. After all, an additional 1 million per month isn't something anyone can ignore. That's basically free money. The excited voice was silenced by the same man who started it, by saying, "Alright, I'm not done with my speech yet, so let me finish." And obediently waited for him to finish his speech, as their impression of him was very good. Which I finds very impressive, because he immediately installed some sort of discipline toward them in such a short time. "Good, now as the new shareholder and the owner of this place, this company will become one of the best entertainment agency in Japan. You might think if this as a lie, but I'll show you, not with words but with action. We shall enter a new era. That's all I have to say." Alexander finished, and after that they started clapping at his speech. While it might not be the best speech, it was enough to leave an impact toward them. After I gave the speech, I thought, I should improve my oral skill more. Compared to the likes of my sister and Luvia, I find mine lacking. And suddenly I was notified that there's a new customer in the shop. Well, then let's not keep them waiting. Chapter 88, Mir ha. A girl was running in a great forest. Everything around was nothing but massive trees. The girl had a haggard appearance, as if she was running endlessly for hours now. Wounds in her body were visible, and a single arrowhead was stuck in her shoulder, unable to move due to excessive blood loss. Yet despite looking like she won't make it until the end, the will and determination to survive burned in her eyes. "Everyone, she is here." The hunters that were chasing after her saw her. Tears started to form in her eyes, but even though the situation seemed hopeless, she didn't seem to give up, as if her will to survive resonates in her very soul. In a pathetic way, she ran like there was no tomorrow. She couldn't care less about appearance now, nor bothered to begin with. She just ran and ran, until her last breath. Because this girl, more than anything else, she wanted freedom, the very thing that was robbed from her when she was young, a slave. But it was as if the world was against her. The hunters caught up with her, with a mocking laughter and sick amusement fired their bows to her direction and hit her behind the back. Ack! Mir fell into the ground helplessly. With this fatal blow, her fate was sealed, or at least what should have happened. With nothing but sheer will to leave and the hopelessness of being free with great difficulty, she stood up miraculously while trembling. Her entire body was screaming at her to just lay down and rest, but she couldn't because she can't afford to. She dragged her body in difficulty. More tears fell from her eyes, while she thought with despair and anger. Why? Why? Why is my life like this? Why does the world hate us? I just wanted to be free and live peacefully. Is that too much to ask? Those thoughts were filled with bitterness, but despite the impossibility of getting out of this alive, she continued to move, in a pitiful, yet at the same time pathetic way. The hunters saw this and they laughed in amusement, as if her suffering was some sort of entertainment to her, And worse it was, after all to them this was some sort of sport. In their eyes they weren't hunting a person, a human being like them, but an animal that needed to be hunted down. They don't see her as equal, but beneath them, although they could finish her anytime they wanted. A single arrowhead could kill her for good, but they didn't because they wanted to see her struggle and suffer for their own enjoyment. Because if she died now, they would lose their source of entertainment and they would go back to the tribe and go back to their usual daily life, which was boring. That's why they milked this as much as they could, to break the sense of normalcy in the tribe. Unaware of their thoughts, Ymir continued to run away from them, hopelessly, as she was dragging herself toward a seemingly endless forest. She reached a certain tree, unlike other massive trees around this particular one that seemed to be a dozen times bigger than the rest. As its branches reached the sky, she couldn't even reach its top, or maybe it's just her losing too much blood and can't see clearly. Ymir then saw a hole beneath the tree. Its size is bigger than an adult. Then she thought that if she was there, she might be able to hide for some time and rest, as she knew that this body of hers wouldn't last if she waited a minute later. With all of her will to live, she dragged herself toward the massive tree, hoping for a sanctuary, a place to rest even for a bit. In another timeline, Ymir would go inside the massive tree and would fall beneath it and would soon contact what was known as the source of life, or whatever that parasitic creature is. But in this timeline, there's one major factor that in this timeline and perhaps other timelines altogether, is a door that leads to what later Ymir would know as her heaven and true sanctuary. In this timeline there would be no titans, no aliens. The canon even won't happen because of a single thing that caused a butterfly effect. As she was about to step inside the tree, she saw a path that was so bright that it was more binding than the sun itself. But unlike the sun, this pathway of light is gentle and doesn't seem to harm her. With a degree of misunderstanding, Ymir thought as she saw this path. Ah, is this it? I'm seeing the afterlife, isn't it? Which means I'm dead. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. I just wanna rest. Mother. Father. I'll see you soon. With one last push, her body went toward the binding light and went inside the shop, and right there, she collapsed as the last of her strength left her body. The last thing she heard was, "What the hell?" Thud. Her body hit a solid surface and blacking out for good. As soon as I arrived at the shop, the first thing I saw was Emilia was carrying a frail body of a young girl, and it looks like she had multiple injuries in her body, including major and minor wounds. There's even 2 arrowheads stuck in her body right now. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that I could hear her haggard breathing, I thought Emilia was carrying a corpse. Either way, this girl needed to be healed as soon as possible because from the looks of it, she won't last any longer. Archer, let me take a look at the girl. I ordered him, which he complied as he understood that if he waited for a minute more, this girl he was holding would soon become a corpse. Not that it was a problem since I could easily revive her, but still I would have to use points to do that, but it's rather pointless if I know I could heal her in a perfect condition before she's going to die. I took a closer look at the girl and noticed that she looks really familiar, but I will think about that later after I heal her. With my first magic I denied reality, and the girl's earlier injuries were nowhere to be seen, as if her condition before was just a mere illusion. Now that she's healed. I noticed one thing. I couldn't help but pinch my nose as I smelled something terrible. Ugh. This girl smells like pig shit. What did she do before coming here anyway? Oh well, put her in the bed, Archer, and also after she wakes up take her to a bath because she really smells bad. Emilia looks at me with a wary look. Why don't you use your fancy magic to cancel the smell? I stared at him with a deadpan look. Are you seriously asking me to use magic first to solve a problem that could be solved with water and soap? Emilia paused for a moment, before sighing. I see your point. Alright, chop chop. I said, and he left to find the bed, and left me here by myself and thought. Seriously? That girl is very familiar. Where did I see her? After a minute of thinking, I still haven't gotten a single clue. After all, you forget that fiction and reality tend to be different. If I saw her in some sort of anime or manga, there's a very little possibility that I recognize her because her face drawing in anime is vastly different in real life, where things have more details and life to their appearance. Unless she says her name, then I would most likely recognize her. But still though, when did my shop become some sort of medical center? Injured people seem to stumble as often as I could remember. There's Summer Rose, then Celestine, and that girl just now, and I have a feeling that she wouldn't be the last. Either way, I won't discriminate. After all, who am I to judge? While this place might now be a medical center, it is natural for me to help the injured, whether I have ulterior motives or not. While I am not a good person, helping someone in need doesn't necessarily mean you need to be a good person, because I'm the type of guy that will help someone if I have the means to help them. Anyway, based on her appearance it doesn't seem like I could get a lot from her, but it doesn't matter. It's not like I need more credits after I obtained hundreds of millions yesterday. It seems like it's a false alarm, and I noticed that someone entered the door and it was someone he was familiar with. Summer. On the other side of the shop, Ymir slowly opened her eyes, seemingly confused as to where she is right now. Then she heard someone's voice beside her. "So you're finally awake." Chapter 89, A Stranger's Kindness. So you're finally awake. A man with a white hair, along with clothes that she had never seen before, spoke. Ymir didn't know what to say at first, and then she recalled what happened before she collapsed and gained some sort of realization. She looked at the man, and his strange appearance strangely fit toward the image of a creature of divinity. "Are you perhaps here to guide me into heaven, Mr. Angel?" Ymir said hopefully to the man, who she thought of as an angel from legends. The angel man froze for a few seconds before realizing what she just said. The man with silver hair snorted, then chuckled to a full-blown laughter. "Pff, ha 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 ha." The man laughed, like there was tomorrow, while Ymir flinched at the man's unexpected response, confused as to why he suddenly started laughing at her question. Was she wrong about it? Looking around, the place here was nothing short of clean, perhaps cleaner than any house she had been to, so what was so funny about her question? Only after a full minute, the man stopped but still had a smile on his face. That was a good one. Really, I haven't laughed this much for centuries. If Rin were to hear this, there's no doubt she'd laugh to her death. Seriously, me and Angel? The man laughed at his own words, like he just said some sort of inside joke that only him alone could understand. What are you then? Ymir suddenly became nervous. Perhaps this man wasn't what she thought he was. Maybe he's actually the devil himself. If he were to hear her thoughts right now, he would agree at that part, as from his previous occupation, as counter-guardian, he had been called devil, demon, or even Satan by people, so there's actually little he could disagree with that part. And if the owner of this shop were to hear her prior words before, there wasn't a single doubt that he would laugh to the point he'll collapse in the ground and tease Emilia later for good measure. The man turned to her and replied, "I'm just an employee working in this place. For your information, this place isn't afterlife, nor it is heaven, but you can consider this as a sanctuary for you, considering the state you had before arriving here. Let me guess, you were hunted, correct?" Ymir flinched at the accuracy of his words, and to confirm it, her reaction was enough. "I see. So what did you do to warrant such a thing?" he asked her. She looked into his eyes, and it reminded her of those cold-blooded warriors of the tribe, making her shiver thinking that she's back at that terrible place, and because of that her slave-like mindset activated. And she answered without hesitation and stoic that it's creepy considering her earlier circumstances. "Because I freed the pig. Please forgive me, I won't do it again. Please let me live." Hearing her answer, the man frowned at her, and she misunderstood that gesture and thought that he was displeased. Making her shake in fear, and keeping her head down, like a life she always has had. However, the man did something unexpected. She felt his big warm hands pat her head. Surprised by this action, she stared at the man's face. Although there was that coldness in his eyes, she could see the warmth and gentleness in them. "You don't have an easy life, don't you, kid? It's okay now, you're safe here, no one will ever harm you here, so you don't have to bottle it up, cry if you want to." The man spoke with kindness that she never experienced for a very long time. And the dam broke and she started crying without restraint. Her anger, sadness, despair, grief and other emotions were released at this very moment. She cried and cried, until she could no longer do it. Embarrassed by her earlier outburst, she shyly peeks at the person who treated her like a human being for years. "So what is your name, mister?" The man paused for a bit, before answering. "Emilia, call me that." Hearing his name, she vowed to engrave his name into her mind, then she realized something she didn't before. Ymir noticed that her injuries were nowhere to be seen, the exhaustion and pain that she felt before was no more. "How?" The man, who she just learned the name of, Emilia, replied, knowing exactly what happened to her. "My boss healed your wounds, if that's what you're curious about." He healed my wounds? But how? It's like I never had them." Her surprise was expected. After all, no one can heal this fast, not to mention she knew better than anyone how severe those wounds are. She was that close to dying. Emilia replied bluntly. "Magic. Magic. But I thought it was just a myth." Ymir muttered in disbelief. "It is very real. Maybe in your world it's not, but it's real in this place," he said. "My world? What do you mean, Mr. Emilia?" Emilia shook his head. "Too many questions, save that for later. Right now you need to take a shower." He looked at her and continued. "Preferably a long one." Ymir wasn't really sure why. After all, for a slave like her, bathing and hygiene is simply foreign. It wasn't like she's ignorant of baths, however they rarely clean themselves due to the fact that their masters don't give them water to clean themselves. "Now follow me, so that you can take a bath. You also need some new clothes." Emilia spoke. How strange, despite being a complete stranger, she felt like she could trust this man. Although he looked like a cold-blooded warrior, he's surprisingly gentle. Not only did he treat her like a normal person, but also he has that certain charisma that got her thinking that she'll be okay as long as she is with her. Then a memory of a long past, she thought she'd buried and thought. With him, it's like I'm in the presence of my parents. Summer. I looked at the person who was in the door, silver eyes, black and with red stripes of hair, but the difference is that she looks so a bit younger, not to mention that familiar red scythe. Wait, this wasn't Summer, but instead it's her daughter Ruby. What happened to her? She looked really exhausted, not to mention those wounds. Like seriously, this place might very well become a medical center at this point. Then I noticed that it wasn't just her who entered the shop, there's also a few other people that were familiar to him. Yang Xiaolong, Blake Belladonna, Vice C, John Ark, Nora Valkyrie, Lyren, and someone who I don't recognize but for some reason, looks familiar. Also, where's Pyrrha? Don't tell me she died in this timeline? Is this the place Mom told us about? Ruby said out loud as she looked around. It must be. Since we used Mom's card. Yang replied to her half-sister. Guys, look, there's someone in front of us. Nora pointed at my direction. So, they didn't notice me at first? Now, that was quite rude, but either way I should welcome them. I bowed in a perfect angle and said. I welcome you, to my humble shop. What can I do for you, ladies and gentlemen? This must be the mysterious man Mom told us about. Ruby said. While I frowned and thought. They know me, which means this timeline is the same one with Summer, but if I recall, Ruby should still be a kid. Suddenly my thoughts were cut off by a silver-haired woman, who eerily looks like a teenage version of Salem. I'm not sure if you remember me, Sir Alex, but I'm Morgan Ashari, daughter to Salem and Ozma. She bowed at me, with elegance, fitting for those of royalty, and hearing that from her, it clicked and realized why this girl looks so familiar. She was one of Ozma's daughters that he revived. It is no wonder. But how is she a teenager now? She was just a kid a few days ago. Oh, yeah, right, different time span, but seriously, a decade or more in just a few days? I might as well be immortal in their perspective. Yes, to remember you as a kid, but time does fly. I smiled, still unused to the fact that the brat from a few days ago is now a beautiful lady. Indeed, sir, it's been more than a decade since I've last visited this place and it didn't change. The same for you, sir. Morgan replied. Yeah, that's because it's only a few days for me. Then, I looked at them and said, so, from your appearance alone, I can guess that your world is in deep trouble, yes? Morgan and the rest eyes darkened and replied grimly. Yes, that is correct. Would you like to hear our story, sir? I nodded, curious to what happened to their world now, and then Morgan started the tale. It all started when the brother gods came back. Yep, I can tell that their world is in deep shit by that sentence alone. Regardless, he continued to listen. Chapter 90, Relics. I eagerly waited for more about this tale Morgan is going to tell. Well, before I tell you the rest of the story, I might add some context before talking about the brother god's arrival. I thought you might be interested in what happened in our world after we left here. Morgan said. She wasn't wrong. I was curious about what happened after they left the shop, since apparently to them it was already a decade, so I nodded for her to continue. After we left your shop, Mom and Father immediately fought over who should custody my siblings and I, which honestly almost turned into a full-blown fight, but thankfully Aunt Summer managed to find a solution that made both parties satisfied, or at least tolerate. It was pretty simple. It's for us to live both in our parents' respective homes, like for example we stay at our mom's house Monday to Wednesday and Dad's house Thursday to Saturday. As for Sunday, is family time, to which we all live in a single building together, which was really a challenge at the beginning as both of our parents still is uncomfortable with each other. Yeah, I can totally see that. After all, you can't just forget 1,000 years of conflict with each other in such a short amount of time. In fact, it's quite unbelievable if they made up like it was nothing. The heartache, the betrayal, the pain, and many years of solitude, you can't just fix it magically. At the first time, they really couldn't stand each other's presence and would often have a verbal insulting contest with each other, but aside from that they didn't get into any physical fights as they were very afraid of repeating the past. Morgan had a certain look on her face and I understood immediately what she was trying to say. They're afraid of repeating the mistake that they regretted for the rest of their lives. If it wasn't for the shop's existence, it would probably be there for the rest of their immortal existence. But since my shop gave them a second chance to repent and fix their regrets, they have to be careful not to repeat it again. After all, they learned from their mistakes, and the first time they did is when they lost their daughters. And the worst thing is that they killed them by their own actions, therefore should not be repeated. Anyway, years have gone by, many things changed in Remnant. For example, Grimm are almost gone due to the fact that my mom stopped being a queen of Grimm and her plan to cause a mass extinction. She no longer controls the Grimm and doesn't actively produce more Grimm in the Grimm pool, and also the fact that my dad's magic is at full power, There is hardly any Grimm that he couldn't kill with ease, except for few ones that was thousands of years old. Anyway, because of that the remnant entered a golden era, where people don't need to fear the Grimm and those nightmarish creatures reduced as some wild animals in the eyes of the people. Morgan recalled with a smile on her face. That sounds good. If I didn't know about what was bound to happen, I might have given them my congratulations. Either way, I continued to listen. Although the threat of Grimm was greatly lessened, the huntsman academies were still needed, although huntsmen are considered a special force of military rather than for the sake of killing Grimm like it was previously. Anyway, unlike my sister who had no interest in becoming a huntsman, I wasn't the same as them, as being the presence of huntsmen made me want to become like them as well. That's why I told my parents about it, and naturally my mom was completely against it, while my father was in complete support of my decision. Okay, that's cool, but what does it have to do with your world problems? Despite thinking that, I didn't say it out loud because I don't want to be rude or something, although this information is quite irrelevant. It doesn't mean it's not interesting, so I continued to listen. In the end they reached an agreement, that I would be heavily monitored. While I disagree with the arrangement, at least I was allowed to attend. From then I joined my father's academy, because it's the only school that mom could monitor me as much as she wanted. I love mom, but I really dislike her protectiveness sometimes. Morgan looked annoyed, and her friends in the background let out a chuckle or a giggle, despite their dire predicament. To which she glared at them to shut up, which was mostly effective, with the exception of Yang Xiaolong and Nora Valkyrie, who was still grinning at her direction. Not a surprise there, since knowing those two personalities. Anyway, in that academy is where I met my teammates and partner in the most unconventional way. Morgan smiles at Nora, Ren, and lastly winked at John, which the latter blushed a bit. I blinked at this action, while others might now notice what's the big deal with it. I was different after all. There's no way this girl would wink at somebody without a meaning. Something is going on between these two, I can tell, for I will see where this goes. Seriously, throwing us in a forest infested with Grimm. Way to go, Dad, for that terrible idea. Now to mention the landing strategies. Morgan couldn't help but sigh as she recalled that particular day. Indeed, it was a terrible idea. Who knows what would happen to a student without aura? They'd go splat into the ground like minced meat. Looking at John, seeing that he's still alive, maybe he got his aura unlocked before the test happened, maybe his family did teach him combat and wasn't the same with the cannon, considering I interfered with it by healing Summer, who was bound to die. The rest of the first semester was fine, everything was normal, until the Vital Festival. Morgan's eyes darkened, alongside her teammates and friends. Okay, after that unnecessary information, finally the real part is about to begin. Without a warning, the Brother Gods arrived on the day the Vital Festival happened, announcing that the Judgment Day had arrived and started a massacre. That day thousands of people died. Morgan trembled remembering that day. Hearing that I grew thoughtful. So the Brother Gods aren't as powerful as I thought. If they were omnipotent they would have killed anyone in a single moment, but clearly they lack the means to do so. My friends and I were all in that day, and the only reason we survived because Dad managed to protect us, and also questioned the Brother Gods why would they do such a thing, which they replied that they warned my dad before that this day will come, and said to let them do their job, which naturally Dad didn't agree and fought with all his might. That fight wiped out Vale at the face of Remnant. Despite Dad's incredible power he had no chance of winning against the Brother Gods, but before they could kill him, Mom arrived saving him from the face of death. Morgan said with a bitter smile. Oh? Salem saving Ozma? That's unexpected. Did the two of them make up after years of living together? I'm missing a lot of context, but I'm betting that Salem at least tolerates his existence and doesn't want him dead for the sake of their children. But that's just my guess, I won't know unless I see it for myself. Despite that, there's no happy ending. My world is in a state of apocalypse. Every single second people are being killed by the Brother Gods. At this point only 10% of the world population is left. Morgan couldn't stop herself from crying. Aunt Summer, Uncle Crow, Uncle Hazel died while trying to gather more survivors in my mom's pocket dimension, which is the only location in the world that was safe from the brothers. There's currently thousands of people gathered across the world, and possibly the only people that are alive. Upon mentioning the deaths of Summer and Crow, the two sisters cry at the reminder that their mother and uncle are dead. It wasn't just them who cried, Vice and Blake also did. Which made him guess that their parents or family died. My condolences. I bowed a bit to them. Thank you. That was their answer, at least most of them. While I may not know the full picture, I'm guessing you're here to buy a weapon to kill a god, correct? Based on Morgan's explanation, it wasn't hard to guess what they wanted. Morgan nodded with a dead serious look. Yes, that's right. You do understand that to obtain something like that from my shop, you need credits, right? I said, as much as I sympathize with their predicament, there's no way I'd give them an item with the caliber for free. Yes, that's why we bought these. Morgan took something out from the backpack she was carrying, and when I saw the items that were laid in front of me, I couldn't help but recognize them. But before I could answer, Morgan beat me to it. "These 4 items are the relics of our world and I would like to convert them," Morgan said without hesitation. Chapter 91, Heavy burden. Looking at the relics in her hands, I couldn't help but say, "These relics. Do they still function normally?" Morgan looked surprised. "How did you know?" "Oh, right, stupid question. I feel dumb asking that question." She couldn't help but scratch her cheeks awkwardly. "You're omniscient, of course you know its function. Forgive me for my mistake. I'm still too inexperienced compared to Mom." I blinked at her words, and thought, did they think I'm omniscient? If so, they're wrong, but there's no way I'd admit that I'm not. After all, I could use this to my advantage. With a smile, I replied, "It's not a problem, you're still young after all." "Of course." Morgan bowed respectfully and then answered my question, thinking that I'm just humoring her. "I'm sure you're already aware of this, but no thanks to the brother gods, their primary functions was restricted, so its abilities is locked and no way to use it, unless the brothers allowed it to. Right now these relics are nothing more than a glorified magic items. Despite its massive magic it contained, there's no point of it if we can't use it. That's why we are hoping to convert it and exchange it for a better item that could help but win this war, although it's one-sided," Morgan said with a bitter smile. "I understand." I nodded and took the relics using magic, and converted it into points. Bronze card, multiversal credits, 150,000 purchased history, non-conversion history, relic of choice, locked, relic of creation, locked, relic of destruction, locked, and relic of knowledge, locked. Card access, door to the Multiversal shop, once a week. Honestly, I was expecting more credits, but then again they are in their locked state. I wonder how much they cost at their unlocked state. Either way, that's a question for another time, but now let's show them the catalog. Here's the list of things that you could buy with your available credits. List of overpowered weapons that have a chance of killing gods appeared. Although they are powerful, they're not truly powerful enough to completely overwhelm the brother gods like they're toddlers, but a chance is a chance regardless. Then I remembered something and asked Morgan curiously, "Girl, what happened to the harp your father bought?" Morgan naturally understood what harp is, but her friends didn't and looked confused. Just from their reaction I can guess that Ozma must have hidden it as a secret. Honestly, I'm not surprised considering that bastard personality. Even though he doesn't have his immortality anymore, the person he had become after hundreds of reincarnation was still there. His nature isn't easily changed, especially when he's used to it for thousands of years. To say that he's paranoid is an understatement. That man is broken, no doubt about it. It's quite ironic that hero types, similar to Emilia, would be broken when they are faced with an impossible task. Heroes are hypocrites, there's no denying it. "It was broken after Dad fought the brother gods," Morgan answered. "Well, I can't say that surprised me. After all, the brother gods are divine. They are at least capable of breaking an anti-immortal weapon." "I see. Anyway, feel free to take your time picking a weapon." And after that left them, giving them space. Morgan, she was doing her best to find the perfect weapon to counter the brother gods, and so far there's only a few that are quite good, but not perfect. With their credits, they could only buy a limited amount of immortal killing weapons. While some are good deals, she can't carelessly buy them without careful consideration. Because, what if there's a better one and might miss it? She would never forgive herself if that were to happen. After all, her world was counting on her. If the weapon she chooses is unsatisfactory, then they might as well give up and die. As there's no second time, because the 4 relics are the most valuable items that they have and now it's been converted, they won't be able to get the same amount of credits again. After the brother god's arrival, dust became useless, or it disappeared, and even the maiden magic was completely gone. The only reason why she, and the rest of her family can do magic is because their magic isn't connected to the brother gods. Morgan can't fail her, she refused to. Her world survival is completely up to her. This kind of burden fell into her. Honestly, she wondered why she was chosen to be the one to go here, when her parents was a better candidate, as they would probably be able to form some sort of solution for our people. But they can't because Dad is still unconscious after his battle with the brother gods, and Mom, if she left, her pocket dimension would disappear along with her, making the last of humanity to get exterminated by the gods. While her sisters could be a better alternative, however, her mom refused, saying that they don't have what it takes, as she claimed that she was the most intelligent and mature compared to her sisters. And to be honest, she couldn't really disagree, as her sisters are rather single-minded. They're intelligent, yes, but they aren't wise or educated enough to understand the significance of this job. That's how this burden fell into her. With a sigh, she thought, "What should I do? Am I really the best person for this job, Mom? Why did you choose me and not others who are more capable of making a solid decision than me?" Fully immersed by her thoughts, she didn't realize that someone was calling for her. until they touched her shoulder, almost making her jump in surprise, but thankfully she managed to control herself. Then she stared at the person who touched her and saw that it was John, who was looking at her with concern. "Are you alright?" Seeing that it was him, her eyes softened and answered. "To be honest with you, no, I'm not." John stared at her for a bit, before sitting right beside her and replied, "If you want to talk about it, I am here to listen." Morgan smiled at his words, and suddenly took his hand and held it tightly. Not many know about it. When she meant not many, only the two of them are aware that they're dating. Not their friends or parents knew about their relationship. They keep it a secret, not because they're ashamed, but for the safety of her partner. What if her parents get a hold of this? God, she doesn't know what kind of torture will her boyfriend experience from her parents, because it's a known fact that her parents are very protective of her and her sisters. Despite her obvious show of affection right now toward her lover, she couldn't care less as she needed it, despite knowing that her friends are watching. She doesn't care as the world is at the brink of destruction. If this ever fails, she might as well spend her time with her happily and satisfied without regrets. "I'm scared, John," Morgan admitted as her hands were trembling in nervousness. "We all are, Morgan," John replied while looking her in the eyes. His blue eyes captivated her, like it always has. She couldn't help but recall the time she first met him. It was the day of initiation for the qualifications, whether they're going to be accepted in the school or not. The first time they met, he didn't know who she was, considering her mom is a queen that owned a kingdom, a new rising nation that, unlike other kingdoms, where democracy reigns supreme, while her mom kingdom is completely monarchy, where she's the sole ruler of the kingdom. Basically she's a real-life princess and she was famous internationally, yet this boy didn't know her? That was the start of her curiosity over this dork, then that curiosity turned into interest after they became partners. Morgan smiles at the memories, but it was the time to recall the past, as they are running out of time. Then she looked at her lover and said, "Help me." John smiled and answered, "You don't need to ask." And both started looking for a perfect weapon against the brother gods. Chapter 92, Suggestion. As I left them alone for them to think what they're going to buy, I went to check if that girl I healed woke up, and when I was about to arrive at the bedroom available for guests, I saw the girl who was indistinguishable compared to her earlier appearance, with her new clothes and fresh look. It's like she became a completely different person. If it wasn't for that headband and that blood hair, I wouldn't be able to recognize her at all. It seems that she's now awake and has taken a bath. There's no unpleasant smell coming from her anymore, as she smells like flowers. "Well, I guess she's awake," I said as I stared at her, devoid of wounds and dirt. Her true beauty was discovered. This girl could easily become a supermodel in his world if she were older, but she's just barely a teenager. If you were to guess, she's 12 or maybe 13. Also, she's really skinny. It was obvious that she's malnourished, and I bet if she took off her clothes, she would be nothing more than skin and bones. This kid probably doesn't have anything valuable. It was a shame, but regardless, this must be some kind of fate for her to stumble in this place. "So, what's your name, girl?" I asked her, and like a cub of some animal, she hid behind Amia's leg, looking at me, like I'm sort of a child predator. I looked at Amia with uncertainty. "I'm not that scary, right?" The bastard snorted and replied, "No. She's just afraid of strangers, considering what her experience before she arrived here." "Well, that's definitely logical," and I replied. "Not surprising. Either way, my name is Alexander. I'm the owner of this establishment and the person who healed you. So what's your name, girl? And how old are you?" Well, the last question wasn't really necessary, however, I'm quite curious about what her true age is. Hearing that I'm the one who healed her, she realized that I'm someone that she could trust and was no longer hiding behind Archer's leg. Still though, it's quite funny looking at Archer, who was basically like a giant to her. It's like he's her father or something. "I'm Mir.M, my lord, and my age is 16. The girl, who is now named Mir, replied. "Mir? Holy shit, no wonder she looked familiar. Also, she's 16. How? With her body mass, she looks like 10 years old. Did she miss her growth spurt? Or maybe she's like that because of lack of nourishment?" I was shocked by her identity while also being surprised by the fact that she is 16 despite looking like a kid. Based on her injuries before, I don't think she gained the power of Titan, which was honestly quite a shame that she didn't have it, because I'm pretty sure I can convince her to convert it into points, since I'm doing her a favor anyway. There's nothing good comes with her having that power. Her slave mentality isn't suitable for it. Like the original, despite her being more powerful than that bastard Fritz, she surrendered thinking that following that bastard of a human being is the right thing to do. However, I can't really blame it all on her. After all, if following orders is what she knew all her life, she would eventually think that it is right to follow the command of anyone. It is her what she had become after not having any freedom for years, not thinking that there's more to life than following orders. Also, what's with the my lord title? While I'm completely fine with anyone from Mage Association calling me with this title, however it's wrong for Ymir to call me that, like she's comparing me to that bastard Fritz. I know that it's not her intention, but knowing her future makes it feel wrong for her to call me like that, thus I decided. Cut that my lord stuff, just call me Alex or sir, but I prefer the former. Ymir wasn't sure what to do, as this was the first time someone rejected her to call them my lord, as it usually pleased her masters, but this person looks uncomfortable being called that way. She wasn't sure if she should apologize for making me uncomfortable or following my order. In the end, Ymir couldn't decide for herself, as her slave mentality is still strong, and could only look at Emilia for response. Knowing exactly what she was implying, or at least what he read based on her expression, he said. Just do as he said, call him Alex. Ymir nodded and then looked at me with a determination, although just a tiny bit of it. Alex. I shrugged. While it wasn't perfect, at least it's a start, then stared at Emilia with a smirk. Also, call me boss. Emilia rolled his eyes at my words, but regardless didn't fight it and answered. Alright, boss, what do you want me to do now? His voice was sarcastic while he mentioned the word boss. I wasn't really expecting much to begin with. I'll take whatever I can get. His manners don't really matter as long as he shows results. In the end, what matters is that he's doing his job. Since wasn't the kind of boss who scolds someone for no reason. I'm better than that. At least I'm trying to be fair. Then I ordered Emilia. Make her something to eat, make sure it's healthy. I mean, look at her, she's 16 and still looks like a kid. That can't be normal. Emilia looked at Ymir for a bit and nodded. I was about to do that anyway. Ymir didn't understand what they were talking about. Aside from the eating part, she hoped that whatever she ate could fill her stomach. And little did she know, it was more than just a fill with Emilia. Follow me, I'll guide you to the dining room. Emilia said to Ymir as he urged her to follow. Ymir didn't say anything and just followed him, but before they could leave, I was reminded. Also make food for 8 more people. Emilia looked at him confused. Why? There are currently a total of 8 customers, and I don't think they have eaten yet, so would you? I replied while I crossed both of my arms. Understanding my request, he nodded and said. It will be done in a half hour. Morgan, it's been more than a half hour since she's been looking for a perfect weapon to slay the gods for good, but every time she decides on something, she felt like if she bought this particular weapon, it won't be enough. Her instinct was screaming at her that it won't enough to slay them despite its ridiculous power and abilities. She felt like they needed a more powerful weapon, something that cost more than 150k. Morgan, usually her instinct that she calls it, is more like some kind of foresight rather than just a feeling. After all, it saved her multiple times already by following this instinct that she has. Mom told her that such ability is unique and extremely valuable for the likes of them, who are people in power, like it could save them from an assassin or making a bad decision. That's why, despite being the 3rd youngest, she's favored to become the crowned princess. With a sigh, she wasn't sure what to do now because she felt in her gut that everything in this section wasn't enough. Suddenly she broke out of her thoughts as she smelled something amazing behind her. It wasn't just her who noticed this but also her friends. Morgan noticed that it was the store owner who brought this appetizing smell. Unconsciously her lips began to drool. If her mom sees the state she was in, there's no doubt she would scold her for such an unsightly manner, but right now she couldn't care less as she continued to stare at the meal in front of her. The owner placed the set of meals in front of the table and said, I'm sure you're all hungry, why don't you take a bite? It's in the house, I feel bad if I don't at least feed you. With his words, the last straw was drawn and the last of their resistance was taken from them, and without a shame they went to eat whatever dish was laid onto the table. And as soon as the food touched their tongue, they all had foodgasm in their own personal way. Only after they satisfied their own hunger, they realized how embarrassing they acted. Morgan's face resembles a tomato after she regained her sanity and thought. Oh my gosh, I can't believe they acted like that indeed if Mom found out. The owner thankfully didn't take any offense to their unsightly behavior and just laughed a bit. I'm glad you all enjoyed the meal, I'll let Emilia know about it, he'll be happy to hear it. Thank for the meal, sir. We didn't realize we were that hungry. Morgan said with a flustered look. Well, now you do. The owner smiles and then looks at her and asks. So, I'm guessing you haven't decided to buy? Morgan paused and lowered her head. Why yeah, I don't mean to offend but I felt like the weapon from 150k isn't enough. Owner didn't feel offended, which was a relief. Instead he replied. I guess I can't understand, you're trying to slay a god, a weapon of that caliber isn't enough. It was nice to know that the owner agreed with her. Then suddenly he suggested an unexpected offer. Say, if you want you can hire me to deal with those gods, for all of the credits you have. Morgan was speechless. What? However, the owner only smiles. So, do you want to hire me? Chapter 93, The Wish. Honestly, suggesting this was made out of a whim, I wasn't really doing this out of kindness, but instead out of curiosity. I want to know how powerful gods are in general, and I'd like to see if I can kill one. But of course, it wouldn't be just me. I would need support if I failed to defeat one, which was quite unlikely considering the range of my abilities, but there's always an if. Even if I die, I can simply return again. Now I'm waiting for them to accept, which later Morgan without hesitation accepted my offer. Yes. Please. I will hire you, sir. With a massive smile and tears on her face, she agreed with my term. There's definitely a misunderstanding here, I'm sure of it, but I didn't correct it, because it's good for my image. Thank you. Morgan repeatedly thanked me, which made me feel quite awkward at her sincere thanks. I'm doing this for my own selfishness, nothing more. Anyway, let's do a contract, a magical one. I said, which she accepted without hesitation. After all, in her perspective I'm their only hope, although it can't be said for some of them, as they're skeptical of me, which was understandable since I haven't really shown them the extent of my abilities. It is a smart thing to do, honestly believing without a proof is foolishness. I respect their caution and suspicion. I took a contract that would bind us. If either of us tries to disobey what was demanded from the contract, there would be a penalty. Although I don't know what kind of penalty this is, but there's no way I'd like to find out. It's better not to experience it. Not like I have plans to flunk this contract anyway. This contract is so powerful that there's no way to sever it. Even Medea's rule breaker is useless against this contract, as it's not made out of concept, magic, or any kind of energy. But simply, unknown. Other than God, no one knows how to break this contract. That's why the penalty must be terrible, and I don't want to find out. Before she signed the contract, I stopped her and said, "Hey, don't be hasty, read it first. What if it's a trick contract and you just binded yourself for no reason? I may not be a good person, but I know how to play fair, but of course that bet is off when someone pisses me off. Honestly, I don't know how many magus have been tricked because they didn't read the contract first. Fools a lot of them are. Haven't they learned that the moonlit world is filled with snakes and backstabbers?" Hearing my advice, Morgan blinked and then blushed at her blunder. Oh. Right, sorry, I was too excited. If Mom finds out about this. She muttered the last part for herself, but regardless I heard, and I could imagine what Salem would do if she found her daughter signing a contract without reading them. Maybe she will ground her. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Morgan is lucky that they aren't Asian, or else they'd face the mighty slippers. Which power level scaled to high Multiversal? Anyway, as a princess and a royalty, it's reckless behavior for her to sign readily without reading it first. Hopefully she'll learn from this, or else she'll face some consequences in the future. Morgan then read the contract to her embarrassment. Then after checking a few times, she was satisfied with the conditions that were laid in, no traps or tricks involved. I've read it and the condition is good, now I will sign it. Suddenly a pen appeared in her hand, which surprised her a bit, but she has experienced more weird things with magic, so she wasn't that surprised. After signing it, I looked at it and was satisfied. Alright, before I follow you I'll call my support first. It's time to cash out my wish, time to call her. In the land of Rock, in the grand castle of the king, inside the throne room, Gilgamesh was sitting in a cross-legged position while reading a list of contracts that she needed to sign. Her life after she got out of the shop was painfully mundane. While she got her immortality, her life as the king of Rock is back. Originally she was to set a journey to obtain immortality, but now she actually acquired it. There's no point going to find it. Normally she won't bother doing tasks as boring as this, but her friend's death changed her and wanted to strive to be better, an ideal king, not a tyrant that they saw her as. But changing is hard. She can't just change 24 out of 7, but she will try for the sake of her people and friends' sacrifice. Then her thoughts wandered. It's been several days since she left the shop and she is still waiting for that wish she granted that magician. Gilgamesh was a bit annoyed by the fact that he made her wait this long and thought, daring to make this king wait. You're the first to live this long. She smirked at the thought of that. While she may not admit this to anyone, right now she's in the mood for sex. It's been years since she was last late and she wouldn't let herself be degraded, like doing a self-pleasure. The thought of doing such a degrading act is pathetic. Whoever participated in such an act has no dignity and pride in themselves. How foolish. With a long sigh, she willed herself to continue reading these lists of contracts despite knowing 80% are worthless. That's just the life of a monarch. As she was about to continue, suddenly something inside her breast vibrated. Gilgamesh took it out and it was her shop card. As soon as her finger made direct contact with the card, it suddenly floated in front of her, and she heard a familiar voice on that card. "Your Majesty, I hope I'm not bothering you." Gilgamesh realized that it was the magician, then with a smile. "Maybe, but it isn't too important, so what do you want?" She didn't bother asking how he was able to communicate with her, and bluntly straight to the point, although she has a guess why he called. "I won't beat around the bush, I know what I want for that wish." Gilgamesh smiles, and she was very eager to know what he wanted to wish for. She hopes that it's nothing boring because honestly she has enough. She wants a bit of excitement. Say, if I wish for you to slay gods, would you grant it? And just like, all of her previous expectations were nothing compared to what actually was his request, to kill a god? Now, that's something she could get behind. With a bloodthirsty grin, she didn't say yes, or anything similar, but instead she said, "Where? Maybe today was a good day after all, a chance to kill a god is a good day for her." Thankfully, she accepted, which I'm quite happy for. Then I looked at Morgan and said, "My support is going to arrive any moment now." And as soon as I said those words, the door of the shop opened, revealing a golden-haired woman, with a quite bloodthirsty smile, wearing her iconic golden armor. Although it was designed for females, but there's quite a few similarities between her male counterpart armor. Morgan and the rest of her friends were at awe at the beauty that Gilgamesh showed. She was beautiful beyond mortal. Yang in particular didn't really find herself lacking in the looks department, as she got a great confidence with her appearance, but when she saw Gilgamesh, she felt very plain compared to her, like she was a mere peasant in front of the real beauty. Her confidence took a massive blow at this moment, as she got to see a different level of beauty. In fact, it wasn't just her who felt that way, the rest of her female friends also felt lacking compared to her. Their confidence as women took a massive blow. Especially to Vice, who believes she was the closest to perfection, and now she saw perfection. She can't believe how arrogant her previous thoughts were. In fact, she felt like burying herself in the ground right now. Either way, the girls felt like some village girl compared to Gilgamesh, who was royalty. But she paid them no heed and only looked at me, and said, "Where are the gods?" She's quite eager, ain't she? Well, there's no reason to make her wait. Follow me, your majesty, and also the rest of you. Then after that they went to the door and arrived at the almost ruined world of Remnant. Chapter 94, A Meeting of Two Rulers. It's been a week since she tasked her daughter with a very important quest, and she was hoping that they are going to be successful in buying a weapon that could end this war between mortals and gods. In a total of a month and a half, since the brothers' arrival, her appearance changed so much in such a short span of time. Her once glorious face was a mess, due to the stress that she accumulated these past month. She barely has any rest, since that day, as she was busy bringing any survivor outside her pocket dimension. Which was quite ironic, really, that she couldn't help but chuckle at this situation she found herself in. After all, just a decade ago, she was hell-bent on killing off humanity, and now, look at her, she is its last pillar. Humanity's last stand, from the Queen of Grimm, to the savior of humanity. Life is truly unpredictable. Who would have thought she'd become this? Right now, her pocket dimension was the last sanctuary for all humanity of Remnant, because outside was in a state of apocalypse, in which anyone was guaranteed to die, since at this point, she thinks that the outside world is devoid of people and the last of humanity is in this place. People from different kingdoms, whether they're faunus or human, it doesn't matter, as everyone is here to survive. Racism is simply nowhere. Those biased views and who's a superior race is forgotten, as in the end of the day, they're the same in the face of extinction. All of them, from all ages and genders, are here to survive, for the sake of the future. Looking at the mirror, Salem couldn't help but think she might get some wrinkles if this continues, as there's already visible eye bags in her face. Right now, she is busy organizing everything from food, shelter, hygiene and health. It's her responsibility as the leader of this place. Honestly, if this was before, she couldn't care less about their situation, but it's different now, as she regained a part of her humanity. She couldn't leave these people, as they are technically her people. Either way, she thanked her lucky stars that she bought this pocket dimension that could sustain itself. If it weren't for that, the people would probably starve because of the lack of resources. Right now, she could confidently say that buying this pocket dimension was the best decision she made in this life. Who would have thought that this pocket dimension that she originally used to hide her daughters from the rest of the world would become the last paradise of humanity? Suddenly someone arrived at her office, breaking her prior thoughts. Mom? It was her youngest child, Aurora. Her voice was filled with concern when she called her out, to which she quickly responded with an easygoing smile, to make her youngest feel at ease. Yes, dear. However, despite her best effort, Aurora didn't feel at ease at all. Instead, it made her more concerned. Are you alright? Of course, why won't I be? Salem smiles that most people would find beautiful and truly nothing behind it, but Aurora wasn't most people. She was a family, and she knows her own mother more than anyone else, with the exception of her other sister. That's a lie. I might be not as smart as Morgan, but I'm smart enough to know that you're not okay. I'm not sure if you realized it yourself, by every time you lie, you always make a direct eye contact with the person who lied to. Aurora pointed out. And just like that, her smile disappeared and was replaced with a tired and bitter one. Is that so? I didn't know that. Aurora could only sigh in relief knowing that her mom wasn't trying to hide her emotions anymore, which was better. Frankly, bottling emotions isn't a good thing. Do you mind telling me, how are you, Mom? Aurora asked. Salem let out a sigh and replied honestly. Honestly, I'm tired, so much, enough for me to forget everything and just rest until I feel like it. Oh, then why don't you rest for a while then? I'm sure everyone doesn't mind. Her sweet daughter tried to convince her from resting, cute, but naive. Hey if only it's that simple. I'm sorry but I can't heed your advice. As the leader I can't rest until all of the people are taken care with. As the owner of this pocket dimension, she is the only person who is capable of making things like food and other essentials, which was a disadvantage of its own honestly. Because she could only make a limited amount of essentials herself. Unexpected, Aurora exclaimed. Then what about you, Mom? It's always about the people. What about you? You have to take care of yourself too. Look at you. You're enough. Salem shouted, and gave her youngest a glare making her flinch and stop her outburst. It was really effective, that it immediately silenced Aurora. Salem let out a long sigh and continued. Don't make this more problematic than it already is. I understand you're worried about my health and I'm happy for that concern, but understand that this is the role of a leader. You must take a burden that many cannot. The life of a leader is that you make the people beneath you satisfied and secured. Leadership is not all about its benefits, like those greedy politicians from other kingdoms do. As a leader you must be responsible. Anyway, we don't talk about this. She looked at her youngest daughter and screamed, this is final, understand? Which she quickly understood and bowed. If that's what you will, Your Majesty, may I have the permission to leave? You may. To which she quickly left without a word, and after she did, only then Salem showed weakness. Oh, that daughter of mine. You're not the only one who noticed things about unusual behavior that you don't know yourself. Every time she's angry or irritated at me, she would use my title. While she's grateful for her daughter's concern, it wasn't the time as they were entering a very critical situation. She shouldn't rest until the brother gods are eliminated. This is why she isn't suitable for the crown. She's too naive. With a sigh, she was about to continue her job. Suddenly one of her trusted subordinates arrived in her office with a haggard appearance, as if she was chased by the devil himself. Your Majesty. The princess has arrived. Salem didn't need to know which one, she was aware of who it was, with a smile filled with determination and hope. Lead me to her. By your will. The subordinate bowed and immediately guided her. As Salem stood up from the chair, she thought. Morgan, I hope whatever you brought from that shop will turn this war around. Not wasting any seconds, she followed the subordinate. It didn't take her long enough to find her favored daughter, who would mostly succeed her in the throne, despite her rebellion of becoming a huntsman. Even now, she still despises the particular title. It's like a degraded version of what a knight is supposed to be, only skills but no honor or dignity. In her eyes, huntsmen are no different from a common mercenary. Then, she saw Morgan along with the friends that went along with her quest, although she didn't really see the point of them joining, but her child seemed to insist and she didn't really see anything wrong with them joining aside from being pointless. That's why she allowed them to join, even though it's pointless. Morgan, I see you've come back. Salem greeted her daughter. Indeed, I have, Mom. Morgan replied with a bright smile, which means she was successful in bringing something that could turn the tide of this war, and finally slay those cursed brother gods. I'm sure, whatever you brought back will greatly help with our situation. Yes, that's right. So, where is it? The item will slay those overgrown children that call themselves gods. Salem said with so much venom in her voice, she hates the brother gods so much that even mentioning them causes her blood to boil. Morgan smiles and replies. About that. Suddenly, her daughter's words were interrupted by a third party. Ha! Gods are overgrown children? That's the funniest thing I have heard in a while. I like you, what's your name? The stranger said. Then Salem looks at the unfamiliar person. As she sees her, she couldn't help but awe at this person's beauty. It's an entirely different caliber from what she's used to, but her experience as a monarch helped her snap out of it, and carefully observe the woman. And immediately figured out that this person is a royalty of some sort, as her aura literally screamed as one, and that charisma. Yes, that must be it, she's a fellow monarch. Salem could feel it in her soul. Unconsciously she straightened her posture, like her body subconsciously thought of this as some official meeting between royalty. Salem Ashari, Queen of Gremlins. The stranger grinned and replied in kind. Gilgamesh, King of Uruk and its first and only monarch. The people at the background were surprised by Gilgamesh's background. Either way, this was a meeting between two rulers that would later become best of friends. Chapter 95, A Start of Something. I looked at the meeting between two monarch, a king and a queen. Technically Gilgamesh is categorized as queen as she's a female, but there's no rule a woman can't have the title king, as it is pretty much as just a label of how the people address a royalty with the highest rank. Anyway, as interesting as their meeting is, I should let Salem know about my presence. I will not willingly let myself become a background character or worse, a third wheel. I mean, if it's absolutely, then it's fine, but at the moment it's not, so I cleared my throat when it got the attention of mostly everyone to me. It's been a while, Miss Ashari, you've certainly changed since we last met. I wasn't sure what's her relationship status with Ozma, but I'm betting she's still a divorced woman, can't see any ring in her finger, so I would call her Ms, and not Mrs. Also for her appearance, she's quite a mess, those eye bags and messy hair, like she hasn't slept for a while. Despite looking like someone who hasn't taken care of her appearance for weeks, she still looks good regardless. Perks of having a beautiful face, and if you're ugly born, then you have the same appearance. You'll look uglier. Noticing my presence and later recognizing me, filed her face with surprise. The shop owner. That's me. I gave her a slight smile. Why are you here? Okay, that's certainly a completely normal and logical question, and I answered. I was hired by your daughter to slay the brother gods. Salem blinked a couple of times, before shouting. What? Completely breaking her composure, as she heard my words, and that charisma of the royalty that she had earlier was nowhere to be seen. Gilgamesh could only raise a brow at Salem, wondering why she reacted like that. Salem realizing how undignified her appearance, she played it off like her earlier act didn't happen. Oh, that's surprising. I was speechless at this. How could she quickly change her tone and act like her earlier reaction didn't happen? Heck, she didn't even look embarrassed. Honestly, aside from being speechless, I'm very impressed by this action. How do I learn this kind of skill? Shaking my head, it's better not to think about it, based on what I've seen. I don't think she'll answer if I ask about her earlier reaction. How did my daughter hire you? I didn't think those relics were that valuable. Salem looked at me oddly as if she was trying to solve something, then suddenly Morgan whispered something in her ears and then her eyes lit up and later looked at me with gratefulness. I see. I thank you for your kindness, sir. Despite being a monarch, bowed to me. Yep, I'm pretty sure there's some sort of misunderstanding here. Look, I'm here for a selfish reason and certainly not here to become its savior. I just wanted to know how I fare against gods. But there's no way I'd say that in front of everyone, and just let them think I'm doing this for kindness, even though it makes me a bit guilty. Save it for later, after I actually slay the brother gods. I responded. Then Gilgamesh made her presence known to me. Did you forget about this, king? I saw her glaring at me, and quickly replied. Of course, not your majesty, you can take care of one of the brothers, and I'll take the other one. HMP, fine. Gilgamesh accepted that and calmed down. And the others wondered what her identity was for me, to treat her respectfully. While they know she's royalty and a king, it wasn't enough to be treated respectfully by me, or at least what they thought. I can't say they're wrong, but they aren't right either. I respect everyone the same, especially when they're customers. The reason why I respect Gilgamesh like this is because of one thing. It isn't her power, I'm confident of at least putting up a good fight with her, nor the fact that she's royalty. I mean, look at Salem, she's a queen and I don't respect her much. The reason is because she's a very valuable customer, she's friggin' rich, she made me a millionaire in a single moment and would probably repeat in the future if I keep pleasing her. She's basically my most valuable customer. As for now, there's no way I could treat her with anything but respect, because she's my money maker. I'd be damned if I lost my richest customer because I'm rude. That's bad for business. By the way, before we face the brother gods, is there anyone in here that needs healing? Salem looked surprised by that question, but regardless she nodded. Yes, in fact there's a lot of them. Well then, lead me to them and I'll heal them all. Might as well do a good deed, since I felt a bit guilty of technically deceiving them with my real intention of being hired. I should heal those who need it, since I can do something about it. And sure, after that she leads me toward the injured. Okay, I didn't expect this. I know she said a lot, but I didn't think they were thousands of them that needed healing. The reason why I refrain from asking questions of why there's a lot of people injured is because Morgan's explanation in the shop was pretty much self-explanatory. With aura gone, their fast regeneration is gone, making those people who have aura before the same as people who do not have it. Also, because dust is basically useless and there's no proper equipment for a proper medical treatment, most people could only use a basic aid. Mostly to prevent infection in their wounds, but that's it, as they are lacking a lot of things, as without proper equipment, and thus their society hits back to the era where there was no electricity. Anyway, whose idea was it to use dusk to power an entire civilization anyway? Everyone knows that dusk is a finite resource considering they came from the ground. Why haven't they invented alternative ways to use energy aside from dust? I mean, there's oil, water and even sunlight by using solar energy. Despite their advanced technology, remnants still haven't figured out a way to find another source of energy, which is very dumb in my opinion. Anyway, I'll complain more later. For now, I will heal those who are injured. Geez, if I was still a magus I would have done this manually, which would take too much time. Thankfully I'm a magician of first, a sorcerer then could deny reality and with a snap of my finger. Half of the universe population is dead. Hee just kidding, I ain't that powerful nor I'm insane like Thanos. What dumbass idea was it to wipe half the population to avoid extinction? Anyway, I healed all of the injured who were within my sight, even those who lost a limb recovered their own, and it wasn't just limited to limbs but also including all organs. Still though, I can't believe my magic works even though this is technically an entirely different universe. My magic originated from my own universe, the root of all things. Although that all things is pretty much limited to my own multiverse. The shop must be the reason why I can still use my abilities here and definitely won't question it. Either way it's a win-win situation for me. After I healed them, most people started thanking me for healing them and some kneeled and others prayed. How weird, I ignored it because mostly it doesn't do me harm, but hopefully this won't turn into something more. Because that's crazy. Shaking my head, after doing my job I left. Chapter 96, Magic Core. After healing those people outside, I went back inside the mansion. I never really questioned why there's a mansion here as it's quite obvious, as Salem the owner of this pocket dimension is like a god here, as limited her authority is, she still can do a lot here. Like making a mansion apparently, it isn't the only building here, there's also houses around, but it wasn't as big or detailed as the mansion. It only makes sense though, if I was the owner of this place why would I make time and effort to make detailed houses that aren't mine? That's pretty normal, it's selfish but so what? As the owner it's only granted that I make my own house better than the rest, I'm not like Shiru is a selfless bloody idiot. Anyway, as soon as I went inside I was greeted by Salem who bowed and then thanked me for my services. Thank you for healing the people of my domain, if there's anything you want I'd do my best to acquire it. I waved my hands at her and answered. Don't worry, it's just a minimal effort for me. Which is technically true, to be healing to those people is basically a kind of chore to me, so it wasn't that much of a big deal. As for her granting me a favor, I don't think I'll ever need it as there's hardly anything I want in this place. But if you really wanted to thank me, just keep up your job because I don't think it's easy managing thousands of people, and I respect you for that. That's why wait a little more and this will be all over. You will reclaim your world, that's a promise. Now where's Ozma? I heard from your daughter that he's injured and is in a coma. Lead me to him and I'll heal his injuries. I said to her, as she nodded and looked more grateful compared to before. Very well, I shall lead you there, sir. Will you look at that? Based on her reaction alone, she does care for her ex-husband. If she didn't she wouldn't be making that grateful look. She still does love him, after those thousands of years of conflict between two sides. I arrived at the room where Ozma was confined, and he looked like someone who got his soul sucked out of him, no pun intended. Like literally, he was supposed to be black but damn, he literally changed race with his paleness. There were multiple wounds in his body, however they weren't that life-threatening, so what seemed to be the problem? I analyzed his body using an advanced version of structural analysis, and no it's not tracing, there's no reason I'd be able to copy that spell. First I don't have the right element nor am I an incarnation, most importantly a reality marble to make it happen. So, my structural analysis may be better than the basic version, but it's so much inferior than tracing, which sees the history of a weapon or item. That shouldn't be possible without frying your brain with an ungodly amount of information. Anyway, my structural analysis is pretty much based on tracing, a degraded version but still better than the original basic of the basics structural analysis. I don't know why most magus didn't try to improve this particular spell, because to me it has limitless possibilities, at least for magus like me who doesn't have any clairvoyant-based mystic eyes. After I used this spell on Ozma, as I predicted his wounds weren't anything major at all, but the problem lies in his spirit. Wait, the bitch actually has a magic core? What a lucky son of a bitch, is what I would have reacted if it wasn't for the fact that I'm a magician of first magic and also another fact that I could acquire something better than a magic core. But seriously though, it's no wonder he's powerful with magic core, he has more mana reserve than anyone who isn't human or entirely human. No wonder he is one of the most powerful mages in Remnant history, with a magic core he's vastly superior with other mages, although I'm not sure if wizards in this world use the same magic system with my own, but I'm guessing it's similar. Anyway, his magic core is damaged, no surprise as I heard Morgan about going all out with the brother gods, he must have used an enormous amount of magic, probably too much for his magic core to break. Well, he's fighting a divine. The fact that he survived speaks of his abilities, or maybe he's just lucky. Having a damaged core isn't normal, nor the fact that he lasted this long without dying. It's a miracle really, everyone who is part of the moonlit world, that the worst injury isn't physical, but spiritual. It's time to heal this man. I don't think he would last very long if I take more time. He's very lucky that I'm here, or else no one is capable of healing his magic core. Even Tuko Ozaki can't heal this kind of thing, and mind you, she's the best puppeteer in his world and the closest magus to achieving the third magic, Heaven's Feel. Or at least an abbreviation of it. Unless the user of third magic is here, I doubt that they could heal Ozma's magic core. With the use of the first magic, healed his magic core, and as soon as I did, Ozma regained his consciousness. Welcome back to the world of living Oz. I smirked as I told him. Ozma was a bit confused for a bit, before recognizing me a second later, making his eyes widen. You. Why are you here? I rolled my eyes and replied. Now, isn't that rude? You speak as if I'm not welcome here. Hearing that, Ozma couldn't help but wince and quickly said. Sorry, I don't mean to say it like that, IPFFT, I'm just kidding, Oz. Anyway, the reason I'm here is because I was hired by your daughter to take care of brother gods. Ozma blinked a couple of times before realizing what I said. What? His jaw dropped hearing that information. Too loud. I winced a bit at his loud voice. Chow. Ozma was in shock. Ask your wife about it. Now that I finished healing you, it's time for me to do my actual job. Without waiting for him to react, I left, leaving him alone with Salem. Wife. But I don't. Ozma's words were cut when he saw his wife and realized who I meant. Salem, who was looking at her husband with righteous anger. You stupid man. Wait. I can explain. Instinctively he raised both of his hands. With a cold look, Salem cut him off and said. Save it, you have no idea how much you worried I mean, our daughter, you stupid man, now feel my wrath. And thus that day, Ozma once again got punished even though he doesn't know his fault. Men. We don't know what we did. After I left Ozma's room, I went to find Gilgamesh so that we could go outside this pocket dimension and hunt the gods. It didn't take long for me to find, and to my surprise, I found her being serviced by Team RWBY by fanning her, massaging her feet and feeding her grapes. Okay, the heck is this? I know she has high charisma, but to think she made these main characters like servants in such a short time. Gilgamesh noticed my presence, totally ignoring my surprise. Oh, you're finally here. I thought I'd fall asleep waiting, so are we finally going to hunt the gods? Snapping out of it, I replied. Yes, also why are they acting like her servants? My question was directed to Team RWBY, which this answered with a blush. We don't know. We just felt like we needed to do this. Like it was a natural thing to do. Okay, I get that they would be swayed by Gilgamesh charisma, but even Vice? She's a very prideful character. Honestly, I'm not going to bother asking what happened. I just want to go and try my abilities against gods. You know what? Forget I asked, your majesty. Let's go. Gilgamesh stood up from the leather coach, and was frowning when she got closer to my direction. Shit, was I too casual with my words? I thought as she got closer to me. Magician, I permit you to call me by my name. Gilgamesh suddenly declared. I blinked a couple of times, before saying. Of course your majesty, I mean Gilgamesh. She glared when I tried to call her by her title, and I thought. Okay, that was weird. HMP, don't forget now, we shall go. I don't know why she was acting like this, but we have a job to do, I could think about it later. And thus we went outside the pocket dimension to find the brother gods. Perhaps at first it would take some time to find them, but I couldn't be more wrong, as the minute we step outside, we already met them. Chapter 97, Outmatched. Outside the pocket dimension, the once glorious city of Vale was nothing more than a bunch of ruins and rubble. It was nothing more than a shadow of the past. I looked around, and said. It's more fucked than I expected. It wasn't just the ruins and building rubble that caught my attention, but the corpses of hundreds, perhaps thousands littered around the place. Since it's still been a month, the corpses weren't fully skeletons yet, and they are being actively decomposed. Which is why, it's so fucking smelly. I quickly created a handkerchief to cover my nose. It was truly an unpleasant smell. Even Gilgamesh was making a face. Anyway, I should do something about these corpses. With a wave of my hand, I cremated every single corpse around my site. Now, there wasn't that unpleasant smell in the entire, but there's still a lingering smell of it though, but not as unbearable as before. Either way, it's the least I could do with their corpse, and I should have known that this action of mine would get the attention of the gods. Unintentionally I lured them to our location. Suddenly I felt like something was about to hit me. I instinctively moved my neck a bit and narrowly dodged a spear that was seemingly made out of light. What the dot, if I didn't have observation hockey, I'm sure my head would have been blown off by now. I grumbled, thankfully though hockey is very useful. I stared above and saw a man with golden antlers, blonde, muscular and handsome. It didn't take me long to recognize this man. No, this being. This is one of the brother gods, the god of light. Meeting a divine being for the first time made me realize that divinity has a certain aura about them, like you instinctively realize that this being is no mortal. Interesting, at least I know that I could recognize if one is truly a divine being. Celestine and Gilgamesh are different. Celestine is just an avatar and wasn't the real thing. Gilgamesh is a demigod, although I did feel some divinity from her. A full-fledged divine is different. So, are you going to talk or what? I asked the god, ignoring my question entirely. What are you? I am certain that you are not from this world. I wasn't surprised that he knew. I mean, it would be more surprising if he didn't. While I don't mind answering your question, however, it would be quite stupid of me to actually answer it. Like, why would I give my enemy information about myself? It's really stupid, like I'm not the type to talk about the details of my abilities and so on, like those stupid classic fantasy heroes and villain, revealing their weakness, abilities and plans beforehand. It's like they wanted their enemies to take advantage of that information. The god of light didn't say anything for a moment before finally speaking. It doesn't matter, you will die for trespassing our world. Really? That's the best you got? I smirked at the god of light and then looked back at Gilgamesh. I'll take care of this one. Gilgamesh didn't say anything, as she was looking at something or someone in a particular direction. I took her silence as a sign of acceptance. After that I went to confront the god of light. Gilgamesh, after the magician left to fight off the other god, Gilgamesh was still waiting for the god who was looking at her, as she was studying her very being. After a minute of silence, she decided to break the silence. Enough of this. Suddenly she used her gate of Babylon and a single golden portal appeared behind her and shot a sword that is demonic in nature and effective in divine beings. Its speed broke the sound barrier. Despite ridiculous speed, the divine being blocked it with his power, in such ease too. Gilgamesh wasn't surprised. If this god were to die in a single attack, then that would have been disappointing and pathetic. Her attack was just to let this being know that she tired of it observing her from a distance. With that single attack fired, she successfully made the divine being come closer. Now it's just a few meters above her. Gilgamesh could now see the divine being of clear appearance, a man with black hair, goat-like horns, and eyes that were completely black. There wasn't even a pupil on them. HMP, so you finally showed yourself in front of me. Instead of answering, he asked. What are you? You are divine, yet at the same time you are not. You are something between an abomination. A freak. No, a mongrel. Are you done? Although those words were said calmly, her expression was not. Her eyes were filled with anger and hate. A strong outburst of magical energy was coming out of her body. Before wasn't really going to go all out because she felt like there's no need to. However, this being insulted her. This god will not die an easy death. She will make sure of it. Countless golden portals appeared behind her back, different kinds of magical weapons with the concept of cutting through the divine, ready to be fired at the moment. If so, die. And the shoots were fired. The god of darkness didn't dodge, probably thinking that it wasn't a big deal. He only used her ability to cast the power of darkness, and that was a mistake as some of those weapons were enchanted with anti-magic properties. It passed through the darkness and hit him without resistance, making the god of darkness bleed with his divine blood. Realizing that he was hit and damaged, he roared in anger. How dare you attack me? The god of darkness. You shall pay for this. Before he could finish his entire speech, a projectile struck into his mouth and through his head. Silence, mongrel. You're quite pathetic for a god. I thought you would be more challenging, but it seems that you're pathetically weak. Gilgamesh stared at the god of darkness in disdain. In fact, she fought the divine beast harder than this one. At least, it knows how to defend and block, but this particular one didn't seem to know how to do that, as if thinking that nothing could touch it. How delusional, but perhaps fitting, as in this world there's literally nothing that could top them. Until now, that's it. While they may have lots of powers, their combat skills are basically non-existent. The god of darkness was angry beyond belief. Despite having a sword stuck in his head, he wasn't dead, which was quite common at least for the divine. He roared until his voice was no longer that of a man, but a beast. His form was changed into that of a dragon. To others they might be intimidated, but Gilgamesh wasn't. Transforming into a giant lizard doesn't change a thing. You will face my wrath and die. Gilgamesh snorted. Usually I won't use this for a pathetic being like you, but I shall let you see the difference between you and I. A golden portal appeared beside. She took Ie out from the portal and its power leaked, making the god of darkness feel shock and fear for the first time. What is that sword? Gilgamesh didn't answer. Instead, she raised the sword above and said, I shall perform this final blow as a parting gift to you. The EA mechanism started to shift. I will tell you of the beginning. Heaven and earth split, nothingness congratulated creation, my sword of rupture cleaved the world. An enormous magical energy was gathering in the tip of the sword. Mortar of the stars, heaven's hell is the eve of creation's celebration. Now you shall die and be silent. The last of the chant was finished, as the energy of the couldn't be contained anymore. Then Gilgamesh swung Ea and shouted, Inuma Elish. A beam of red light cuts the sky into half, and the god of darkness couldn't even react as the beam that was filled with magic hits him and completely obliterates his existence. Nothing was left to him, not even his corpse or even a single speck of dust, nothing at all. Gilgamesh brought back the sword back at her gate of Babylon, and as finished her attack not only was the god of darkness obliterated but also what's behind him. The ruined city was nowhere to be seen, only a massive crater from a distance was left. That god was pathetic. I'm quite disappointed at how quickly this ended. Now let's see how that magician fares against that other god. My, isn't this surprising? Gilgamesh was a bit surprised by the result of the fight between the magician and the god of light. How can this be? I can't believe it. This god is too weak. Is this really it? I asked him in disbelief. In front of me was a golden dragon who was filled with multiple wounds across its body. I was expecting to struggle with beating S divine being, but what the hell, with only a few moves, he's already at this pathetic state. Looking at the god in front of me, I thought. Maybe I'm stronger than I thought. Chapter 98, Dignity H. How could a mortal have that kind of power? The god of light said in his dragon form. His voice was filled with disbelief. That's just you thinking that mortals can't have this kind of power. Why would you think that we're incapable of such? Do you really think that only divines are capable of having a power ability? Point is that I've watched a lot of mortals like me surpass gods. While they may be fiction back in his precious life, but right now there's a possibility that they exist after all. If a fictional world that I lived in came to be, what about others? Point is, whatever fictional place, or character it may be, it probably exists somewhere. Either way, if he asks some dumbass question like that, might as well say, how could a god like you be so pathetically weak? I thought you divine beings are omnipotent. That's technically a lie, as I know lots of divines that are powerful, but never omnipotent. The god of light growled at the insult, but he can't do anything to me. It's because he created a barrier that would suppress him with a slight movement. Never thought it would be effective honestly. After trapping him into this invisible suppression barrier, I beat him like a birthday party pinatas. It is quite disappointing, not perhaps anticlimactic. Honestly, if this was a god of my world, there's no way they'd be suppressed by something too basic like this. But then again, they aren't the gods of my world. They might have created humans, but they aren't that impressive at all. What? Isn't it the truth? Like, if you're so powerful, why don't you get out of there and beat and prove that mortals can't beat divine? No. Too bad, I proved my point. I feel evil at this moment, because I truly enjoyed when I see his rage and hate toward me, but can't do anything about it. But remembering they caused a genocide, I thought. Yeah, compared to that I'm not evil. There was no point keeping this god alive, but before I could end this divine being, I noticed that Gilgamesh arrived. Your mage, I mean Gilgamesh? I almost called her by her title again. Hopefully she didn't notice, right? Who am I kidding? She obviously did. Gilgamesh didn't show anything outward, despite hearing what I said. Instead her attention was into the god of light. You beat him easily, as expected. They're weak. How disappointing. I can't blame her for feeling that way, because it would be a lie to say I didn't feel the same. After all, I was anticipating a hard fight, to which I would struggle and give everything I have to win. But frankly, that didn't happen, but instead I beat one of them, like an adult fighting a toddler. Hey, what happened to his brother? I asked a very obvious question. What do you think? Gilgamesh answered. I stared at her, then to a crater behind her back. Yeah, that was a stupid question to ask. Indeed. Gilgamesh couldn't agree more. What? Are you saying that my brother is dead? The god of light said in disbelief. Gilgamesh stared back at the golden dragon and replied. Can't you feel it? Your brother is no more. Realizing that it was indeed the case, the god of light stayed silent for a moment, saying, I see. Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow at his unexpected reaction. Oh? You're not mad that I killed your brother? I am. Do not think for a second that I am not, woman. But if it's true, then there's no point for me to continue living. Mortals finish my life, end me. The god of light suddenly made an unexpected request. I didn't expect him to act like this, however, for his request. Even if you didn't ask, I would still kill you, either way. However, before that, do you mind me asking, why do you want to die after you realize your brother is dead? It's not something a mortal like you could understand. The god of light replied coldly. Then make me. I said, not backing at all. Seeing that I made no attempt to back out, he decided to explain, albeit reluctantly. Human, do you have a sibling? A particular question, but regardless I replied. I do, I have an older sister, But what does it have to do with it? Everything. Perhaps you would understand even if it's a bit. Very well, I shall explain. In the beginning of my birth, my brother was there. We experienced life together, lived together, but despite that we are very different with each other. In fact, we are the opposite with each other and often fought, whether it's physical or verbal matches. But despite our differences, we never hated each other. Dislike, yes, but never hated. I have known him in my entire life, and so did he know me. That's why, knowing that he's not here anymore, there's no point in living anymore. Without my brother I can never be whole again. Life without him isn't complete despite our disagreements. I loved my brother, that's why I cannot bear to be the only one left, you understand, right? The God of Light said to me with a serious expression. I wasn't expecting him to give a speech like this, but I could understand what he's trying to say. I do. If so, then kill me. God of Light responded with a resigned tone. For the first time perhaps, I pitied him, and so I heeded his final request and killed him as painlessly as possible. Despite what he has done, at the very least he's truthful in the end. And I respect that. Then I turned to Gilgamesh, who crossed both her arms together and said, I don't understand what he's talking about. Of course she won't. There's no way she'd understand if she's the only child of the family. Those who have a sibling would, at least a semblance of it. Well, you don't need to understand, just think of it as a dying man's last rant. I shrugged. There's no point explaining something that she probably wouldn't understand. Gilgamesh stayed silent, which I take for a silent agreement. Well, since we are done with our job, we'll let the others know about our success. So I was suddenly cut off by Gilgamesh before I could finish the sentence. No. No. I asked her confusedly. I'm not satisfied with the battle with those gods. Gilgamesh wore a displeased look. I blinked and replied. It's the same for me. I didn't expect them to be this weak. HMP, it's not my problem. I was so excited, but in the end it was a massive disappointment. You have to take responsibility for wasting my time. Gilgamesh said as she looked at me. But, I use a wish. I tried to reason with her, but she wasn't having it. You still wasted my time with this farce. Realizing that it was pointless to reason with her, I gave up and humored her. All right, Your Majesty, what do you want me to do for your wasted time? Gilgamesh glared. I told you to call me by my name. Right, Gilgamesh, so what do you want me to do? I wasn't sure why she wanted me to insist on calling her name. Gilgamesh looked thoughtful, as if she was deciding what to do, but in reality I didn't know at that time that her decision was already made even before we fought the gods. I want you to please me. Gilgamesh declared. Please you? I frowned. There's plenty of ways to please someone, and I don't know which one she wanted. Noticing that I didn't get what she was trying to imply, Gilgamesh exclaimed. Fool. Do you really not understand what I'm implying? There's no point lying and replying. No, not at all. After all, there's a lot of ways to please you. I don't know which one it is, so be specific. Gilgamesh let out a long sigh and said. If it was anyone else, their head would already be lying on the ground. Geez, is that supposed to make me feel better? Then Gilgamesh stared back at me once more and said. I want you to have sex with me. Is that so hard to understand? Oh. I finally understand, but wait. Sex with me? Like here and now? I said while pointing at myself. Gilgamesh rolled her eyes and was getting impatient. She opened her gate of Babylon and took out a bed worthy of a king. Without hesitation she pushed me there and stripped in front of me. At the moment my brain short-circuited as I saw her flawless tits, might as well call it holy tits, cause, God from above, it's the most perfect breasts I've seen in my life. Suddenly, without a warning, Gilgamesh gave an adult kiss, that includes licking, and was dominating my mouth. I'm being dominated. I've come across a lot of women, but none of them were as dominant or as aggressive as Gilgamesh. The kiss lasted for a while, and after separating, a trail of saliva was left behind both of our lips. Now strip, this is just the beginning. Gilgamesh demanded. Okay, this might sound weird, but damn, that was hot. However, I couldn't allow myself to continue, Gilgamesh or not. There's no way I'd let her dominate me. My dignity as a man is at stake. Thus, the battle for dominance starts. Chapter 99, Dominating the Tyrant. As much as I want to strip and get over it, I can't, because that would mean I acknowledge the fact that I'm being dominated. What if I don't want to? I proactively glared at her. Gilgamesh frowned at my response, as if confused as to why I'm not following her demands. From that alone, I've realized that the people she slept with are someone who followed her demands willingly and allowed themselves to be dominated by her. That's why she thought of this as unusual, which honestly I can't say I'm surprised about. With Gilgamesh's title as a tyrant and charisma, there's hardly anyone who would dare to refuse her. But I wasn't like those who slept with her before. As someone who has dominated almost every woman I've slept with, There's no way I'd willingly allow myself to be dominated, not now, not ever. As my sister always said, a Bardum Illoi never should allow themselves to be dominated. As they are superior than many, which sounds pretty arrogant to the ears of others, but it's a fact, as the Bardum Illoi has the right to feel superior than anyone. Either way, if I allow myself to be dominated, it isn't just my dignity as a man at stake, but also my family's reputation is on the line. It doesn't matter if she's Gilgamesh, the future king of heroes. I'd be damned if I'd follow her demands like a brain-dead lemming. You dare to refuse this king? Before she could finish her sentence that was filled with annoyance, I didn't hesitate to grab her waist and aggressively kissed her. Making her feel surprised by the audacity of my actions, I felt her anger as I continued to take a hold of her and continued assaulting her mouth. As someone who doesn't allow herself to be dominated by anyone, considering her heritage and reputation, it is natural that she tried to resist. But I didn't allow her, and continued to kiss her, in the aggressive way, and with my years of experience with women. It wasn't hard to make her feel good, with my full-blown mouth-to-mouth kiss. Honestly, if she were more resistant and experienced in sexual activities, there's no way I'd be able to pull this off. As everyone knows, there's no way I'd be able to match her physically. While I may have been enchanted by Roger's ability and hockey, I don't have his strength. Only his skills, and Gilgamesh as a demigod, she has more strength than a fully fledged human like me. If she were serious about her resistance, she would easily get out of my grasp. Despite her active resistance, she was just humoring me. As she's curious as this never happened to her, and this is the first time experiencing someone trying to dominate her in bed. Like I mentioned before, this wouldn't be possible if she were more experienced, but it wasn't the case with this one. Despite not being a virgin, she's still inexperienced in sexual activities, a greenhorn. Now, my magic started to work as I could feel her moaning as I continued my mouth-to-mouth with her, as I could feel her nipples hardening in my chest. I successfully turned her on, not long after I realized that she was pretty wet beneath. Then I mentally grinned. It's almost time. After a minute, finally I stopped my aggressive kissing and our mouths separated, leaving a trail of saliva, like a bridge between the two of us. I stared at her eyes and her earlier aggression was nowhere to be seen as her eyes were completely in a glazed state. I need to use this to my advantage as this is only temporary. Without hesitation I grabbed one of her breasts and started licking its nipples, not randomly but in a specific stop that was sensitive to most girls. As I got a hold of her breast, my other arm was, of course, still holding her waist. As I sucked and licked her nipples, she moaned in pleasure and made me grin mentally. As expected, this trick works 90% of the time. She moaned lightly. I bet she doesn't even realize it herself as she's completely hypnotized by pleasure. Compared to before, she looked absolutely adorable in this state. In fact, this is quite common for girls I've had sex with to feel like this when they're in a state of absolute pleasure. After I've stopped playing with her holy breast, man, I could touch it all day, but right now I have more important things to do than touching these glorious tits. Then I pushed her into the bed without much resistance, not like she tried to resist anyway. Before she could snap out of this state, I need to pleasure her more so that she would continue being in this state. Now that she was laying in the bed, damn, to say claim that she was sexy is a massive underestimation. She's hot as fuck in this position and I couldn't stop my dick from hardened more. Even D couldn't make me feel like this, like holy fuck, this is an X-grade woman that lays in front of me. Who knows when will I get a chance to do this again. I will engrave this moment from the very bottom of my memory. Seeing how wet her pussy is at the moment, I quickly removed her shirt or leggings, whatever this old relic is. And behold her glorious pussy, it was dripping wet, perfectly pinkish like it were another set of lips, not to mention the lack of public hair, it was completely clean without any extra on it. If I were to guess, she never grew a public hair in her life and this is completely natural. There's no need to wait, there's a pussy to penetrate. I took off my pants, revealing a dick that is considered big internationally. Gilgamesh, I'm going to put it in. It is rude to put your dick inside without asking for permission. I'm not a rapist after all. To eat your meal you need permission from the one who owns it. Gilgamesh nodded a bit at my words, which was honestly good, because at least I know she's still responsive. Slowly, my dick entered hers. Despite her wetness, it didn't complete slide inside as she is so fucking tight. Like holy shit, did her previous partners got small dicks or something? Cause, it's like I'm putting it inside a virgin. No, probably more than a virgin. It took a while before I managed to put all of it inside her. As a result, Gilgamesh is gasping and moaning, and remember I still haven't even moved yet, and honestly I feel like coming already despite not doing anything yet, and there's no way I'd allow that to happen. Ain't no way I'm blue-balling her at such critical moment. I started moving little by little, to get used to the sensation of her pussy and also the fact that her pussy is still adjusting to my size, and it's still hard to move without feeling this crazy tightness. As I moved, Her moans increased and I couldn't believe that she was capable of making such a sexy moan like that, and it really turns me on. To see Gilgamesh, the tyrant and future king of heroes, moan like a bitch is very stimulating. Right now, she's my bitch and that's a fact. I got faster with my hips and the volume of her moans also increased. Fuck this, and I quickly grabbed both of her hands with mine, as if trying to tie it, and then used my other hand to feel her breast, lastly kissing her as I fucked her. I felt her moan as I moved my hips, and it didn't end there. I was looking for something, her weak spot, or the so-called G-spot for the girls. Her moaning increased as she felt the pleasure as I hit her G-spot with my dick. I separated my lips with hers and her moans were clear for me to hear. It was so stimulating that I couldn't stop my hips from moving faster and faster. Then I felt her pussy tighten to the point I felt like my dick was being crushed. I knew this sensation after all. I've experienced this multiple times with different women. She's coming. As I thought, I'm also at my limit, and there's no way I'd be able to pull it out as it feels so good. Screw it, I'm coming inside her, I'll think of the consequences later. Plap plap, the sound of flesh clapping was heard across the place. Their love-making was so loud that if there's a person 100 meters away, they would be able to hear this. Thankfully no one was near. Aside from the two of them, lost in pleasure, I couldn't hold it anymore and let it out inside her. At the same time she came along with me, and at that moment I realized she's a squirter. But at the moment I wasn't paying for that knowledge, as my focus right now is her expression, devoid of any arrogance from before. And now, her face was a woman who was satisfied with her partner, a look of utter ecstasy, and a hee-jow. Just like that, my dick was hard again as it turned me on. I looked at her awkwardly despite being currently unresponsive due to maximum pleasure. I suppose, you're up for a second round? Chapter 100, A Tyrant Affection. I could hear Gilgamesh sweet moaning, as I moved my hips and doggy-styled her. At this point I don't know how many times we did it, but I'd like to say it's several times, kind of lost count when I came 7 times. This is my last shot, and I didn't hesitate to shoot my tartar sauce behind her back, and that's it. I was mentally and physically exhausted by this intercourse. My ballsack is empty, I'm sure of it, as I could barely feel anything, as it's very numb at the moment. If I didn't know any better I would have thought my dick disappeared from my body. Like I can't feel, anyway maybe I should heal it with some magic. My thoughts were cut off, as I heard Gilgamesh groaned beside me. She was naked as the day she was born, her clothes were littered around the bed. But the most attractive thing about her is that her body is filled with my sauce. It's really weird, but I find it acceptable. At least it's not some kind of weird kink. Gilgamesh looked in my direction, her gaze was complicated, and I wasn't sure what she was thinking at that moment. After that, she tried to stand up but failed because she could barely move her lower half, and to be honest it's my fault, and awkwardly asked, "Do you need help?" "No." Gilgamesh coldly responded. Okay, geez, what's with this cold response? I thought I made her feel good. I could never understand women. She forced her legs to move, but couldn't as she's numb, frustrated as her inability to move. I can't take it anymore. I moved closer and helped her even if she doesn't want me to. Don't force yourself, I whispered to her. She froze and began trembling. Why you? Don't touch me. Gee, get away from my sight. I frowned at this unreasonable reaction and said, what's with you? I'm just trying to help you. Help me? Help me? You're the one who put me into this state. Gilgamesh snapped with anger. Yes, I'm aware, but does she really need to get angry at me? I know, but what's with the anger? Gilgamesh forced herself to look at me and answered. Why, you made me do things that I'm not proud of. You humiliated this king. You robbed me, my dignity. Oh, so that's what she's mad about, because I dominated her in sex, but still. Isn't it unreasonable for you to get mad at me? Let me remind you that you could have refused any time, but you went along with it. Look, I didn't force you, not to mention I did ask for permission multiple times. I'm not the type to force someone if they aren't willing to participate. That's just low. Hearing the logic of my words, she looked as if she sucked an entire lemon and looked away. Jay, just stay away from me, okay? Normally, I'd do what she says, but there's something clearly wrong about how she's acting, and that's why I pressed and didn't get away and held her closer. Why? Trembling, Gilgamesh looked at me with her beautiful ruby-like eyes. Her face was red and said, because every time I look at you, my chest feels weird. Stunned in silence, I couldn't say anything for a while before thinking. There's no way. Is it really possible? I looked at who was still red-faced as she was staring at me, looking like a maiden. But if that's the case, there's no way Gilgamesh would easily. I realized something really simple. So far I've been comparing Gilgamesh, who is in front of me, from her male counterpart, and never really thinking that she's different. And that clicked in my mind and made this impossible situation possible, because at the end of the day Gilgamesh, who is born a female, and her male counterpart, despite their similarities and history, They are in fact two different people. So I shouldn't base her with the other one, because their similarities end with their heritage and life they lived. They're basically two different people and it's just me thinking they're the same, but just their gender is different. So basically made her fall for me because I fucked her senseless. Wow, I know some people fall in love in such bizarre ways, but this is just weird. I see. I wasn't sure what to say aside from that, then suddenly I noticed that she was getting a little bit closer to me. I could literally feel her breath on my neck. I expected a lot of things to happen, but I never predicted this kind of outcome, where the king of rock fall for me. We clean ourselves after that, however I don't know how to act in front of her right now. Should I act the same or? I could use this for my advantage. Suddenly I slapped both of my cheeks together, and thought. Nope, I won't go that low. I can manipulate, trick or even scam someone, but taking advantage of their feelings is just low. That's no different from mind controlling them. I looked at her, whose dress is significantly different from her previous ones. This one isn't as revealing as the other. In fact, she looked truly like a proper royalty with this. A white Roman toga, with a golden necklace that has massive rubies in the center of it, and a golden bracelet from both of her arms with expensive-looking stones surrounding the bracelet. She kinda looks like an ancient Greek goddess, although she is no Greek, and only a half-blooded one. Honestly, I find her more attractive than this, but there's no doubt in my mind that her previous outfit is sexier. What's with the change of outfit? I asked. Gilgamesh raised a brow in my direction and answered. Obviously, because a certain someone made a mess with my previous clothes. I wasn't that thick-skinned, so naturally I felt embarrassed. Then she softly continues. And I also wanted to try something different for a while. Awkwardly, I said. We should go back to Salem's pocket dimension to announce that the gods are dead. Gilgamesh nodded and made her signature smirk. Let's. I'm not sure why, but I felt relieved that she's back to her usual self, thus going back to the pocket dimension. It didn't take a long time to find Salem and the rest of her family. They were a bit surprised by our arrival, not expecting us to be back so soon. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that both Gilgamesh fucked for hours, which by the way we did it above the god's corpse, we literally made love in their graves. Realizing that I don't know what to feel honestly. Anyway, if we didn't have sex, we could have arrived earlier and there's no way I'd say that in front of them. Even though we technically fucked in a public area, it's a private moment as there's no one there aside from the thousands of corpses I burned. Anyway, it's time for me to let them know. The brother gods are dead, we successfully slayed them, Remnant is now safe. Hearing that wonderful news, Salem was overjoyed, naturally as she hated the gods for many years now. This news was the greatest news she had aside from knowing that her daughters are alive. The gods are finally no more, now they can truly be free from their influence and no one would restrict humanity. Besides her, was Ozma, who was happy to hear the news, although I'm confused as to why he was limping. Either way, I'll ask about it later, but for now, I'll let them enjoy the moment. It didn't take long for everyone to hear the news and naturally they were overjoyed by this wonderful news and suddenly started praising both of Gilgamesh and I for our achievement, and some of them started kneeling and praying in our presence. I get that they're grateful, but do they really have to kneel and pray? It's like they worship them or something. Anyway, now that the gods are gone, there's no Grimm, as technically the god of darkness made them. Without its creator they can't function anymore. But also that would mean, there's no aura, no dust, and everything will be back to the medieval period if this keeps up. Not to mention, the entire human population is no more than 20,000, including faunus. If they want to recover they better start breeding like rabbits. Or just buy some mass revival in my shop, but I don't think they can afford it, too bad. However, I'm feeling generous, so I decided. Salem, normally I'd be gone by now because I finished my job, but I feel mildly responsible for what happened to this world. Since technically my interference caused a butterfly effect that caused an apocalyptic catastrophe. To which Salem and her family looked at me in confusion. What do you mean? What I'm saying is that, I'm going to revive who was killed by the brother gods. Those words weren't meant to be heard by anyone aside from Salem and Co, but the people who gathered somehow heard and made my standing in their hearts solidified. And that very sentence made the most dominant religion in Remnant, the Church of Alexander. Chapter 101, a frightening possibility. If I'm going to revive the people that were killed by the brother gods, then I need something that could mass revive them in a single moment. As the shop owner, I have a perk of checking the ship catalog and buying things from it without being in the shop. But then again, the shop is technically my soul, or at least part of it, so it's kind of logical for me to do things like this. I looked through the shop and I checked that there's indeed a lot of items capable of reviving the people of Remnant that were zeroed by their gods. But most of them are damn expensive, don't get me wrong. I know resurrection is supposed to be expensive, but from a merchant perspective I'm losing out from this deal, like I only received 150k while spending more to help them. That's really bad for business, but I promise to revive and I don't want to take it back as it would be bad for my reputation, and reputation is important for a businessman like me. If I fail to meet expectations, most likely there won't be another customer coming from this dimension. While it isn't that bad as there's literally countless dimensions out there waiting to be profited from, my dignity as a person and a merchant is on the line here. While no one would know my failures here, since I could ban anyone from the shop if I wanted, it still feels wrong, because I am trying to be fair and wasn't like those evil businessmen that focused on maximizing their profits. I can't really blame them for doing so, but that tactic could do so much. While it might be good for a short term, however it's basically nothing to the grand scheme of all things. If I fulfill their expectations, then most likely the people of this dimension would be regular customers and that would basically be more profitable in the long term. That's business. I'm different from those short-sighted fools that think that a short-term profit is a good thing. Even though my helping is filled with ulterior motives, I'm still helping them and they don't know that I'm basically trying to manipulate them. But they don't know that, don't they? It's basically a win-win situation for us. I help them and they help me get more credits. As expected, my genius is frightening. Alright, maybe I should stop inner monologuing and continue looking for a perfect and not too expensive mass revival item that I could use. I found it. With a smile on my face, I was staring at a particular item that was very popular in my previous life. Everyone who has watched anime has at least seen or heard of this thing even though they never watched that anime. The image in the catalog is a 7 crystal clear orange colored balls, with stars in the very middle with different numbers varying from 1 to 7 stars. As you guessed, it's the popular Dragon Balls. Without hesitation I bought it. After all, it's only 20k in total. It's a very fair price, not in fact like it's too cheap, but I ain't complaining. Either way, in the description of these Dragon Balls, while no different from the original Dragon Balls, there's one major thing that ends the similarity with the original. I can only use it once. After using it, this Dragon Balls won't recharge and forever won't be used, unlike the original which could be used repeatedly after a year. Too bad, can't abuse it here, but I'll take whatever I can get. Either way, like the original, after Den takes over, this one has 2 wishes. Personally I'm okay with just a single one, but 2 is a welcome surprise. But either way, it's fair. Now that I bought what I needed, it's showtime. Outside the pocket dimension, after I announced that it was safe, most people immediately requested to go out, not a surprise there. While the pocket dimension is a paradise for most people, it is still an artificial place and not dimension restricting as it is only the size of an island. While people may be grateful for the sanctuary that was provided to them by Salem, it didn't change the fact that they felt like the pocket dimension is some sort of prison no matter how much it resembles a paradise. Kind of like Ren hated the walls and wanted to break away from it. It's similar but in no way extreme. Either way, their reaction was happiness when they finally get to go outside the pocket dimension, and sadness as they saw their once glorious city was nothing more than ruins. They were back to zero, their homes were destroyed, but at the very least they were grateful to be alive. But soon that will change, because I will not only revive the people but also reconstruct every city that was destroyed by the brother gods. Except Atlas, who needs it anyway. That place is filled with rich snobs and racist. It wasn't worth bringing it back. Not to mention, it's pointless to bring it back as for now, there's no way it would float back to the sky because there's no relic of creation that would lift it up. Or dust to power it up, but I'll add Mantle to the reconstruction list, since it's cool and Atlas is not. Now the lower citizen can live with the high class of Atlas. Now the lower class citizens that once worked for the Atlas can bitch slap their snob asses. As the world needs new order, no lean would work here, because I'm pretty sure there's going to be a new currency after I rebuild this civilization. And little did I know that it would be who would be the newest face of remnant new currency. Ozma suddenly stood beside me, and couldn't help but ask. Excuse me, Sir Alexander, not to be impatient, but when are you going to resurrect the people? If I was other people, I would probably be annoyed and would try to shut him out, but I'm not other people and I can understand why he asked such a question, so I smiled and humored him. Right now, don't worry Ozma, I won't break my promise. Ozma hurriedly waved his hands and said. No, no. I wouldn't dare to think of that. I snorted at his panicked reaction. Calm down, I'm not so easily offended. Ozma smiled awkwardly at my answer. Of course, sir. Anyway, before I resurrect the people, there's a thing that I'm curious about and I want answers. Say, when we come back from slaying the brother gods, why were you limping back then? And immediately his face went red. His expression was the most embarrassed look that I personally saw in him. Expression basically told me what I wanted to know without him explaining anything. I just smirked at his direction and said. I see. What do you mean? Ozma tried to play it off, but he can't for me, not when it's so obvious with his expression. I might not be the smartest tool in the shed, but I can totally understand signals like that. A man can understand another man, that's how our bond transcends even the universe itself. Instead of playing it off like him, I asked. Was it good? He knew that I knew what I'm talking about. And I know that, he knows that trying to play it off is pointless at this point. I know, he knows, that I know, that we both know that there's no escape. We both know ahem, anyway he just needs to answer my question. Ozma, with a resigned and embarrassed look on his face, replied with honesty. Yes, it was the best make-up sex I have had in my entire lifetimes. I think at this point my daughters will gain a younger sibling with how much we went at it. Oh. That was a thing, and after hearing his honest answer I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. That's great news. As they said, make-up sex is the best. Ozma blushed even more at my unconcealed amusement at his predicament. They really went at it. Salem seriously went wild if she made him in a limping state, I knew it. It's always to high-class girls that are freaky in bed. At this point it wasn't even a question, but a factual. But still, for him to think that Salem would surely be pregnant after this deed, they must really went at it. I suddenly paused, and a certain golden monarch in mind, and immediately started breaking a sweat and thought. Oh, no, I went crazy with her. I didn't think of the consequences of fucking her senseless. I couldn't remember how many times I've come inside her. But female demigods doesn't have a high fertility rate, right? Or maybe it's her safe day. I paled in the revelation that there's a high possibility that I'm going to be a father again, but this time it wasn't with any one woman, but a demigod, not to mention not just any but someone who was hailed as the first hero of human history. I chuckled and thought. I'm in danger. Chapter 102, Wish Fulfillment. Seeing that I broke into a cold sweat, Ozma noticed the paleness of my face and asked if I was concerned. Sir Alexander, are you alright? Thankfully his words managed to snap out of me, and I gave him a very strained smile and couldn't help but be grateful for his words, because if he didn't I would probably freeze right there like a bumbling fool. Ah, yes, thank you for asking. Now let's get started resurrecting the world population, shall we? I hastily changed the subject about children and possible pregnancy. I seriously don't want to dive into that until it's confirmed. So to avoid thinking I have to drop the matter about Ozma and Salem, no matter how many potential teases I could do with him with the pregnancy possibility. Because I'm in the same position with him, although not exactly the same, but similar, since he's willing to have another child, while mine might be more of an accident. But if she truly became pregnant, no, let's not think about it, because according to Amelia Archer, that's hell you're walking into. And I firmly believe that. Anyway, it's time to take out my balls, ahem, phrasing. I mean, show the Dragon Balls to everyone so that they would see the show I'm about to do. As I took it out, many saw this and were curious at what this particular item is, and this moment would later be known in the future generations as legend and myth. He forth called the dragon, that covered the entire sky and granted 2 wishes, to save humanity. Putting the Dragon Ball into the ground, and the remaining people watched me, like a hawk, so intensely normal people would flinch at it, but I'm not normal, and beside. I lived with that kind of stare, although compared to the people's hawk-like stare, my eldest sister was like a dragon, so their intense stares are basically nothing. Ozma, who was close to me, looked interested in what I'm about to do, then stared back at him and said, "It's better if you stand back a few meters." Although confused, he knew better not to ignore my advice and he did what I told him. Seeing that the nearest people are at least a few meters away from me, I cleared my throat and said the magic words. "Rise, Shinran, and grant my wishes." And like a bolt of lightning struck into the ball, for visual effects, the dragon Shinran was summoned, revealing a dragon that size and height could put the tallest building in Remnant to shame. He's just that massive, as his head is literally covering the sky and clouds. Everyone was shocked by this phenomenon, except me of course, because I'm expecting this. I looked at everyone's reaction and couldn't help but feel amused by them, but by far the most amusing reaction was from Ozma. As his eyes widened so much that I worried that they might pop out of his face. Even Salem was gasping in shock while putting her on her mouth, quite elegant even when she's shocked. Gilgamesh was almost frowning at this, but I know that she's a bit surprised too. Despite Shinran's massive size, she has seen and killed bigger creatures. The Bull of Heaven, for example. Then Shinran spoke. "You have 2 available wishes, tell me and I'll grant them." Hearing his booming voice, not surprising as his size is massive. I frowned not because of his voice, but the fact that he's speaking Japanese. Looking around, I don't think they understand what he told me, but then again this is a good thing too, because no one aside from me could use the wishes. No interruptions and no unexpected wish stealer. Then I spoke. "Shinran, please revert buildings and constructions around the world before the brother gods arrive, except for Atlas." "What? Do you think I'll revive the people first?" "Nope, doing that would only cause more problems, because if I revive the people now, what if that particular someone died above a building? That person would simply fall to their death, No point reviving them. As for Atlas people, who cares whether they die or not, I say good luck to them. Then Shinran's eyes glowed neon red, and after a moment the buildings around Vale and the world was reverted back to its previous self. Although it lacked electricity considering there's no more dust around, it didn't stop everyone who saw the miracle shout in happiness and surprise. I swear some of them were bowing to the point their foreheads hit the dirty ground, but they don't care. Honestly, at this point I don't know which they are bowing to. Is it Shinran? Or is it me? Anyway, it's not important at the moment. For now it's time to say my final wish. Shinran, please revive everyone who was killed by the brother gods intentionally or unintentionally, and also revive them in the place where they originally at, before dying. To make no mistakes. I feel like I have to be specific. Also, as for the please part, it was quite a necessity because it would be quite rude to demand wishes from him, when he's the one who grants you wishes. There's a possibility that he won't grant it, if you're rude, so I won't risk that. After all, despite Shinran's intimidating appearance, he is quite sensitive. Then the dragon's eyes glowed like before and a bright light from a specific area appeared later. They realized that it was a person, to be specific a child who was no older than 6. Suddenly a cry was heard from the crowd of people. A woman who was in her late 20s, tackled the child and smeared her neck with happy tears. This child was her daughter, and to see her, darling alive, she couldn't stop herself from being emotional. It was such a heartwarming scene. It wasn't just her, dozens of people who experienced similar things across the area. They looked happy and grateful at me, for giving them back their loved ones. Even, I wasn't immune to this and smiled at them. Although my intention was filled with ulterior motives, it doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing. It's just me killing 2 birds in 1 stone. Your wishes have been granted, farewell. After that the dragon disappeared, and the dragon balls scattered across the world and would forever remain as stones. As Shinran disappeared, the sky became clear once more. Well, I supposed I'd say, job well done. I feel satisfied with what I did. Ozma, Salem and Co. suddenly bowed to me, showing respect and gratitude for what I had done to them and their world. Whoa, there's no need to bow, I did it because I wanted to. Technically not a lie, I did it on a whim. As I felt a bit guilty for the butterfly effect I've caused, for my shop reputation and possibly more regular customers, and lastly for self-satisfaction. No, it is only right, without you this world would have been doomed. Salem said without a pause and hesitation. Well, if she says it like that I suppose it makes sense, since I don't think that 150k credits of theirs could surely kill the brothers, if I didn't suggest myself to be hired. Either way, my job is done. Now it's time for me to go back. Now I've fulfilled everything from the contract. Well then, I suppose it's time for us to go. I said to all of them, to which they understood but some were reluctant. Then I gestured at Gilgamesh to follow me, which she did without saying anything. Kind of strange, but I didn't ask because it would make our situation more awkward between us. Then I opened the door to the shop. I entered first, cause ladies first is frankly bullshit in this situation. After I did, Gilgamesh followed. Thus leaving in this universe. Now, we're back at the shop, although the drawback is that I couldn't purposely ignore Gilgamesh anymore like I did in Remnant. So, hey, thanks for the support. I'm sure how to act toward her, after what we did, and acting like there's nothing wrong felt wrong and also a bad idea, that my survival instinct is telling me to avoid doing so. Because it would piss her off, especially when I took her dignity as she mentioned. Looking at her, she still got dignity, but seriously she's just embarrassed that I dominated her in bed and made her do things as I pleased. Not that she resisted or rejected my action, so we're both willing participants here. Gilgamesh didn't say anything for a moment, before replying. It was completely unsatisfactory. What does she mean? The sex part or? Those gods were weak. Oh, yeah them, not the sex part, good because I would say something regarding that. I know, I didn't realize that they were that pathetically weak. I said. HMP, since it's the case then, that wish that I granted you is invalid, it's hardly worth anything. So you may choose what to ask of me, once more. Gilgamesh declared. From all the things, I expected this isn't one of them, but this is a good thing. Right? Anyway, I felt like she's too generous, but I'm not complaining. Well. I don't know what to wish for, so. That's fine, I can wait. But before that. Gilgamesh did something I never expected in a million years. She kissed my lips for a few moments, before saying. Be sure to call me immediately after you decide. After that she left without a word, leaving me speechless. What the hell was that? That managed to snap out of me, and saw that it was Emiya, whose jaw dropped from his face. I looked at him and smiled dryly. Trust me, you don't want to know. In the perspective of Emiya, what he saw wasn't female Gilgamesh kissing Alex, but the male one instead, which made him feel disgusted. Alexander, I know you're sick, but to be this sick. Shut up, I can't imagine Gilgamesh to be looking other than her male counterpart. Emiya argues. Maybe I should deduct your pay for this. Chapter 103, New School. She's now back at her own world, in her throne, despite that she still couldn't help but think about what she did after leaving. Unconsciously her fingers touched her glossy lips and frowned. Why did I miss that man? She doesn't know why she did that, if she were to be honest. It just felt right to do that, so she followed her instinct. But she finds it weird, and has no idea what possessed her to do such a thing, but the deed was done, what happened can't be reserved. Although she doesn't understand it and finds it weird, she doesn't necessarily dislike what she did, in fact she liked it more than she admits. What a complicated feelings she was having. She sat down back to her throne, looking around. Everything was the same, well polished, glorious and fancy like she intended the throne hall to be. But for some reason, it doesn't have its usual spark. In her perspective the once sparking place is a bit dim. It felt lifeless for some reason, maybe she needed to change the decorations? But a small part of her that it wasn't the hall's fault, but it was her who changed. Not even a minute that she was away from him, she was already experiencing a pang of longing. And thought, when will I see him again? Gilgamesh didn't realize it herself, but there was a slight smile on her face, when she thought about their next meeting. For the first time, Gilgamesh of Ruk, the Tyrant King, first demigod and the future king of heroes, is falling in love with someone unexpected and she didn't even realize it, because this is her first time experiencing this kind of thing. She's pretty much a beginner of love. And later she would realize this fact, but that's a story for another time. Ever since Emiya saw Gilgamesh kissing me, he's been giving me a weird look and frankly it's bothering me. What? I asked, annoyed. I mean, you and Gilgamesh? Emiya looks like someone thinking something incomprehensible. My eyes twitched at his expression and let out a sigh. Look, just forget about it. Emiya grumbled and replied. Even if you say that, there's no way I could. Okay, that's fair, however. Let's just not talk about it, deal? That's impossible. Emiya shook his head. Do it or else I'll reveal to the other worlds the sex threesome video with Rin and Saber, alongside with you. I joked, but seeing his shocked reaction made me think twice. There's a video about it? I blinked at his unexpected reaction. Wait, you really did have threesome with them in your world? Emiya looked like someone who sucked an entire lemon, realizing he was baited. Here's the deal, forget about me mentioning it and I'll forget about you and Gilgamesh. Emiya said, although based on his tone it's more like a demand rather than a deal. Although I have a lot of questions myself, I decided to accept the deal. He forgets about it, and I forget about him. You have a deal. I lent him a hand. Emiya looks at me, then to my hand and back to me. Is this really necessary? Yes, if we want to make it official and professional. I smiled. Emiya was speechless, however he couldn't really deny that logic and reluctantly shook it. Fine. Both of them shook hands and made a civil agreement. After that, I decided to say. By the way, you've been a counter guardian for centuries, right? Emiya suddenly got defensive after hearing his sore past. Why do you ask? The look on his face is wary and cautious, not that I blame the man, after all being a counter guardian traumatized him. Poor man, either my question is going to be completely unrelated to him being a counter guardian, but the knowledge he possesses after centuries of being a janitor for humanity. Well, I'm not going to ask you about your counter guardian days, rest assured. I said to reassure the man, which he did, at least most of it. Emiya, while raising his brow, asked. Then what is it? With a lot of cold sweat dripping across my face, I asked with an unreasonably serious tone. Are demigods easily impregnated or not? Emiya blinked a couple times, before realizing my question, he opened his mouth and said. What? In the end, I wasn't able to get an answer from him, but I expected that much so I wasn't too disappointed. Either way, it's time for me to go back. I noticed the new clothes Mir wore aside from the medieval toga, its white dress, and it has nothing special to it, however it was different for her, for someone who wore the same clothes every day, something like is probably special for her. Then she noticed me looking, she quickly panicked and bowed at me, afraid that I took offense. I gestured at her to calm down, which somehow calmed her down, then I saw her get closer to Emiya. At this point, if I separate both of them, it would be a terrible thing to do, as I could see that Mir thought of Emiya as her only comfort, a place where she could be her, a person that was free. Not to mention, Emiya is unconditionally letting out his inner mother hen, as he literally took care of her, no doubt in my mind that he will continue taking care of her until she's going to be okay by herself. Normally I wouldn't allow any to stay in my shop, except my own employees, but this is an exception seeing that there's no way Mir would come back to her world willingly. Might as well hire her too, but not right now, she's still too inexperienced to be a staff, that's why I'll allow Emiya to teach her the way of a shop clerk. Also, she needed to have a growth spurt because I don't want my future customers to think that if I hire children, that would seriously damage my image. I do not do child labor. Either way, it's time for me to go back to my world. It's been a few days since I bought Strawberry Production, and made it my company. While the building of this company hasn't changed, the people who were working there were different as they were working happily due to the bonus I gave them monthly. That's why, they were hard working every now and then, as someone said that happy workers are hard workers. After all, with the right motivation everyone will work hard. Either way, it hasn't even been a week since I've bought the company. I've already made some deals about I&CO performing in a dome, and later acting in a big movie project that by the way came out of my pocket. I can't let her popularity burn out, that's why I'm making more projects that could gain her more popularity. And soon would be able to enter the big leagues without my support. Either way, for now it's just a vision, but someday it won't be a mere vision anymore, but reality. The kids might scold me for making their mother work hard, but she can totally take a day off if she wanted to anytime. In the first place, I couldn't care less if this idle gig won't work. After all, I have enough money to make my family live like kings and queens. Either way, this is my way of supporting her, so what if I spend millions of dollars? It's not like it would dent my account anyway. I have too much money to count, and at this point money is rather pointless to me. Like I could have my very own planet of my own, and be the king of it, but I don't want to because it sounds like a hassle in the first place. The reason why I'm here in Japan is to get away from the Mage Association. Dealing with snakes and backstabbers on a daily basis isn't a pleasant thing after all. They can have all that advancement in magecraft, because I'm already ahead of them, as I'm basically a magician. No matter how good their magecraft is, they can never catch up to me. Quite ironic, really. Those who don't really want to be a magician end up becoming one, every single time. Either way, right now I'm in front of the school that I would study for the rest of the semester. I look at the school name and muttered, Kibito High School. This was the name of my new school for this semester. I smiled. I never thought I'd study in this particular school. I'm not sure if I can meet them, but I'm hoping I do. And with that I step inside the school entrance, ready to meet new people or perhaps friends. Those were my main choices, but I couldn't find the anime high school names. So in the end I resorted to Amagami SS and Siren School. If you don't know, these two are a shared verse. It has the same school, while Amagami SS is the prequel, then Siren is the sequel. Although I love the Amagami SS anime than Siren, because Siren is just terrible. The main character got rejected like 5 times lol. In the end he ends up with a childhood friend, but I'm sure in the game it's different because you can choose a route. It is a game-based anime after all. Either way, despite having a different school, I'm still adding Shikamori isn't just a cutie mainly because I dislike the main character, Izumi. Like the guy couldn't be more pathetic than he already is. I don't know what Shikamori sees in him, but to me, this type of guy isn't just my cup of tea. I'm also going to add a few series in the story, but I won't tell because it's technically a spoiler. The Shikamori is enough of a spoiler for now. Either way, sorry for taking long because it took really quite some time for me to decide which school Alex will go to. Chapter 104, a surprise. I'm back. And it's only been a month. What a surprise. New record apparently for someone like me who gets inactive quite often, as you may already realize that. As I'm neither a chitin or cornbringer that could seemingly write on daily basis, probably a habit for them, but not for me. Either way, before I will get inactive again I will reach another milestone. Hopefully. Without further ado, let's begin. To be honest, I have no idea which room is my new school section, because the announcement didn't include which room that we're assigned. However, it did say that we gather at this school gym for further information. Still though I'm kind of lost, as I'm unfamiliar with this school, not to mention it's a bit bigger than the previous school I've been into. Anyway, I need a map or someone to guide me toward the school gym. It shouldn't be hard. I looked around and saw a student of this school. Based on their uniform, without hesitation I approached the student and greeted the student with a smile. Excuse me, miss, do you mind if I ask a few questions? The girl looked surprised at my sudden appearance and then started looking around and eventually pointing at herself. Are you talking to me? Of course. I replied with the same smile. Sorry, I don't speak English. The girl waved her hands in a panicky way. I blinked my eyes a couple times before saying, but I'm speaking Japanese though. I don't think my Nihon is bad. She realized her mistake and almost immediately turned red and quickly replied. Sorry. I thought you didn't know Japanese, since you're a foreigner, and I assumed that it was the case. Well, she's not really wrong since most foreigner who goes to Japan hardly knows how to speak Japanese. However, this wasn't really my first time experiencing something like this, but it's been a while, that's why I'm a bit surprised. No, it's alright, this already happened multiple times to me already. And surely you won't be the last. I said to her, totally cool about it. After she replied, thank goodness. Hands in her chest, as she sighed in relief knowing that I wasn't offended. Either way, what an amusing reaction. So I figured you had a question to me, right? The student said. I nodded at her and answered. That's right, mind telling me about where the school gym is? Since you're a student here, considering you wear this school's uniform. Ah yes, the gym is right there. The student pointed at the building behind me, and I looked at it with a deadpan expression. I can't believe I missed that. Shaking my head, I gave her a grateful smile and replied. Thank you for the help. If we meet next time, I'd like to thank you for it, then later. Without waiting for her to reply, I left the place and went directly to the gym, because if I wait any longer I would miss the announcement. Although for some reason she looked familiar, honestly I wouldn't be surprised if she's an anime character from my previous life. Either way, I hope we'll meet again, so that I could at least thank her for the help. She was too late to say that he didn't need to thank her for something too simple, he was already far away. With a resigned sigh. Oh well, hopefully he'd forget about it. Still, what a strange person. And I wonder why a foreigner is here. Question of the day indeed. Suddenly her friend called her from behind. Hibiki. There you are. I've been looking for you around the school. Hibiki stared at her closest friend with a sigh. Haruka, why are you even looking for me anyway? Despite her reaction, don't get her wrong, she's a cherished friend and a good one, however she has her own unique antics. Basically she's weird, but regardless she's a friend. And that weirdness is one of the reasons why she's very popular in this school. Anyway, she would like to stop thinking about it. What's with that reaction? It's like you think I'm going to ask you something weird. I certainly won't deny that. Hibiki replied with a wry smile. Totally ignoring her prior words, Haruka said. Anyway, I need you for something to follow me. She wasn't even given a time to answer, she was suddenly dragged by her friend, and Hibiki let herself be dragged without resistance, because she knows it's pointless fighting it, as someone who has been with Haruka. You can't exactly refuse her, when she puts something in her mind. Hibiki let herself be dragged along by Haruka and whatever weird idea she had in mind. When I arrived at the gym, it was filled with people. I can't say I'm surprised, as every single student from my previous school from year 1 to 3 was here to wait for the announcement to begin. So, both familiar and unfamiliar are all gathered here. Speaking of familiar, where is Hitori? I walked with her on the way to this school, and I lost her when I stepped inside the school grounds. Impossible. As someone with a very advanced observation hockey that I have, it shouldn't be possible for me to lose sight of her. Could it be Bocce unlocked Rank Tech's presence concealment? It wouldn't be surprising if she did. Now that I think about it, I definitely saw her fading away from the background when she saw a crowded place in front of her. Seriously, even when I held the first magic at Amigas, I never could explain the strange phenomenon around my girlfriend. As Amigas, her strangeness is something I want to study and possibly find a logical explanation for, but I won't, because there will be a time that I will unravel her secrets. Maybe its secrets even transcend the route itself. It would be kind of funny if it did. In the midst of the ground, I was looking for a comfortable place to stand, and it wasn't long for me to find it, as it is just in the corner. However, as I arrived there, someone was already there. Unlike me, who just wanted to stand in a comfortable spot, this particular person seems like he is trying to hide from the crowd rather than wanting to find a comfortable place like me. Or maybe both. Either way, I wasn't the type to judge, and on a whim I decided to talk to this person. Hey there, trying to hide from the crowd, eh? The guy was stunned as he heard me talking to him, then he looked around to see if there's someone behind him. Seriously, why do people keep doing that to me? It's like they think I'm talking to another person behind them, rather than themselves. I'm not intimidating, right? Anyway, unlike the previous girl from before, this guy didn't ask someone so obvious, instead he replied. Why yeah. Just like that, immediately becomes interested as he's smart enough not to ask stupid questions. Mind asking what year are you? Feel free not to answer, just a thought. See these people, what I did was something psychological. Most people think of this question as nothing and would be inclined to answer it as I said feel free not to answer, because I made them think of an illusion of choice, whereas in reality I don't. This trick works 90%, because most people are simple to predict. Honestly, I'm looking forward to his response. And to my surprise I heard him mutter. An illusion of choice, huh? That's when I realized this person is smart, or at least smart enough to figure that out, with a grin. That's right, you're quite smart, aren't you? The guy's eyes widened, probably not expecting me to hear that, then instinctively said. You heard that? His eyes widened more as he realized he'd blurted out such a question, then his eyes became wary of me. I wasn't why he had to be wary of me, but regardless I answered with an easygoing smile. I have a good hearing, Well, most of the time. Oh. The guy said, bewildered, as if he wasn't expecting such a reaction. Seriously, what's with him being cautious? But regardless, he's very interesting, and right at that moment I want this guy to be my friend. As someone who doesn't have a lot of friends, especially guys, for me to voluntarily want a friend is rare. The friends I had in my previous classroom who got eyes Kai were all acquaintances, nothing more nothing less. Since you figured me out, there's no point. I'll introduce myself first. I'm Bartom Eloy Alexander, previously a student from 3rd year class B. His eyes widened in shock and said, "Isn't that glass?" I know what he meant and smiled. That's right, the class that exploded? Yep, if you wondered why I'm still here, I was absent that day. There's no way people would know that I was present that day, because aside from D, Mitsuha, Hattori and I, there wasn't a single person who survived, and definitely the classroom attendance that was burned that day and leaving no trace. Not to mention, D most likely tempered everyone's memories of those who saw us go to school, seeing there's no one asking us to witness when our classroom got hit by the beam of magic. So that's why. The guy said then, realizing his wording he quickly continued to say. I mean, no offense. I chuckled and replied. No worries, I don't mind, since I've introduced myself. Mind introducing yourself? The guy looked at me with a slight hesitation and ultimately decided. I'm previously a 3rd year student from section 3A. I didn't really attend for the majority of the school year. Right, I'm Sora, no last name. After hearing his name I was surprised. Sora? You mean this dude is one of the protagonists of No Game No Life? Chapter 105, Perfect Duo. Upon having a closer inspection of this guy, he is indeed Sora from No Game No Life. The reason why I couldn't recognize him is that his hairstyle is different from his iconic one, not to mention he's clean and has different clothes. However, the most major difference why I couldn't recognize is that where the hell is his sister? If I remember correctly, they have some separation issues, they can't function normally without the other one. So where is Shiro? I heard a voice behind Sora and saw that it was Shiro, who looks different yet the same. To say that she is cute was an understatement. What in the world is this adorable creature? To think such cuteness exists? This should be illegal. Quickly snapping out of it, as I realized I got the answer to my question, so his sister is indeed here. Good to know. Either way, she was looking at me with such caution. If her face wasn't obvious, her body definitely is. She was tense and so is Sora, however he was better at hiding than his sister. Knowing their identities, their actions suddenly made sense to me. After all, if I recall correctly, they were victims of bullying. I wasn't really clear about the bullying Sora and Shiro went through, but it's clear to me that it isn't just normal bullying, as they're scared to even go outside, traumatized, and end up becoming shut-ins. However, if it's the case, then why are they here? Perhaps they finally find the will to go outside and try studying once more. But that's very unlikely. The only possible scenario why they're here in this very school is that they're threatened. Most threats aren't effective, and the only one I can think of is that, if they won't go to school, they will be separated as they don't have a guardian. Either way, knowing all of that doesn't really change my desire for friendship with Sora. In fact, I only wanted him to be my friend more. It's fine, Imuto-chan, it's going to be different this time, I'm sure of it. He wasn't trying to hide the fact that he's a bully victim. Also, his voice may sound confident, but beneath it is filled with unconcealed concern about everything. Shiro wasn't an idiot and immediately saw through Sora's facade. She knew that her brother was only trying to put up a strong image for her. In some way it was comforting. If I didn't say anything, I feel like I would be left out, so I spoke. Oh? I didn't realize there's someone behind you. Who is this? Your sister perhaps? She called you after all. Hearing that, it's like he did a complete 180-degree increase from his earlier actions. He proudly answered. That's right. I'm her awesomeness-an. And she's my super-duper adorable Imuto-chan. Then proudly showing off his sister, with a smile. Unlike his earlier act, this one wasn't filled with caution, but instead genuine feelings of pride toward his sister. To which Shiro becomes a bit embarrassed at her brother's antics. Either way, I'm inclined to agree that she's adorable, but my children are more adorable, period. I'm not based at all, totally. She is cute, you have an adorable sister, Sora. I replied with an amused smile. I know, right? Sora immediately agrees with my statement. Shiro became more embarrassed at her brother's shameless actions. Before they could continue their conversation, the announcement started gaining the trio's attention. Well, it seems that it started. Either way, it was nice meeting you, and I hope we're going to be assigned in the same class, because I want to be your friend, I truly do. Well then, see you later. After that I left and went toward a more crowded place in front, so that I could probably hear the announcement. Sora, what a weird person. It was quite obvious that he isn't Japanese, and the reason why Sora could properly communicate with him, as he had a bad experience with Japanese students in general. What do you think about what he said?" his sister asked. Sora heard her and replied, "I'm not sure, Imuto-chan. After experiencing bullying multiple times, I'm not sure if I could trust anyone to be our friends anymore." Then he thought for a moment and continued, "But if he's truly different from those guys, then I wouldn't mind." He too wanted a friend, however a true friend that won't betray and backstab you is something hard to find nowadays, as everyone is plastic. Everyone judges people based on three things: your background, your appearance, and lastly your social standing. And Sora just happened to get all of them below average. While his sister has too, since her appearance is different, not below average by all means. Either way, we shall see. Imuto-chan. Shiro looks at her brother and decides to follow what he feels is best for them. As his sister, it is only natural that they support each other. In the end, the announcement wasn't anything important, it was just one of those boring speeches. The most important part of the announcement is pointing out which classroom we were assigned. It was in the massive announcement board outside the gym. After the speech, I didn't wait anymore and went directly to the announcement board and started looking for my name and which classroom I was assigned. I found it and I'm assigned to class 3A, to which I have to go toward the teacher who had a 3A sign cardboard. It wasn't hard to find, and quickly went there. As I arrived, I realized that I was first. My advisor for this semester noticed me, and asked, "Did you find your name in my class, young man?" A woman in her late 40s asked. I nodded and answered, "That's right, ma'am." Then she smiled and said, "Good, then let's wait for the others to come. You're a foreigner, right?" I mean, it's quite obvious already, but regardless I nodded. "Yes. Your Japanese is good, it's like you're a local rather than a foreigner." "I'll take that a compliment, ma'am," I replied with a cheeky smile. My newest advisor smiles, showing some of her wrinkles due to age. "Cheeky brat, and oh, that's probably the rest." I nodded and stared in the same direction as her and saw something that made me smile. It looks like we're going to be classmates after all. It was Sora and Shiro, who looked surprised by this unexpected meeting. True, they probably expected to meet me again, they never thought it would be this soon. "Yeah, this is a surprise." Sora muttered, unsure about this. While Shiro stayed silent, closely watching me, as if studying me closely. I didn't mind. Since they're going to be my classmates, I'm happy because at least I know that they're smart. Sora is a genius, but Shiro? She's an entirely different creature. She's the epitome talent. Her eidetic memory is on a whole new level. Basically, she's the perfect human being in most people's minds. Because computer I could never beat her, as she could run more simulation scenarios on her head than any modern eye. If she were a Magus, there's no doubt she would be at the top. Her genius is frightening, honestly. However, as off-chart her intelligence is, she's not the wisest. That's where Sora comes. He completes her flaws and therefore, or blank was born the perfect duo in the world and possibly in existence. But that's only the case in games or intelligence-based things, but in physical activities, almost everyone could beat them, quite easily. That's why, I'd like to change one major flaw of theirs, so that they can become perfect. There's nothing more entertaining in my eyes than witnessing the birth of the perfect human being. Ayakaji can fuck off, he's artificial. But these two are natural. Either way, all these thoughts are making me more and more like Gilgamesh, starving for entertainment. Let's get all along. If someone tries to bully you guys, just tell me and I'll take care of it. I winked knowingly at them, making the two of them become tense. Oops, maybe it's still too early, but regardless they'd understand that I won't do them any harm and I swear to protect them as I subconsciously think of them as my people and no one messes with what's mine. After a few minutes of waiting, my new advisor said, "I think it's just you three, it's time for us to leave." "Wait for me." A familiar voice shouted at our director. As soon as I heard that, my back started sweating and I looked at the familiar someone and saw that it was D, who was waving in my direction. Fuck me, I knew this bitch would follow me like a parasite, damn it. Here I thought I could have a temporary peace without her, but it's just wishful thinking. My new advisor, Sora, Shiro, was stunned at her appearance, not surprising really, compared to her appearance in our previous school. This time D didn't hide how beautiful she truly is. "Did you miss me?" D asked with a teasing smile. "Yep. She's definitely aware," and replied with a deadpan expression. "No." I realized at that moment that I can never escape from this devil in the shape of this attractive woman. Chapter 106, here we go again. My face cramped as soon as I realized that I'm going to be with D for the rest of the semester. This is going to be a pain in the ass, worse knowing that I can't do anything to her. The only consolation is that at least I know that she's not my enemy, either as much as she is a cure to sore eyes, because she's beautiful. Her personality was simply corrupted. Behind me was Sora, who couldn't stop staring at D, whose beauty is out of this world, literally. And as a normal guy with active hormones, it is not a surprise that he was charmed by Dee's impossible appearance, making his sister pout seeing that her brother was captivated by Dee. Quickly she slapped his back silly, to show how dissatisfied she was. Sora managed to snap out of it. Oh, right. You know her? It was a question for me, seeing our earlier interaction. There's no point lying not knowing her. However, before I could answer, Dee beat me to it, and answered. He doesn't just know me. We're also very close. Like very intimate with each other. Then she winked at me, instead of making me blush or anything similar, it made me cringed. Sora, who isn't stupid and understood exactly what she was implying, and his eyes widened. Wait, you two are dating? Dee just beamed, while I couldn't stop myself from face-palming. Realizing that I'm dating a beauty of this caliber, Sora shot me a jealous look. Fool. Don't be deceived by her outside appearance. She's a devil in the literal sense of the word. Instead of being jealous of me, you should treat me as a hero for even dating this corrupted bitch that even God himself can't save. Dee suddenly gave me a knowing look. Although she can't read my mind due to my unique soul, it doesn't mean she can't guess what I'm thinking. What a terrifying bitch. Thinking of me? Dee asked in a sing-song voice. I ignored her, and looked at my new classroom teacher and said, shouldn't we go to our classroom already? Because I think everyone is already in their assigned room except for us. I didn't want to deal with Dee right now, so I diverted my attention to my new advisor. The teacher snapped out of it and realized that words have some merits. Oh, of course, follow me, students. I looked at our teacher, and even she wasn't immune to Dee's charms. All of us silently followed the teacher toward our new classroom. It didn't take us long to arrive at our new classroom, but my excitement was greatly diminished by the fact that Dee is going to be my classmate. I'm pretty sure that her name wasn't on the class list before. She most likely manipulated the list so that we could be in the same room. We went inside the classroom, and there we saw our new classmates. I looked around and saw someone familiar. It was the girl I met before, the one who told me the gym location. I never thought our reunion would be this early. She's also surprised by my unexpected appearance. While my attention was on the girl that helped me, the majority of this class's attention was mostly on Dee, and the others who had some cultural taste were looking at Shiro. Yeah, cultured indeed. Shiro is basically a free go-to-jail card, as she's easily the youngest here. Honestly, I'm not even surprised by the fact that she's 14 and already in 3rd grade. She's a genius, and that's a fact. If it wasn't for her brother, she probably would have dozens of PhDs by now. But she doesn't, because she values her time with her brother more than some worthless piece of paper that she could get easily if she gets motivated. While as for me, I don't really need school. To me, this is my way to pass time or simply for fun, and that fun was greatly reduced by Dee's annoying appearance. Either way, our teacher cleared her throat and announced, "Silence, students." The loud murmurs were immediately stopped, and I was impressed by the level of discipline our new teacher ingrained toward the students of her class. After a few moments, finally she introduced us. Most of you are probably wondering who these people are behind me. Well, let me tell you that they're going to be your new classmates for the rest of the semester. That announcement made the boys happy. Whoa, I love this class. I know, right? Another beauty has joined. Not to mention that Loli. This class is the best. I can't believe they said it out loud without being embarrassed. It's something that shouldn't be said out loud. I can't stop cringing at those 2-bit hormonal teenagers from anime quotes. While it might be okay to hear it in anime, it's a no in real life. It's embarrassing, really. Shame on them. Even Sora cringes. For me, he's the only person aside from me that has a brain in this class filled with morons who think through their dicks rather than their brains. Yes, it's quite ironic, cause that statement also applied to me. However, compared to them, I actually get some, where they haven't. The girls were looking at the boys with disgust or embarrassment to think that these people are in the same class as them. While Dee only looked at them in amusement, not offended by things they blurted. As someone who is as old as her, there's very little that could make her express emotions. Although the boys aren't the only ones that are the suspects, some of the girls are checking me out. However, they weren't as open as the boys. And is probably thinking more inappropriately than the boys. The teacher then said to them, "Then, please introduce yourselves." Seeing that no, I'm the first in the row, I decided to introduce myself first. Bartolomeo Alexander, but you can call me Alex, formalities don't matter. At least for myself. However, I don't think the rest of my family agrees, but they aren't here, so I can do whatever I want. Then next is Dee, who introduced herself with grace, feeling like she's a high-class lady who just happened to join a public. Looking at her, I guess this is going to be her new persona, unlike the antisocial from our previous school where she acts like a neat. Nice to meet you all. My name is Wakabaero. I'm happy to be in this school, and hopefully we're all going to be good friends. Dee, as her persona Aero, bowed in a perfect angle. And just like that, our new classmates were sold on her act. They replied like, they're happy to become friends with her or something like, it's an honor. Either way, I'm surprised that she didn't say more, which was quite surprising but I supposed it's a welcome one. And to the boys who wanted to try their luck on dating me, I'm sorry to say that I'm already dating Alex. For it to be more convincing, she suddenly kissed me in the lips and couldn't react on time. Fuck, I knew it. I just jinxed myself. I cursed for thinking there won't be chaos with D around. It's my fault for thinking that everything would be peaceful. With those words coming out of her very mouth, every single boy felt hurt and broken because they lost the chance before they could even start. They glared at my direction with jealousy, but stopped when they saw my glaring back at them, and I also used a bit of conqueror hockey and all of them deflated like a balloon avoiding my gaze. Bunch of pussies all of them. If they think they can treat me like a rag roll for their jealousy, they have this coming. There's no way I'd allow myself to be used for their frustration. I'd fight back, but either way I don't see that happening anytime soon, because they're cowards. However, my glare has the opposite effect toward the girls. They think that my intense glare is very hot and couldn't stop themselves from fantasizing. While others become wet in their feminine area, however I didn't know that and just thought they're also affected by my will. After Dee's introduction, it was Sora's turn. His introduction wasn't anything impactful like both Dee and I, however it turned little attention at least. And lastly Shiro, hers wasn't anything special but due to her nervousness and cute looks. It turned her brownie points toward the boys. They realized that her cuteness must be protected at all costs and didn't even question the fact that a little girl like her is here. Overall, the introduction ended. The class immediately started, and the subjects were a bit advanced compared to our previous school, but it's just a bit and nothing big. Time passed and it was break time, and as soon as it did, we were hoarded by our new classmates. Ah, shit, here we go again. In my mind, a similar thing happened in my previous school. With a sigh, I prepared myself for a bunch of questions. Alright, who's first? Chapter 107, The Bartonella Disease. I patiently answered my new classmates, although most of my answers were rather vague and half-assed. Ain't no way I'd give them information about myself too much, since they're technically not my friends. That can be arranged if they actually got closer to me, which is unlikely they would since I rarely have friends that I genuinely thought of as one. While many wanted to get closer to me, due to my background, looks and social standing, not anyone could be my friend as I'm very picky when it comes to having friends. Maybe it's the fact that I lived in the moonlit world and the family I've born with. One mustn't be too careful forging friendship with another. Only when I'm sure that this particular someone is worth befriended, then only then I would acknowledge them as my people. And those who tried to obtain my friendship usually ended up being nothing more than an acquaintance, except few, since it's usually the other way around, as I'm the one who is actively looking for someone who I could be friends with, and that rarely happens. Either way, Shiro and Sora are one of those rare cases, since I know them in my past life as a fictional character, and that was enough to warrant my interest, not to mention a voucher that I know much about them rather than knowing them from scratch. I admit that my reason to befriend them has a lot to do with their protagonist status. I mean, who wouldn't want to become friends with a protagonist? I may end up as a side character from their story, but the fact that I'm still part of it is pretty satisfying to know. Either way, I have enough with their questioning. There's no way I'd want their meaningless questions to take my entire break time. I politely smiled at them and said, "Alright, enough questions for now. I still haven't eaten lunch yet, so our conversation should be postponed." And just like that, they stopped and understood. That's the power of looks and charisma. They can't exactly refuse it. Although they're still unsatisfied, they hid it well, but I couldn't care less about their feelings. Also, these girls are thirsty as hell. They knew very well that I have a girlfriend since Dee openly admitted it, and despite that it didn't stop them from trying to seduce me. But I'm already familiar with this kind of situation and it doesn't bother me in the slightest as I became immune to it. I stood up from my table and looked around and saw that Dee was communicating with the majority of the boys from our class, while I was with the girls. And she talked to them expertly, like she knew them all of their lives, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration that she does. With her abilities it would be a simple matter of looking. Dee got them wrapped in her fingers, and honestly I pity them. These hormonal teenagers don't know that she was beginning to manipulate them. Either way, she can do whatever she wants. It's not like I cared while she may be my girlfriend. It is only because she insisted it, and no way of rejecting her, as unsettling her will be bad for the world, and I honestly don't want to find out what she can do by then. Looking away from Dee's place, my attention was on Shiro and Sora. Like I expected, there were people who were trying to strike a conversation with Shiro. However, she was too nervous to reply, and the people who chatted with her didn't seem to notice this, while Sora, who doesn't have anyone to talk with, not surprising considering he wasn't as good looking as his sister, was also nervous despite not being talked to. I could see him trying to help his sister, but couldn't due to anxiety. No, to call it anxiety is an understatement. This is a kind of phobia. As someone who wanted to befriend them, I decided to step. Hey, do you mind if I take these two away? I smiled at the new classmates who tried and failed to have a proper conversation with Shiro. Huh? But you people don't mind, right? I said with a bit more heat than previously, as this particular one didn't seem to get a clue, and finally understood my intention. The boys scrambled across the room. After that I looked at the siblings and said, "Are you two alright? I noticed that you're anxious, so I thought I'd step up and help you." Seeing a familiar face, both of the siblings significantly calmed down as the crowd was nowhere to be seen, and there's only 3 of them around. "Why yeah. Thanks for that, we're not really good with crowds." Sora replied bitterly. "Yeah, I can see that. Although I am curious why, I won't ask because it seems like a sore stop to the both of you. Either way, do you want to have lunch together?" I offered with a smile. Sora and Shiro both looked at each other as if they were communicating with their eyes, and honestly I wouldn't be surprised if they did. After all, they've been together for years, attached without leaving one another. Not to mention they're geniuses too, so it wouldn't be surprising for them to have their own brand of communication. And finally, Sora looked at him suspiciously. "Sure, but why us? You could have invited anyone from our class. I'm sure those girls would be more than happy to accompany you." I noticed that there's a slight jealousy in his tone, but I chose to ignore it and answered. "It's because I want to be friends with both of you, simple as that, and besides you guys are more interesting compared to the rest of the class." Shiro and Sora perked up as I answered their question. Although the suspicion was still there, they decided to give me a chance. "Alright then, let's get going." And after that we went to the cafeteria, leaving Dee alone with our new classmates. But I suppose it was wishful thinking of me that she wouldn't follow us. As soon as she noticed us leaving, she immediately stopped the ongoing conversation quite easily and smoothly. And now she's beside me, holding my right arm. Because of it many were looking in our direction with jealousy. Although the majority of that jealousy was toward me, again not surprising considering her appearance is several levels higher than mine. While I may look like a world-class model, Dee was in another dimension entirely. However, it didn't stop some girls from sending her a jealous look. While the other party from our group was entirely ignored except for Shiro, since she's also good-looking. Her brother however was different. He was treated like he was air, as no one really pays attention to him, making him feel complicated. On the other hand, he was glad that no one is looking at him, since gaining everyone's attention is nerve-wracking to him, and the other one is, damn, he knew that he wasn't good-looking, but to be treated like he was air damaged his non-existent confidence. While Shiro was doing her best not to flinch at the attention was getting, the people's gaze made her uncomfortable. Either way, they continued their way toward the cafeteria. Despite Sora feeling out of place in this group filled with looking people, he still joined because there's no way he'd leave his sister. It didn't take us a few minutes to arrive at the cafeteria, which was just a few floors beneath our new classroom. However, the tricky part is that we have to wait in a line to get what we want. Usually the cafeteria wouldn't be filled with people. However, because our school transferred to this, and naturally they were curious about what the new school cafeteria would offer. So basically, most of the people here are the students of our old school. It took exactly 10 minutes for us to buy something, however there was barely anything left from the cafeteria. I honestly should have expected this, I muttered. Sora heard it and replied. "Too bad then, it seems that we're going to eat what's left, better than nothing." Looking at the leftovers, it was just yakisoba, not to mention there's only 2 left. Oh. There's still 2 left. Nice. Without a warning, a student from this school snatched the 2 remaining yakisoba and bought it. Sora was speechless and looked at my direction with a wary expression. "It's not my fault, okay? I didn't jinx it." "Yes you did, this is why you shouldn't tempt fate, however it doesn't matter." "It's not, don't worry, but with this we have nothing to eat for lunch." "Well, that's fine, it's not the first time we skipped lunch anyway." It wasn't a big deal for Sora and Shiro to skip meals. As a shut-in gamer, they often forget to eat meals when they are immersed themselves in gaming. No, that won't do. I refuse to allow them to skip meals, especially when they're so skinny that they can't be healthy. "Whatever you say, but there's no food in the cafeteria, it's not like we can order food outside." Sora replied, probably as an afterthought, but his words gave me an idea. "Indeed. There's no rule we can't." With that I took my phone and called a certain number on my phone that's been there for a while. Are you seriously going to order outside?" I raised my finger into my lips and said. "SHH, I'm about to call." "Yes, it's me, and no, I'm fine. Can you deliver food to my location, like right now?" "Thanks, then I'll be waiting for it to arrive." And just like that the call ended. Sora looked at me, and asked. "What was that?" I smiled mysteriously at him and said, "You'll find out later." A few minutes later, people wearing professional chef outfits started appearing one by one, along with professional waiters who started arranging fancy tables in the cafeteria. Naturally this took everyone's attention, wondering what was happening. Sora's jaw dropped and he looked at it with disbelief. What the heck is this? Don't tell me this is? With a smirk. Yep, this is where we eat our meal, let's eat before our afternoon class. Chapter 108, Flam. To be honest, he wasn't sure what to feel right now, as everyone's gaze was into his place, or specifically in their location, where chefs and waiters were tending whatever they needed as long as they requested it. He was sure that this was the most high-profile, awkward lunch in his entire life. His sister was reacting no better than him. As this arrangement is just too excessive for him and his sister, looking at the suspect of this entire thing, he said, "Hey, isn't this a bit too much?" Alexander blinked at him, like he was confused at his question. "What do you mean too much? Isn't this normal?" Sora was speechless. Is this normal? Normal? What was beyond normal then? This isn't normal. None of this is normal. Sora let out a frustrated shout. Really? Alexander looks actually surprised by this revelation, then looks at Wakabe-ero, his girlfriend. This isn't normal? No, it isn't. Wakabe-san answered to his relief. At least she agreed with his statement, however that relief was gone after her next sentence. In fact, that this is too lacking to be normal, there should be more. Wakabe-san said with a serious look. Oh no. They're both insane. They don't know what common sense is. Is it really alright for us to befriend these crazy people? Looking back at his experience with normal people in general, he thought. Never mind, I prefer insane people over normal ones. I'm sure my sister agrees with this. Sora realized that they are incapable of befriending normal people because they're not normal to begin with, as they're geniuses and bound to be different. Looking at the appetizing food in front of him, he thought. Who knows when is the next time I'm going to eat this kind of luxurious food, I'm just going to enjoy this. He decided to simply stop questioning about it. After the lunchtime event, I became popular alongside the rest of my party who ate at the very table that noon. Although, I'm quite confused as to why the students of this school made a big deal out of it. It wasn't that our meal was luxurious. While I admit it's fancy, it's not luxurious at all. Either way, these people literally got hyped for no reason at all. Or maybe I'm in the wrong here. Maybe it wasn't a normal meal. If it wasn't, then maybe I should take therapy, because if it is truly the case, then I'm beginning to get infected by my family illness that was deeply rooted in our ancestry. The normal but not really common sense. As the Barton Alloy tend to think that this particular thing is normal despite it's not. For example, my uncle bought a mansion because he thought that it was normal for peasants to have something like that. He claimed that if he'd lived in such a house, he would only feel like a peasant. Which he didn't, because it wasn't a peasant house. What peasant has dozens of maids and butlers to serve you? Not to mention having different kinds of supercars at the garage. That can't be normal. Or is it? I'm really getting infected by my family ancestral illness. At the moment I was having an existential crisis. But only to be stopped when I noticed that there's a customer right now in the shop. Seeing that I got nothing to do, I decided to go and take a look at the customer. Inside the shop, I went to the counter and saw a familiar brunette woman. Oh, it's you. I didn't expect you to be back so soon. The woman looked in my direction and smiled. Well, I've gathered enough materials that are considered valuable in my world, so maybe I could convert it into credits. Looking at the leather pouch that she brought with her, it was filled with scrolls and magical items. For me, it may not be worth mentioning, but for ordinary people it could be a life-saving item. I smiled at her and replied. Let me guess, for more magic? The brunette smirked and answered. You guessed it right. I suppose, you like what you like. Flam. The woman who is now known as Flam sat right next to the counter while her hand was on her chin and elbow in the counter. You can't blame me, I love magic. It fascinates me that there are infinite magics out there waiting to be discovered by yours truly. Her eyes were shining as she mentioned that. Too bad, I lacked credits to buy them all. Flam sighs in regret. And here I thought I was greedy. I sat right next to her and then converted the things she brought into credits. I got 2,000 credits this time, better than the first time I suppose. Flam then checked the catalog immediately looking for magic that she could learn. When I mean a magic to learn, I meant literally, like she wanted to learn them from scratch, from a book with instructions and not directly. Because of it, she gets a really powerful spell cheaper because she learns them manually rather than directly making it into a skill. Although, whether she learns it or not is based on her comprehension, I have no doubt she would learn it, since she was pretty confident of it. Either way, it seems that she's alone this time. I wonder where's the other one she went with the first time. Say, Flam, where's your elf apprentice though? Oh, Friarin? She's back home practicing how to limit her mana. I didn't want to disturb her so I left her. Flam said as she continued to look for a grimoire. I couldn't help but sweat a bit at her reply and thought. Isn't that a bit irresponsible? Like, what if she wanted to come in the end? I see. You don't sound convinced. Flam quickly noticed. Well, I don't naturally. What if she wanted to come here? You know, since your apprentice is the same as you. I still could remember that little elf excitedly looking around, like a kid in Disneyland. Though, I don't know if she's a kid since elves have a long lifespan. Who knows, she might be a century old despite looking like a middle schooler. Flam just shrugged, and I smiled dryly at her. Truly irresponsible. Flam, she ignored the shop owner words. She wasn't irresponsible, she was just excited to go back to this heaven for mages like her. As every single scrap of knowledge, in magic, and the creation of the universe itself is here, with enough money she would know its secrets and would harness it for herself after she understood its properties. Although she could learn some magic without learning from books and directly use it as a skill, as the owner told her the first time. While she admits it's convenient, however, it felt wrong to receive such power without working for it. At one time she might be tempted to try using such a convenient way, but she stopped when she realized that she could learn the same spell easily and with less cost. And it was the same for the majority of the magic spell that was available in the catalog. It could learn as long as she could understand its mechanics. That's why she didn't bother buying those spells as a skill, but as a grimoire to learn from. So what if it takes time? That's the point of learning. Not to mention, she noticed a major flaw in buying spells into skills, is that you can't improve it. A massive drawback for her, considering some of the spells are simply limitless in potential. That's why it's better if she learns it by herself. It's more fulfilling and fun that way. Still, she can't believe that little trip, that her apprentice and she would encounter something groundbreaking, even more than when she discovered heaven. The discovery is nothing compared to the existence of the shop. Because they discovered this place, she felt like a frog in a well, not knowing that there's a vast place outside the well. She thought she knew everything the world has to offer. She was greatly mistaken. With a determined look, Flam thought. At this rate, it might not take 1,000 years to defeat the Demon Lord, because this place is a treasure trove of knowledge and power. With its assistance, maybe, just maybe, I would be able to beat the Demon King in this era. While thinking that, she can't help but recall the time she first discovered this place. Chapter 109, Flam to Frieren. It's time for us to go prepare ourselves. Flam told her elven apprentice to prepare. Frieren did as she was told, and after that, they started their journey to wherever Flam wanted them to go. As they walked, Frieren couldn't stop herself from asking. Flam, where are we going? I've heard that there's news that there's a demon in the north, devouring children and women at night. It is worth investigating, and if it's truly there, then that means we'll remove one more vermin from this world. Flam said it with a casual tone, but Frieren knew her enough that she was raging inside mentioning demons. In fact, she felt the same. She hated demons as they are nothing but wild animals in her eyes that needed to be weeded out of this world, so that the world would be a peaceful place. Also, call me master. Flam, and then she hits Frieren with the stick she took from the ground. Bonkatai. Frieren gently touched the part where her master hit her wooden stick. Now, let's continue our journey. Flam said to her apprentice. It took days to get to their destination by foot, including rest times. Once they saw the village, they were greeted by burning houses. Both didn't hesitate to go and check the place, however they were a bit too late as there wasn't a single survivor around. A pity. Flam sadly looked at the villager corpses around the place. It was clear that a demon slaughtered them based on their missing flesh and wounds. Frieren gripped the staff that she was holding. This exact scenario reminds her of her own village where her family, friends and people were slaughtered and only she was left. Frieren, block. As soon as she heard her master's advice, she didn't hesitate to create a barrier, and suddenly a beam hit the barrier she just created, and instantly it was broken from a single strike. And to think this was the strongest barrier at this time, if she didn't heed her master's word, she might be a lying corpse right now. Then the demon showed itself. Its eyes were eerily red, its body was 8 foot tall, had 4 arms and a female-like body. Its face was beautiful in human standards, however it was ruined by that hideous expression it's making. Oh, a human? And an elf. I see, your species still lives. It spoke as it eyed Frieren. Frieren didn't answer, but she gripped her staff harder. It was clear that she was agitated. Flam noticed but didn't say anything and let her express herself, as in her eyes Frieren needed experience controlling her emotions. Hopefully this would teach her that letting one's emotions go could have dire consequences. It matters not, I'm going to kill you at the end of the day, considering both of your mana are vastly inferior to mine. The demon smiled viciously while Flam was grinning internally. Yeah, inferior, because that's why I want you demon to think about us. They would never thought a mage would limit their own mana, as it is considered dishonorable, but I couldn't care less. As you demons play dirty, naturally I would play dirtier than their own game. Flam noticed that the demon didn't notice that Frieren was limiting her mana like her and thought that her apprentice became better with limiting her mana. Now, she just has to keep doing it for the rest of her life, so that later should be more natural than ever. Either way, she'll let Friaren take care of this one. I have enough of this pointless chatter, die. The demon fired its magic using 4 of its hands, making a purple beam from a different direction. Friaren quickly blocked all 3 magic beams, except one, and it hit her directly, exploding everything a few meters from her location. The demon smiled with triumph, thinking that it won. Not even a second later, a beam the size of a basketball hit its heart without resistance. Wow, the demon couldn't finish its surprise as it immediately dropped from the dirty ground. Then the demon body started decomposing itself in a rapid pace. The smoke in Friaren's location slowly disappeared, revealing the elf who made a barrier at the perfect time when the magic beam was about to hit her. Flam was impressed. While the act itself wasn't hard to replicate, however, the timing and sheer balls for someone to pull it off. What she did was like playing her own life, and there's a 9 out of 10 that this trick wouldn't work. It's that risky. Flam takes her earlier criticism about Friaren not controlling her emotions. That act alone speaks of her control. It wouldn't be possible if she didn't forcefully calm herself. It seems that she doesn't need to worry about her disciple now. If she keeps this up every battle, then she would be alright. With her increasing mana and a rational mind to think in battle, there's hardly anyone who can beat her in magic, but as for melee, well, she can figure it out herself. After all, everyone starts somewhere. While feeling proud of her apprentice handling herself well, she noticed something in the distance. HN? Flam squinted her eyes and saw something bright in one of the burning houses, and no, it wasn't the flame but an entirely different source. Friaren noticed her master's strange behavior and said, Flam, I mean, master? Flam didn't say anything. Instead, she went toward that light she just saw, and as she got a closer look, it became clearer that it is indeed another source. To her it looks like a door that is made from the same element as the light itself. Master, huh? What's this? Friaren finally noticed the door that was seemingly made out of light. I have the same question as you, Friaren. I would like to know the answer too. Flam said with a clear fascination in her voice, as she hasn't seen this one from her entire life. When she thought she had seen all the things from this era, yet again the world has proven her wrong, and she was honestly grateful for it, as the world once again showed her that there was still more to discover. The heat of the burning building is bothering her observation session, so she decided to put it out by using a formula that generates water so that this fire would disappear. After a few minutes of using the same magic, finally the fire was gone, and it was time for her to observe this interesting unknown object. Observing around it for a few minutes, its side doesn't to be different from each other. Also, she noticed that this object didn't have a single trace of mana or magic, which made it more fascinating. More importantly, she knew that this object wasn't always here. It is obvious due to the fact that the people would have already tried to hide this or perhaps use this door. So it's safe to say that no one aside from her and Friaren discovered this object. Either way, it was clear that this door is a work of the supernatural, despite its lack of magic. And for her to continue her observation, she needed to try to open it. Now here's the tricky and exciting part. What was inside the door? Would it be nothing? A trap? A treasure trove? Or another thing entirely? Flam could hardly wait. However, she was no fool either. She didn't survive this long by being careless. That's why she prepared herself to cast her own personal barrier. Although it's still incomplete, it's still 100 times better than the so-called strongest barrier. With a deep breath, she covered herself with a barrier and necessary enchantment for her to hopefully survive whatever the thing inside the door. But of course, if she somehow died, then her apprentice could handle herself, and she already taught her everything she needed to fight the demons. Flam didn't hesitate to hold the door handle and push to open the door, and what she saw was something she didn't imagine. Different from what she had in mind, this place was completely different from her earlier expectation. Everything from this place screamed luxurious, and she couldn't help but think, perhaps I've stumbled into the house of a noble? But this quickly changed as soon as someone with an unfamiliar set of clothes appeared to greet her, and even she could tell her that what this man wore is expensive, although she's quite unfamiliar with his style of clothing. Maybe from a different culture? Flam looked at the man in wonder. It was clear that he's younger than she is, but also this man is very handsome. Maybe the most good-looking man she had ever encountered. That's just her opinion though. Welcome to my humble shop, where you can buy everything you want with the right price. Please come in along with your companion. Oh, and he's also a greedy merchant. Chapter 110, Is she a Greek? Flam was surprised by this unexpected greeting. From all the things she expected, this isn't one of them. But then again, that's what makes it exciting, because it's unpredictable. Although, there's something she wanted to ask about this merchant, possibly a nobility from his prior words, but before she could answer, her apprentice beat her to it and asked, "What do you mean can buy everything you want with the right price?" Friaren said as she stood beside her. The merchant smiled at her, or possibly for the both of them. "I meant in literal sense, as there's nothing you can't buy in this place, If you have enough you can certainly have it. Oh, that's certainly a bold claim. Flam crosses both of her arms into her chest. It is, but I speak the truth. Now, why don't you sit down and calm down first? Also, do you want any drinks in particular? It's in the house, the merchant said. Flam wasn't too sure what to think of this man, as there's too many things she doesn't know about him, and if you think about it, this scenario is a bit too suspicious. However, she did go inside the door even if it's suspicious, that's why she'll give this man a benefit of doubt. Then, do you have tea? Of course, what about you, Miss Elf? The merchant asked her disciple. Milk. Her disciple replied. The man then stared at Friaren from the head to her chest and smiled. Of course, you need milk, after all you need it to grow up. Friaren, who doesn't understand the meaning beneath those words, could only nod. While Flam snorted at the comment. Well then, I'll be back shortly and please make yourself comfortable. After that he left. Friaren, what do you think of that man? He's powerful. Friaren bluntly stated. Of course, I know that as well. What I mean is, what's your impression of that man aside from him being powerful? A mysterious human man. Her disciple replied plainly. Flam let out a sigh. That's it? Quite a plain impression of that man. Friaren tilted her head. That's it, I don't know him enough, maybe after a few hundred years or so I might change my impression of him. You elf are really? Flam shook her head, forgetting about what her disciple just said. Either way, her impression of that man is different from her disciple. When she sees him she can't deny that he is very handsome, she isn't afraid to admit that she liked what she saw, nor the fact that he's her type, if only he's a bit older. He's too young for her taste, but regardless she's still attracted to his appearance. Very few could match him in that aspect, aside from his looks, he gives a certain vibes like other merchants do. The charisma of a smooth talker, she has encountered many of his kind but none of them was as handsome or powerful as him. There's also the fact that he's a noble by birth, it wasn't hard to figure it out. He wasn't even trying to hide it either from his presence and gait alone, he's a blue blood. Noble by birth, however, it's a bit weird for a noble to work as a merchant, but not really unheard of, but weird regardless. It didn't take long for the noble merchant to arrive with their drinks, she could already smell the aroma in the air. The man in question appeared with a wooden tray in his hand, and then served the tea and the milk on the table. I hope you like it. Nodding, Flam looks at the tea beneath her and silently casted a spell to see if it's poison or a curse, one can never be too careful. It's how she got to live this long, since she's cautious and isn't stupid, just because the man looks accommodating and welcoming, who knows beneath that facade is a monster. After checking that there isn't anything weird in the tea, only then she took a sip and eyes widened in surprise. What kind of tea is this? I never tasted this kind of blend or flavor. The man answered. It's cinnamon. Never heard of it. The merchant shrugged. Anyway, it wasn't important at the moment, as right now, she's more curious about this place. What is this place? I don't think even the nobles have these things around this place. They look futuristic? The man replied as if knowing her next word, and he was right, indeed, because I don't think we are in our anymore. This wasn't just some random words, it is a well thought one. From the beginning she was observing everything she could possibly see in this place, and most of the things here are simply way too advanced compared to the things her era has. Master. Her apprentice spoke. To which she replied by shaking her head and looking back at the owner of this establishment. He smiled at her observation. You are correct, this isn't your world but a realm far away from your universe. But aside from that, I haven't properly introduced myself, no? My name is Alexander Bardem Eloy, what about you girls? Flam was right once again with her observation, as only nobles or royalty have a family name and others who don't are commoners. Flam, and this elf is Friaren, my apprentice. Flam introduced herself and Friaren to the merchant. It's nice to meet the two of you. Now I don't know how you stumbled upon this place, as the gate randomly appears everywhere across the multiverse, it must be fate or something. Regardless of the truth, you are in my establishment and I will treat you as my guest and a potential customer, thus I vow that as long as you're in my shop there won't be anything that would harm you. Alexander looks at them, especially at her, who realized that he noticed her caution at the very beginning. Letting out a chuckle, Flam decided to trust the man's words for now and asked. So do you really sell everything, or it's just an empty boast? Alexander smiled at her. A smile that was neither arrogant or filled with confidence. Just the smile of someone who knew that they'd be winning this. Why don't you find out? And she did find out later on. Everything really is on sale here. Flam started at the digital screen in front of her in astonishment. There's no words to describe her awe at the moment. Even her apprentice, who was usually stoic, was breaking her character simply because of what she witnessed in front of her. She saw a weapon that could single-handedly wipe off every demon in existence. An item that could revolutionize their world. And a spell that could wipe out countries with a single use. Not even mentioning that so-called wish granter, that was capable of doing as wishing, and only the user's imagination is the restriction. Everything here could change their world, but there's one glaring factor. There's so many things she wanted to buy, however she simply doesn't have enough money to buy anything noteworthy. With a measly 100 she couldn't truly buy those overpowered spells in the shop. Then suddenly an idea appeared in her head and said, wait, instead of directly buying a spell, why don't I just buy its grimoire and learn from scratch? Wouldn't it be cheaper too? As soon as she had the idea, she tried to search for the exact grimoire of the spell, and it was written in their world's general language. And true enough, the spell was truly cheaper as grimoire. Like the spell cost 10,000 now, it's measly 100. Enough for her to buy. She almost bought it immediately, however she stopped herself as there's plenty more spells that are better than this one. Besides, she could always come back for this one next time, and with the help of her disciple, they managed to buy 3 grimoires that they are satisfied with. I suppose you're done buying what you want? Alexander smiled at her. Flam nodded and replied. We did. Good, then about the claim I previously made, what do you think? Am I just boasting now or what? His eyes twinkled in a playful manner. Flam wanted to snort at this reaction, but in the end she let him have it. Alright, you're right, your shop does have everything on sale. Her comment made him smile a bit, but that changed when she added. So, what? Now that you win in our little bet, what do you want from me? If you want to have sex with me, that's totally fine. That made him pause a bit and stared at her incredulously. Is that joke or? No, not at all. The man didn't know what to say at the moment and eventually replied. I don't know if the people of your world are open to such a thing or if it's just you, but as for your offer, maybe in the future, but for now, I'd like to refuse as it's not really the time to have sex. Flam shrugged and answered. If you're up to it, just tell me. Friern, who was in the middle of this, couldn't decide what to do. She was simply at loss at the topic. Oh right, before you leave here. Alexander gave her a bronze card of sorts and explained. This card could open a door to my shop once a week, so, if you ever feel like coming back, use it. Flam nodded in understanding. Well then, I'll be right back. After that she and her apprentice left the shop, leaving the owner on his own. I stared at the door where the strange woman and her disciple elf just left the shop. Is that woman Greek perhaps? I mean, she does look the part and act like it, a passively horny woman who is up for sex. It's probably better to forget about it for now. Probably. Chapter 111, Master and Disciple 1. Flam has finished musing about the past when she first steps inside this very establishment. It wasn't anything sort of special, but regardless it would be stuck in her mind for a very long time. Possibly all her life. My offer still stands, you know. Alexander raised a brow in her direction. What do you mean, oh? Realization flashed in his face and looked at her with a strained smile. No, no thank you. If you're that horny, why don't ask him? Maybe, you know, he'll accept. He pointed at his white-haired subordinate, who she knew as Emilia or Archer, as he insisted she call him. Emilia frowned as he noticed his boss pointing at him. Accept what exactly? Flam made one good look at Emilia and thought. He is handsome, not to mention he has that rare combination of having a gray-colored eyes and a white hair dot, but that's not all. His skin makes him an exotic kind of specimen. Perhaps he is the first person I've seen with this kind of mix, and there's no doubt he would be popular in my world based in his appearance alone. Although she thinks that, there's no doubt that Alexander was more good-looking, and she isn't afraid to admit that. Either way, she wouldn't mind sleeping with Emilia, as it's been quite some time somebody scratches her itch. He means to say, accept my invitation to have sex. Flam bluntly stated, she wasn't an inexperienced maiden and surely isn't afraid to say what she wants. As soon he heard it, his frown turned into disbelief, then stared hard at his boss. Did you just attempt to pimp me out? Alexander shrugged with a smile. Who knows? Emilia's face twitched and then looked at her and answered. No, thank you. There's no way I become a gigolo. I may have done a lot of atrocities in my life that would make me a literal demon in the eyes of humanity, but I would never swoop so low and become a gigolo to someone. So are we just going to forget Rin then? Emilia looked flushed, and she would never have thought this man was capable of being embarrassed like this. He doesn't seem the type to do so. Bastard. You know it's different. She's my girlfriend at that time, so it doesn't count. What about Luvia then? She wants me as her butler, and not because of that. Flam had no idea who they were talking about. Unwilling to become a third wheel, she said. Do you mind me asking who are those people you're talking about? Emilia looks like he didn't want to talk about it, but Alexander spilled the beans for her. Rin is his ex-girlfriend or lover, if you have no idea what a girlfriend is, since it's technically a modern term. As for Luvia, she is someone who wouldn't mind sleeping with him if given a chance. No, she does not want to sleep with me. She just flirts with me to get under Rin's skin. Emilia explained. You're in denial. She wants you. There's no way she would go far as flirting with you just to get Rin annoyed. Tell me, in the perspective of a magus who is apparently a heiress of 1,000-years-old noble bloodline, flirts with a first-generation magus like you, not to mention a third-rate magus. Emilia grimaced at that reply. However, Alexander wasn't quite done just yet and continued. Unless she's genuinely interested in you, there's no way she would willingly flirt with you just to get under Rin's skin. If I were in her shoes, I wouldn't do something degrading unless I'm genuinely interested in getting closer to someone. With that logic and fact, there's no way for Emilia to deny. Luvagilita Idelfelt likes him. Flam, as a woman herself, she is inclined to agree, because there's no way she would try and flirt with a guy that she doesn't find attractive or interesting. Emilia didn't say anything for a while, as if he was trying to process that information, and only after a few minutes, he shook his head and replied. Interested or not, it doesn't matter. It's been a long time since my death. There's no point thinking about it. Not like I could meet her or anyone from my home world ever again. Then glared at Alexander. And besides, how do you even know about it? I have my ways. You know how this shop works. Do I really have to explain? Emilia let out a sigh, and just let it be. However, as he was about to leave, suddenly Alexander said. By the way, you're wrong about one thing. You can still meet them. Emilia stared hard at Alexander. What? Deciding it's best to clarify things, he said. What I mean is that you can go back to your original world, meet Rin, your Luvia and everyone you know, and besides, it wasn't even that long has passed in your world. After your apparent death, Emilia, you can go back home. Why do you think I added weekend breaks in your job description? You can also bring Mir with you if you like. She's clearly attached to you, and the option of leaving her here won't do her any good mentally. Emilia looked shocked at this revelation. Flam honestly has no idea what they are talking about and was really lost, as she's missing a lot of context. You mean I can go back there? That's right, whether you go back or not, it's your decision, but let me warn you though, just don't regret whatever your choice is going to be, as much as I want you to go there and meet them again. It's ultimately up to you. Alex said. Emilia stood there for a while and said. I clear my mind for a bit. He was clearly affected, it was quite obvious to see. After that he left the counter and went inside the staff room, leaving them both alone. I'm pretty sure you have some questions regarding Emilia, but unfortunately I won't answer them unless he allows it. I know that you're curious about it, but it's his privacy, and as to why I said those words, it's for his own good, for him to open up the idea of returning. Alexander said as he crossed both of his arms. Flam let out a light and said. So, basically you used my offer to create that kind of topic? Alexander smiled. Maybe. I didn't know you were this manipulative. Flam wasn't a stranger of being manipulative, it certainly comes into territory especially when the enemy is a demon. I don't know what you're talking about. He talks about denying it, but words aside his tone is exactly the opposite. Then after saying that he continued. Since Emilia is currently indisposed at the moment, which is kinda my fault. If you need anything just call me. Flam nodded. Of course. Then when she was about to continue looking for a good grimoire to buy, all of a sudden a bell rang indicating that a customer went inside the establishment. Normally she wouldn't care, but right now it's a special case, as she hadn't met any customers aside from herself, so she wanted to know what sort of other customers this shop welcomes. And to her surprise, she saw someone she never expected. Fryron. It was her disciple, but she knew something was different about this one. Not only did she wear different clothing, she also had a party with her. The same could be said for Fryron, who was surprised to see her. Master. A few minutes ago, are we really going to enter this place? It looks really dangerous. Hyder said with a scared tone. Don't be a coward, Hyder, it's not like this is the first underground dungeon we've entered. Ison told the priest of their party. I know that. It's just this one gives a different kind of vibes like. That's what you said in the previous underground dungeon we went in. I did? You did? Fryron had enough of this pointless conversation between the dwarf and the priest of their party. We're wasting time already, let's go inside. Himmel agreed with the elven mage of their party. Fryron's right, let's get going guys. Then he followed Fryron, Ison followed him next. Hyder could only helplessly say. Wait, don't leave me. And went after his party members. They explored the dungeon for a while, but there wasn't anything special about it, just like a typical dungeon that their party usually goes to. Albeit with less traps and relics. Or that's what they thought. However, as they got deeper to the core of the dungeon, it was clear that the difficulty is getting harder and harder. Any normal adventure party would already have perished, but they weren't normal, as they are the future party that would later defeat the Demon King. They went to the dungeon inner core after a couple hours. They would have arrived earlier if it wasn't for the fact that Fryron always gets stuck in a mimic. truly the bane of her existence. It wasn't like she doesn't know that it's a monster or not, it's just she thinks that chest had an infinite potential and it could be anything inside. As they arrived at the very core of the dungeon, they expected to see treasures and ancient artifacts from long gone era, however what they found was just a single door and nothing more. What? After all those deadly traps and hours of walking through this dungeon, what we all get is just a plain door. This is so unfair. Hyder complained. Himmel was also surprised, but unlike Hyder he didn't mind too much. He smiled and said, "But we had fun, that's all it really matters. It's not like we're expecting anything else from this place." "But still," Hyder said. "Hyder, don't. Himmel is right, at the very least we gained a valuable experience of not expecting anything." Hyder stared at the warrior with deadpan eyes. "Is that supposed to make me feel better?" "It's not supposed to. Thank you for that very uninspiring speech you just told me." "Anytime." It was sarcasm. "I know." Friaren ignored the ongoing conversation between their warrior and priest and just stared at the lone door in front of them. She checked that the door doesn't have any special properties on it, it's even devoid of mana, however her instinct as a mage was telling her that there was more to this door. Slowly she went closer to the door. Friaren. Himmel was a bit curious about her actions. However, she wasn't paying attention at the moment and went ahead to open the door. As soon as she did, she was greeted by an unexpected sight. It was a room filled with different types of items, but mostly unfamiliar to her. And behind her was her party, shocked to see that the door was hiding something they didn't expect. But the biggest surprise to Friaren personally was seeing a person, someone who should have been long dead 1,000 years ago, someone she wouldn't forget for as long as she lived. Her master, the great mage Flam. Master. Chapter 112, Master and Disciple 2. There weren't many things that could surprise, which wasn't exactly strange after all, she lived more than 1,000 years. She has seen things that normal people couldn't, experienced things that no human is capable of. Yet, here she is, surprised by the fact that her master, who she personally buried in her grave, was in front of her. Naturally, her first thought was this is nothing more than a fragment of imagination or perhaps a new kind of demon that uses her memories as a trap. However, that assumption was quickly shattered, as not only she was able to see it herself, but also that includes her party members, who looked between them in confusion. Himmel was quick to say, "Master. I didn't know you had a master." Friaren and a human at that. Of course, he doesn't know. That's because she never needed to, because he probably wouldn't believe her, because her master was a mythical figure that many people debated whether she existed or not. Well, she existed because after all she was that mythical figure disciple after all. "I do," she replied, but her attention wasn't at Himmel at the moment, but solely at her long-dead master. "Hold on. I thought you didn't know anyone from our current era? Was that a lie?" Hyder said with a frown. Friaren shook her head and answered. "It wasn't a lie, I really don't know anyone from this era, the people I knew of were dead many years ago. That's why I'm surprised to see my master, who was dead for more than 1,000 years, is here sitting on that chair." She pointed at her master's direction, who was looking at her in amusement and sudden understanding. "Eh?" Himmel looked surprised by her words and said. "Then how is she alive right now, if she's dead 1,000 years ago then?" "That's exactly what I'm trying to understand right now, if this was real or an extremely realistic illusion that someone casted. But I'm thinking that it isn't the case. After all, an illusion can't generate its own mana, isn't that right, Master?" Her master, Flam, smiled at her explanation. "Indeed, Friaren, no matter what kind of illusion it may be, it can't create its own mana, or at least in theory. Who knows, some prodigy might be able to pull something like that in the future." "Like you, Master?" Friaren asked. "If it was anyone capable of that, then it's her after all, while she might be a prodigy." Her master was a league of her own, however Flam shook her head and replied. "I'm not specialized with illusion, I'm more into making a barrier." Friaren understood, because even after 1,000 years her master barrier remained the best that no one could compare. Then her master's attention was now into her party. Just by looking at them she immediately realized who they were and said, "So you must be Friaren's friends. It's nice to meet you all. I know that she's someone who is pretty hard to handle, but please take care of her, that's all I could ask." Himmel and the rest, knowing exactly what she meant, could only smile, after experiencing living with her. They knew most of her antics pretty much. "Don't worry, I mean we will take care of her, since she's our precious mage." Himmel almost slipped, but Friaren didn't really notice. However, her master did and stared at her and Himmel and then smiled knowingly. "I see, so that's how it is. Good luck, boy. If you're really serious about it, then be direct about it, because someone like her wouldn't understand it, unless you state it with clarity." Himmel was quick to understand what she meant. Friaren, however, was lost and didn't really understand what they were saying. I will do my best." Himmel blinked a couple of times as if realizing something and nodded. Curious of what they were talking about, she said. What are you two talking about? Himmel shook his head. Nothing. Frieren tilted her head. Okay. Upon hearing her reply, the future hero could only sigh, which was also shared by her master. Anyway, I should probably introduce myself to my disciples' friends. I'm called Flam, a mage that took Frieren under my wings. Hearing her name, her companion's eyes widened. After all, there isn't anyone from the current era that doesn't know who the Great Mage Flam is. Eh? The Great Mage Flam? The one from the legends? I thought it was just a myth. Hyder was shocked to be able to meet a legendary figure of their world. Flam let out a hum and said. So I was right, you're from the future, however you're also from a parallel world because there's no way Frieren wouldn't know this place. After all, you were there when we discovered this place. Fascinating. Meaning you're a possible future if we haven't stumbled upon this place. Although Frieren couldn't understand everything her master was saying, at the very least she understood one thing. So, you're from the past, master? In your perspective, yes, but for me I'm still living in the present. Come sit with me along with your friends, there's a lot of things I want to ask you, I'm sure you're the same. Frieren nodded, she too had some questions. After a couple of minutes, Frieren, Themil, Hyder, Ison were fascinated by this very establishment. They never imagined that this very place broke what was a natural law of the world. A shop that sells anything? A place was in a sense completely alien to them. As it's literally a universe away from their home world. Not to mention, the fact that the past could interact with the future, this place was getting more and more mysterious as time went by. Their party knew that they're going to experience weird things in their journey to defeat the Demon King, but this was someone completely unexpected. They never imagined they'd stumble upon a bizarre place. That's something they wouldn't be able to imagine if they didn't experience it themselves. Frieren felt complicated, as there's a lot on her mind right now, however at the same time she was happy to see her long-dead master in flesh once more. It was something she thought was impossible, as amazing magic is, even in ancient era there's no magic for resurrecting dead people from the grave. And here she was, experiencing something that everyone thought was impossible. She couldn't describe how fulfilled she is at the moment. This was like a dream come true for her. Nostalgia assaulted her very core. She misses this so much. Honestly, she couldn't care less about the potential of this place, as right now she couldn't be more happier. Her party was looking at her with shocked faces, seeing her expression smiling happily. Himmel was mesmerized. Ison couldn't believe what he was seeing. Hyder was weirded out. Frieren, I'm glad that you're happy, still I never thought you'd join an adventurer party, that's really unlike you. Flam let out a chuckle. Despite her words, she's really happy that her disciple and daughter but in blood, to have someone by her side. Now she's also feeling nostalgic. She too was also part of an adventurer party. Well, Himmel managed to convince me. I see, listen. I know you have a different perspective considering you're an elf, a different species to us humans, but you have to get to know them better, Frieren. We humans have a limited lifespan compared to you elves, that's why cherish them because they won't be forever. You should get to know them better. Especially that child Himmel. If it's him, maybe. Flam looked thoughtful. Maybe what? Frieren looks confused. Flam shook her head and smiled at her. No, nothing at all, just remember to pay more attention to your friends who know, you might notice a thing or two, trust me in this. Frieren had no idea what she meant, but regardless Flam is her teacher and she is rarely wrong with her wisdom. There's nothing wrong with following it, especially since it's been a long time since her teacher taught her something. Alright. And that very moment, the future was bound to change. Flam looking at her disciple, she was happy that she found some friends, who knows how much she tried to make her interact with people, but she was mostly unsuccessful. Either way, that boy Himmel seemed to have feelings for her daughter, and he looks like a good child. As a Frieren parental figure, she might as well part some of her wisdom to her cute disciple. Although she could outright tell her that Himmel likes her, it wouldn't be really helpful as in the end, she wouldn't understand what feelings are. That's why she has to discover them herself. Who knows, she might learn a thing from it. Perhaps they might get together too and have a family. Only the future would tell. Damn, I really wanted to be able to use domain expansion. Alex says out loud as he watches a certain episode of Jujutsu Kaisen. Somehow hearing Alex, Emiya asked. Domain expansion? Yeah. I really want to use one. Maybe with my magic I could probably imitate it. Oh. Domain expansion, huh? It's been a long time since I've used mine. Emiya suddenly looked nostalgic. Wait, what? You have a domain expansion? Of course, the last time I've used it was in the Han period, in fact I'll show you right now. Emiya suddenly performed a very familiar hand sign. Wait. Alexander tried to stop him but it was too late. Domain expansion, Malevolent Kitsch Chapter 113, Unexpected Motherhood in the Land of Rock. The queen and the first demigod of the world was starting to have some weird craving lately. Food that she usually doesn't find appealing suddenly started to look appetizing. It started a few days after she last visited the shop. At first she thought it was just some sort of once-in-a-while craving for something, as everyone, even the Golden Queen Babylonian, has this kind of moment. But a few weeks later, she started throwing up for no reason, which was impossible. Her body was that of a demigod. It is impossible for her to get sick or get infected by some sort of pandemic virus. It took her a few more throwing out before finally decided something she never thought she needed: find a healer. Because something is very wrong with her body right now, something beyond her knowledge, and frankly it's scaring her a bit. As soon as she issued an order to find a healer, it didn't take long to find the best healer in the kingdom to check on her condition. I don't know how to break this to you, your help, but... The female healer hesitates. Gilgamesh got annoyed as she was very eager to know what sort of illness she was having. Don't keep me waiting, healer, speak. What sort of horrid illness does my body have? By your grace. You don't have an illness at all. Instead it's something more natural. Gilgamesh frowned. And what exactly is it? You're pregnant, your grace. Your strange cravings for food, the throwing up and not having this month period is because you're pregnant. Healer dropped the bomb. Gilgamesh's eyes widened. Oh. Her retainers were so shocked at the news that some of them fainted, while others couldn't simply believe that their queen was pregnant. But that's... And then she paused as she realized that it is really the case. With the amount of seed pouring inside her, it was little to no doubt that it was enough to impregnate her. She didn't think it would result in her becoming a mother. Biting her lips, she has no idea what to feel. On the other hand, she was angry at suddenly becoming a parent unknowingly, and the other is fascination because this was nothing but sort of a miracle. She wasn't supposed to have a child. It was impossible for her due to the fact that a demigod has a ridiculously low fertility. Quite ironic really, considering who her mother is, because simply she's a different species compared to a mortal man and a god. This was a 1 in a billion chance literally. While she was musing in her mind, suddenly the healer suggested something that made her almost snap. If you want, my grace, I can abort the child. Before she could even finish her sentence, an enormous amount of killing intent was pouring into her very being and made her kneel into the very ground and started throwing up violently. What did you just say? The healer stared at the queen and saw a face that she wouldn't forget till her grave. It was a face that was almost diabolical. She swore she never saw the queen this angry before. You're suggesting aborting a child, my child? You insolent little pest. Gilgamesh almost thought of executing her right here and now, but the speck of her rationality managed to stop her from killing the healer. It took a mouthful of breath to finally calm her down. After a few minutes, she said, "Leave, before I lose my patience." Quickly the healer left the throne hall, leaving the queen and her retainers alone. Gilgamesh can't believe that woman dared to suggest that, while it's true that this child she's carrying is nothing more than an accident, she wasn't cruel and that she wanted to get rid of it. No, far from it. There's no way she would condemn her child's fate before they could even choose a path. That's why she would carry this child until the day of its birth. But still, to think she would bore a child to a man who isn't even her husband. Speaking of that man, should she mention this news to him? He has the right to know, after all. He's the child's father. But for now, she needed to think in silence. And what could this mean in the future? All of you leave, I wish to think alone. And with her command, her retainers left. After they left, she quietly spoke. By the gods. What should I do now? I suddenly felt an itch in my nose that immediately became a sneeze the next second. Aku. Did I miss something important perhaps? Anyway, it probably isn't too important. It's been a few days since the cafeteria moment, and I was still having an existential crisis by the fact I wasn't bound by the same common sense of peasants. It's the kind of thing that I'm too rich to understand apparently. Either way, aside from my problem, if it can be called such anyway, right now it's time for me to give the gift I was supposed to give my children a few days ago. I looked at the Pokemon who were staying here in my shop for a while. Hopefully they didn't get too attached to their caretaker. Which was Emiya. He didn't look like it, but he started to get fond of this weird raccoon creatures, whatever some kind of evolution they experienced, I have no idea. Guys, it's time to introduce you to your long-life companion, come here. With that said, the two Pokemon excitedly jumped at my embrace. Hopefully Ymir wouldn't be too lonely without these guys. After taking both Pokemon in hand, I left the shop, leaving it to the care of Emiya. I arrived at the house very quickly. Now it's only a matter of looking for the children, since it's afternoon. I figure out that they're in the living room with their mother. I went to the living room only to find out that my sister was there with my children, teaching them their way of the Bardium Alloy. Oh shit, this is bad. No, this fucking bad. My gift of my sister is here, mate. My inner Britishness is coming out. Maybe it's not too late to get away from this Alexander, What are those things in your arms? Lorelei stared hard at the Evie and the snow-themed Vulpix in my embrace. Ah, shit, it's too late. Evie? Vu? Well. The Pokemon was letting out a confused noise as to why I'm currently sweating right now. Despite my sister's piercing glare, my children were fascinated by the Pokemon in my arms, especially Ruby. Aqua, however, was curious about what these animals are. Well, about this. Did you just bring a phantasmal beast in the house? With the children here? Lorelei started to get angry. This is exactly why I don't want her to be here, but thinking of her words. I didn't realize it before, but the Pokemons in my arms now has mana. I'm pretty sure they didn't have any back in the shop. Is this perhaps the side effect of crossing worlds? The world is basically treating the Pokemon the same as a phantasmal beast. With that amount of mana they're generating, even an entire squad or enforcer wouldn't be able to kill them. What the heck, did I just accidentally make them stronger in the process? Hopefully my bluff would work. They're domesticated, so... Don't worry. I let out a strained smile when I said that. Lorelei looked at me like an idiot. Yeah, that's why I get for saying that. Everyone knows phantasmal species mostly couldn't be tamed. Save for a few. Either way, she didn't buy it and said, "Restraint those things by before thinking of bringing it closer to my niece and nephew." Alright. So I got my ass chewed by my dear sister and had no choice but to restrain the Pokemon with magic. This is cruel. This is animal abuse, but either way my sister got a point that these are dangerous beasts. They were the same as before, there won't be any problem at all, but since they gained a prana worthy of a phantasmal species, it may be a good idea to get them checked before giving them to my children. Who knows what would happen if they can't control their newfound strength. Definitely didn't want to get my kids to get hurt. Anyway, my plan to give my children Pokemon failed mainly thanks to my sister. In this accursed world, nothing ever goes as planned. At the very least, I got the assurance to my sister that the Pokemon won't be abused or experimented, just a light checkup. Chapter 114, Mysterious Girl. I should have expected this, because of the cafeteria incident a few days ago. I was labeled as a super rich kid in school. While it's technically true, it's still a bit annoying to see the students, even the teacher, looks of envy. Either way, I could only blame myself for this. Because of that incident, half of the school thought of me as a show-off. Honestly, I scoff off at that particular comment. If I were to show off, it would be more than that, but they'll never know. Either way, I will have to bear this reputation until the end of semester, since I'm pretty sure it won't last. Since it's mostly envy that it wasn't them who experienced such a thing. I went to my girlfriend's class, which isn't D by the way, but Bocce or Goto Hitori.